Chapter 656. I'm not going. I have to rush home to watch Zhenhuan Zhuan. Nan Man Pei refused flatly. After that, she saw her best friend's absurd and unruly expression and said with a smile, "What's so strange?" Su Yu's mouth twitched. Nan Man Pei would watch palace dramas. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like her style. "You never watch these things." Su Yu said angrily, "I know you're a loyal viewer of news simulcast and follow it every day. Because it's a script written by Qin Zhe, I want to see how it's shot." Nan Man Pei leisurely said, "It's very interesting, the layout is far-reaching, every sentence is scheming, and the foreshadowing is buried very deep. But the most interesting is the 4 words, scheming. His grasp of women's mind surprised me. How to say, forget it, don't say it." Su Yu pouted. "Are you going with me or not? I'm old, I don't like to go to lively places. But if you don't go with me, I won't dare to go alone." Su Yu frowned. She was ready to get drunk. Nan Man Pei didn't have many friends that she could confide in. Su Yu was one of them. She always treated her like a sister, so she nodded helplessly. They found a bar that was not so noisy. It was not far from the clubhouse and only took 10 minutes to drive there. The bar's light was soft, and the resident female singer was very beautiful. She wore an off-the-shoulder dress and had long black hair. The male singer was a middle-aged uncle. He sang Qin Zhe's Exaggerated. The male singer's voice was very strong and his Cantonese pronunciation was standard. Qin Zhe's songs occupied half of the bar. In 10 songs, there must be 1 or 2 of his songs. The bar was chosen by Nan Man Pei. Su Yu's closed-door, interpersonal communication doomed her to rarely set foot in places like bars. The per capita consumption here was about 2 months of an ordinary white-collar worker's salary. Su Yu and Nan Man Pei stepped into the bar. For a moment, it seemed that even the lights dimmed. The drinkers at the door subconsciously glanced at it and couldn't move their eyes away as if they were attracted by a magnet. In a place like Shanghai, there were many beautiful women who liked to hang out in bars late at night. It was a pleasant surprise to occasionally see a beautiful woman with a beautiful face and figure. It was already rare for a woman to be 1.7 meters tall, but the 2 of them were even taller by a few centimeters. Their figures were already eye-catching, but their looks and temperament were even better. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Yu has always been a cold goddess. With her beautiful and refined face, she is like a snow lotus floating into the chaotic crowd. She is beautiful, but there is a sense of contradiction. People like her should not come to the bar. If it was Qin Bao Bao who hung out in nightclubs and bars, there would be no sense of disharmony. The men would be extremely excited. "Look, here comes a top-grade vixen." Nan Man Pei's sense of contradiction is even stronger. She has long since faded away from the girl's liveliness and bright charm. She has a maturity and intellectuality that has been washed away. She has the fierceness and strength that ordinary pretty girls can never cultivate. The young man's eyes moved on the flawless faces of Su Yu and Nan Man Pei. The glutton paid more attention to the hip and leg shape outlined by Su Yu's slim pencil pants, as well as Nan Man Pei's heavy chest that could hang several pounds of amorous feelings. Nan Man Pei ordered 2 bottles of beer. Su Yu waved her small hand and said, "Give me a dozen." Su Yu, a weak chicken who would get dizzy after a glass of red wine, certainly couldn't drink so much beer. But knowing that she was in a bad mood today, Nan Man Pei let her do what she wanted. When she had the courage to sleep with Qin Zhe, she didn't drink much, just a few bottles of beer. As soon as the wine came, Su Yu blew half a bottle, burped very unladylike, and then drank slowly with a bitter face. Pei Nanman accompanied her as she took small sips of wine and lit up a lady's cigarette. The bar was very spacious, and there was a passage for 2 people in front of each table. The people who drank here were some decent people with a little money, or the petty bourgeoisie who forced themselves to consume once. They were older, and there were no young boys and girls in their teens or 20s. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, the waitress came over with 2 glasses of mixed wine and whispered softly, "2 ladies, this is the guest at table 8. He invited you to drink." A middle-aged man at table 8 nodded and smiled at Nan Man Pei. Suyu's small face was already red, her eyes were blurred, and she slammed the table angrily. "What's the treat? Don't I have money? Do I need to be invited to drink?" The waitress suddenly looked embarrassed. Nan Man Pei waved his hand, "Thank the gentleman for me, but there's no need for the wine." The guest said so, and the waitress had no choice, so she put the 2 glasses of wine back on the tray and turned away. In fact, there were not many gallant phenomena in the bar. It could be seen occasionally, because most of the women who came to drink were accompanied by men. Maybe they were husbands or boyfriends. If you send wine to someone's girlfriend, wife, in front of them, do you want to fight? Only when they meet a single woman, or a few women, and one or several of them are particularly beautiful, the men will send wine. Then they will look for opportunities to chat. The middle-aged man at table 8 didn't mind at all and continued to chat and drink with his friends. Suyu drank 1 glass of wine after another, trying to extinguish the depression in her heart, and Nan Man Pei accompanied her to drink. Not long after, another person came to chat. It was a young man, who looked at most 30, and was very handsome. "Can I sit here?" He smiled. His dress was very ordinary, but the watch on his wrist was very good, 6-digit. After he sat down, he, inadvertently, pulled up his sleeve to reveal his watch. Naturally, he did not hide from Nan Man Pei's shrewd eyes. Nan Man Pei glanced at Suyu, who was drinking by herself, and smiled. "Sorry, we want to drink quietly. Drinking is bad for the body. Drinking and chatting is the best way to send away troubles." The man smiled and said, "Do you mind if I'm a listener?" He said and sat down. Suyu was annoyed and squinted. "If your annual income is less than 10 million, don't come to chat." The man was slightly stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. His tone was proud. "Then I seem to be qualified to chat." Nan Man Pei thought it was very interesting. The man in front of her was about the same age as her. He should be a rich second generation. Nan Man Pei smiled. "Young man, her man is worth tens of billions a year. Go back to your seat and drink." The man immediately felt a sense of frustration. It was not the tens of billions that shocked him. It was Nan Man Pei's straightforward, young man, tone that was very much like the tone of an elder caring for the younger generation. But she looked young and beautiful. He felt that she was younger than him, but the vicissitudes of life she exuded were stronger than his father. There was low laughter all around. The gluttons looked at the young men as if they were looking at a hothead. They were still too young. Just by looking at their temperament and appearance, the 2 women were not common things. Such women were either the daughters of rich families or had big bosses behind them. In short, they were not girls without a master. He was in a hurry to chat, but he hit a wall. After sending the young man away, Nan Man Pei sighed. An old woman, but someone still came to chat. Suyu said, "A 32-year-old old woman? In 2 years, won't I also become an old woman?" 32 was not the golden period for women. Nan Man Pei exercised and maintained well. If you ignored her too fierce temperament, she looked only 25 or 26. But her life experience was more vicissitudes and magnificent than most middle-aged people who had experienced the ups and downs of the business world. Nan Man Pei shook the wine in the glass. "Say, what happened today? Did you quarrel with Qin Zhe?" Suyu shook her head. "How can I quarrel with him? I always do what he says." Nan Man Pei said, Suyu poured a glass of wine, resisted burping, looked at her best friend with tears, and said sadly, "He and Wang Zijin went to bed." It turned out to be the case. Nan Man Pei knew that Suyu had always been proud of taking away Qin Zhe's blood, and looked down on his real girlfriend Wang Zijin, thinking that she was a bitch. At the same time, this was also her only psychological comfort. Now that Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin had also come to this point, Su Yu's only advantage was gone. Su Yu whispered, "I love him so much that I don't care if he has a girlfriend." He feels sorry for Wang Zijin and can't give up. "Well, I never force him. I just want to be good to him silently. If he has a little conscience, he should have left Wang Zijin and followed me. I bought the uniform he liked. I did whatever he liked. He transferred Bao's shares to me, but I kept the money in the company's account. When Qin Bao asked for money, did I not give it to her? When I acquired Dongfeng technology, did I not give it to her? Who did I do it for? But I've waited and waited. What I've waited for is indeed him sleeping with Wang Zijin. What then? Are they going to get married? What if one day they suddenly feel that they're too timing and want to turn over a new leaf? At that time, I'll have to leave. You tell me, what am I?" As she spoke, she slowly cried. Nan Man Pei sighed, "Don't think too much. He is very good to you and will not abandon you. But I don't feel safe, not at all. After he confessed to me in the afternoon, I felt like a piece of empty space. I want to cry." Su Yu covered her chest, "But I can't cry. I pretended that nothing happened to me. I pretended to sleep. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I am. I should have called Wang Zijin at that time and told her that I had slept with Qin Zhe hundreds of times. She was the third party. Tell her to get out and stay away from my man. If she dares to contact me, I will break her legs." "Boo-hoo," Su Yu said as she drank and cried, like a woman who was frustrated in love. "You should have known that today would come. The sweetness of the past is the best anesthetic, or you have been avoiding it." Nan Man Pei said in a deep voice, "Since you are so unhappy, let's break up." "I can't say it. I will call and say it for you." Nan Man Pei pretended to take out his phone. "Sister Man, I can't bear to." Su Yu hurriedly held her hand, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Her spineless appearance made Nan Man Pei want to hit her. What is good about him? If you want a handsome man, I will find you one. I guarantee that he is more handsome than him. I know a lot of talented young men. I can't guarantee that they are better than him, but they are definitely not bad. At least you can live comfortably and not be wronged. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth. Su Yu did not speak, sobbing and shaking her head. "What kind of bewitching potion did he give you?" Nan Man Pei poked her forehead with disappointment. "I really liked him on the day I was sick," Su Yu said. "That day I had a fever and my head was dizzy. I felt like I was floating in the clouds when I was sleeping in bed. There was no one around me. I thought that if I died, it would take a few days for them to find me. It was empty and lonely. The world is so big, but when you need care and help the most, no one will lend a helping hand. It was like falling into a bottomless abyss, sinking bit by bit. When you were sick and wanted to eat porridge, no one would make it for you. When you were thirsty and wanted to drink water, no one would pour it for you. You didn't even have the right to call for help because you were always alone. Sister Man, you know that kind of loneliness. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought Dong Lai and Ziki to live at home. Your cooking skills are so bad, but you are obsessed with it. No matter how busy you are, you insist on going home to cook. If Ziki and Dong Lai find an excuse not to eat, you will get angry. That is loneliness. Only cooking can make you feel that you have a home to take care of, and children waiting for you to eat. Only in this way can you fill your empty heart. Su Yu's word stabbed Nan Man Pei's soft spot. She frowned and said, "Don't say it. I originally called you, but I didn't expect my hand to slip and call Qin Zhe. He can take care of people much better than you, and his cooking is delicious." My hand slipped. If it were you, you would at most send me to the hospital, comfort me a few words, and leave. But he accompanied me for a long time, poured water for me, cooked for me, and helped me sweep the floor. I thought at that time, if there was one more person in my life, it would be good if it was him. He was the first person to know that I play games, and the first person to know my character. He was different from other men who didn't take me with them without video calls. Suyu drank the wine in her glass again, lowered her head, and confided her thoughts. After that day, I began to like him. I began to pay attention to him, appreciate him, and want to get close to him. So when he asked me to start a company with him, I agreed without thinking. I knew that he just liked my ability, but so what? I wanted to get close to him at that time. The more time I spent with him, the more I liked him. At first, I didn't dare to express my feelings. I always felt that there was still a chance. Take it slow, until he and Wang Zijin got together. The sky fell down. I thought, it's not good to be so pretentious. It's rare for me to like a man, but I like him in my heart, not in love. This was hard to say. Anyway, Suyu bit her lip. Sister man, I'm very useless, I just can't bear to leave him. What if he doesn't marry you? Nan Man Pei said, have you thought about this problem? Yes. I have thought about it. What? I don't know. She shook her head. Do you know that you're tied up by him? Nan Man Pei said, just like the emperor in the drama, there are 3,000 concubines in the harem who are scheming against each other for him. That invisible battle is the most heart-wrenching. But does the emperor really not know about the scheming of the concubines in the harem? He knows, he just doesn't care. No matter how capable he is, he's still one person. If he can't stop the mouths of the concubines, how can he not allow them to have resentment? Suyu looked at her with tears in her eyes. But the emperor doesn't panic at all, because he's the emperor and enjoys the highest power. The women in the harem are his for life. Qin Zhe is the same. He used his method to firmly tie your heart to him, so he doesn't panic at all, and you're always in a passive position. In a relationship, whoever puts everything into it will be at a disadvantage. Nan Man Pei sneered, this little brat with a messy relationship is quite scheming. I used to be very curious about how he would deal with you and Wang Zijin. After watching Zhen Huan, I have an idea. What? Suyu, who was blind from crying, didn't react. He tied you up, and then Wang Zijin. You and Wang Zijin are the same. You both foolishly jumped into his trap. What do you think will happen if she knows about your relationship with Qin Zhe? She'll cry, she'll hate, she'll be at a loss, but she definitely won't think of breaking up first. Nan Man Pei clicked his tongue. This woman seems to be scheming, but she's very stubborn. It's easy for her to walk down a dark path, unwilling to turn back even if she bumps into a wall. Didn't you say that Qin Zhe was her first boyfriend? Now he's her first man. She gave her body and feelings that she had kept for more than 20 years to Qin Zhe. Tell me, if your relationship is exposed, will she tear you or Qin Zhe apart? Suyu cowered. She can't wait to tear me apart. I'm not afraid of her. You and Wang Zijin can't beat Qin Zhe. This little brat is too cunning. Nan Man Pei comforted, cry, when you're done, she'll be next. After you've cried, the results will be out. It's still early. Suyu wiped her tears and stopped crying. Then what should I do? You can't beat her. As soon as she stopped crying, Suyu burst into tears again. I'm so sad, and you're still stabbing me. If you're angry, break up. If you can't bear to, then leave it as it is. You know his indecisive character better than I do. Try to make yourself look wrong so that he'll feel more guilty. In the future, you'll be able to exchange more bargaining chips. That's all I can give you advice. Nan Man Pei shrugged. After all, although I've been married, I've never been in a serious relationship. You're asking for advice from someone who has zero experience in relationships. Are you stupid? Su Yu. With nothing to do at night, Qin Zhe accompanied his sister and Wang Zijin to watch Zhenhuan. Tonight, they happened to see the finale. It was rare for the heartless sister to be sad. She said that after watching Zhenhuan's life, I'm particularly melancholy. Qin Zhe asked, what are you melancholy about? Qin Bao Bao said, emperors are the most heartless. The emperor's heart is unpredictable. The harem is like raising venomous insects. Only the one who kills her way out can become the venomous queen. Looking back after many years, the old friends around her withered away. The ancient women are pitiful, just like me. Wang Zijin spat, please take back the last half of the sentence. Qin Zhe said, the emperor also killed his way out of many brothers, but didn't he also lose his head at any time? If you want to rule the world and be the mother of the world, how can you not risk your life? How can I be as lucky as you? Without doing anything, just lying down, I sent you to the peak of your life. Qin Bao Bao thought it made sense. Hugging Qin Zhe's arm, she said sweetly, Ace has deep affection for Jijia, it's Jijia who is insatiably greedy. His real girlfriend Wang Zijin was furious, she spat, disgusting. Seizing the opportunity to kick Qin Bao Bao, she fled to the toilet. Coward, Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes, and then pinched her brother's arm, hey, your muscles are hard again. Qin Zhe took advantage of the opportunity to do aerobics, showing off his well-defined muscles, and proudly said, you see if I'm awesome or not. A strange man with an 8-pack abs. Qin Bao Bao inexplicably blushed, she spat, I'm not looking. The mobile phone on the coffee table rang, it was Qin Zhe's mobile phone, the caller, Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe answered the phone with a serious face. After hanging up, he said, I'm going out. What's wrong? It's about the investment. Oh. Qin Bao Bao nodded cleverly and accompanied Qin Zhe to the entrance. Did you lose money? Qin Zhe borrowed tens of billions from Nan Man Pei, she knew this. It's hard to explain in a few words. Taking the elevator to the underground parking lot to pick up the car, according to the address given by Nan Man Pei, Qin Zhe rushed to the bar, just to see Suyu squatting on the side of the road vomiting, Nan Man Pei stroking her back. Qin Zhe steadied the car and came over. As soon as he approached, Nan Man Pei suddenly attacked and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Qin Zhe, who felt guilty, did not hide or even step back, but Nan Man Pei was pushed by the reaction force. Sister Pei was furious. She gritted her teeth and kicked again. Qin Zhe fell to the ground cooperatively, and she stopped angry. Ugh, Suyu was beside him, vomiting his liver and intestines. Nan Man Pei felt pity and stared at Qin Zhe, look at what you've done. When Suyu finished vomiting, Qin Zhe helped her up and held her in his arms. Thank you, sister man, I'll take her home. On the way home, the couple didn't say anything, but they were definitely awkward. Suyu had a headache at first, leaning on the seat and groaning. In the second half, her head didn't hurt, and her mind was much clearer. She began to carefully look at Qin Zhe's expression. Well, I'm the one who's hurt. I won't take the initiative to talk. Will he think I'm annoying? In the afternoon, I clearly acted like nothing happened. All the way to Suyu's community, Qin Zhe parked the car and helped her go upstairs. He had a key to Suyu's house. Opening the door and entering the house, Qin Zhe hugged Suyu with both hands, kicked the door with his foot, hugged her tightly, and said softly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Holding back the grievances all the way, Suyu's tears poured out, big and rolling. Sister man said you set me up. She choked and said, what should I do? I just can't leave you. Don't listen to sister man. She's single and can't see us showing love. Have you never thought about marrying me? This question. I can't answer it now. She was disappointed again. Today, Qin Zhe was too honest, but she would rather he said sweet words to coax her, even if it was fake. In silence, Suyu bit Qin Zai's shoulder. She didn't feel distressed, but she bit hard and bled. Will you break up with me? Do you want to break up with me? I don't know, I won't. So, he wanted to dominate her like this, but didn't want to let go of Wang Zijin. Suyu was so angry that she wanted to bite him again. So she had an hour of cold war with Qin Zai. Suyu didn't want to see him, but she was reluctant to let him go. Her mood was very complicated. When the drunkenness was almost gone, she went into the bathroom to take a shower. The shower head splashed and washed her body, but it couldn't wash away her messy thoughts. Pei Nanman was right. She should have thought about today's situation. However, at that time, she thought about how she had sacrificed so much and how Wang Zijin was so pretentious. It would not be difficult for her to steal her man. In fact, she was anesthetizing herself. She didn't want to share a man with Wang Zijin, but she couldn't leave Qin Zai. She was afraid that if she forced him to choose, she would be the one who was abandoned in the end. Are those women who are willing to be mistresses also have feelings that can't be cut off? Are those wives who forgive their husbands for having women outside also have feelings that can't be cut off? Suyu didn't understand this question. She was not married, and Qin Zai was not married, so she was neither a wife nor a mistress. After taking a shower, she put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. Seeing that Qin Zai was still there, she was happy in her heart, but at this moment, she couldn't squeeze out a smile. She said, "Why haven't you left yet? You just drank wine. You will be thirsty and have a headache at night. I have to accompany you." Qin Zai said. "See, Sister Man is right. He is setting a trap for me. He knows my weakness." Suyu said coldly, "My girlfriend at home will explode." Qin Zai said, "You are important. Too much." He chose to say what people liked to hear. In the evening, Qin Zai didn't leave and slept here. Suyu was still angry and drew a line to divide the world with Qin Zai. She was sleepy and had something on her mind, so she couldn't sleep. In the second half of the night, she couldn't help but turn over, hugged the sleeping Qin Zai tightly, and secretly wiped her tears. "I'd rather you bite me again than see you like this." Qin Zai sighed. It turned out that he didn't sleep either. Suyu choked and said, "I'm so scared." "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid that in the end, I'll be alone again." "Don't be afraid." Suyu grabbed Qin Zai's shoulder tightly, and her knuckles turned white because of the force. "Give me a child. No matter what happens in the future, I will accept it." Chapter 657. On the weekend, Qin Zai and his sister went back to their parents' house. No, they went back home. After all, he and his sister had not started a family yet, and their household registration had not been moved out. It was not appropriate to describe it as going back to their parents' house. Wang Zijin also came. When she first came to Shanghai, the old man and Qin Ma were very polite to her. During that period, because of her relationship with Qin Zai, there was an awkward period. A daughter's best friend came to the house as a guest, and a son's future daughter-in-law came to the house as a guest, were two completely different things. Fortunately, Qin Ma had a gentle temperament and liked this daughter-in-law. Wang Zijin was also very reasonable, scheming and black-bellied. The two sides easily changed their mentality and their relationship became more intimate. The old man was particularly melancholy. He liked Suyu. Wang Zijin came to the house as a guest every 3 to 5 days, but Suyu rarely came. She came once on New Year's Eve last year, and never came again. Fortunately, the two had been communicating in private and occasionally called. Every time the country had a new policy or big news in the financial industry, Suyu would call the old man to have an academic exchange. She continued to make a good impression on her future father-in-law. Even though Wang Zijin gave people a good impression, even their own children, salted fish Zai Yingying monster, were biased, let alone their daughter-in-law. The old man had been holding back a sentence in his heart to say to Suyu, "You should be more careful. If you don't come to the house, how can you compete with Wang Zijin?" When he said those words, he always felt that his father was boasting. Cultured people were thin-skinned, so it was difficult to say. In the living room, the man and the woman were clearly separated. The father and son were discussing financial facts, while the mother and daughter, together with a daughter-in-law, were watching Zhenhuan. The father and son were talking happily. In ancient times, scholars liked to get together and talk about words. It was the same now. The more knowledge, the more they liked to talk. So the old man was finally satisfied with his son, because his son could already keep up with his rhythm. It was incredible. If it was a year and a half ago, he and his son would talk about macroeconomics, and his son would be confused and add a caption, "What are you talking about?" As for Qin Ma, they were watching Zhenhuan in the palace. At her mother's request, her sister brought home the USB with the film source. This drama was too popular. Ever since it was broadcast, it had quickly captured the hearts of countless aunties. Other than square dancing, watching TV at home to catch up on Zhenhuan had become an essential entertainment activity in their lives. Nowadays, the aunties held up half the sky for the television station's viewership ratings. The only discordant thing was Qin Baobao's constant spoilers, saying that this and Lingrong would be bad in the future, saying that Zhenhuan would cuckold the emperor in the future, saying that in fact, the Chunyuan empress was also killed by the empress. Qin Ma couldn't bear it any longer. She grabbed her daughter's earlobe and said angrily, "You finished telling me everything. What am I supposed to watch?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, please be gentle. Qin Baobao bitterly begged for mercy. As it turned out, spoilers were unforgivable in the eyes of all kinds of people. Baobao, do you still remember Auntie Zhou downstairs? Qin Ma asked casually while watching the drama. What's wrong? Her daughter is married, and she married well. The man's family has 3 or 4 suites, and it's a state-owned enterprise. Qin Ma said with an envious tone. A state-owned enterprise? Qin Baobao said angrily, he works himself to death, but he's not as good as your sons. How is she married well? This kind of unconsciously comparing her brother with other men made Wang Zijin and Qin Ma frown slightly. She's married anyway, and she's 1 year younger than you. You haven't heard from her until now. Wang Zijin is better than you. Qin Ma said. Bah, Qin Baobao was displeased with her mother's belittling remarks and snorted, she doesn't have a boyfriend, how is she better than me? Qin Ma, oh, then Zijin should work hard too. Wang Zijin felt goosebumps all over her body. Auntie Qin was a scheming person. She was just testing Qin Baobao to see if she knew about her relationship with Qin Zhe. This kind of question could be asked directly to her daughter, there was no need to test at all. This meant that her previous guess was right. Auntie Qin also knew about her daughter's brother complex. Thus, new doubts arose. Children's mental health problems could be discussed frankly and unfairly. They were not in the rebellious period of youth, and everyone was an adult. Moreover, Qin Baobao's brother complex was obviously very serious. It would take a long time for it to be fixed. Then, what was Auntie Qin afraid of? Wang Zijin couldn't understand, and she couldn't figure it out. She just felt that there was something strange about it. Because it was difficult to talk about the matter, she didn't even have the thought of asking Qin Zhe in private. When do you and your sister plan to stop controlling each other? Your mother seems to know about it, but she chose not to say it. What was she afraid of? She couldn't ask at all. They chatted until 9 o'clock, and the old master returned to the study. Qin Zhe lay on the other side of the sofa and stretched comfortably. I've finally satisfied my father's appetite. I've finally become a qualified son. In fact, it was quite boring. In Qin Zhe's knowledge, the things he and his father talked about were too shallow. It was like a university student and a primary school student talking about the multiplication table. The old master's level was at most a third-year middle school student. Qin Zhe relied on the skill books he got from the system and was already a glorious university student. That was why he could earn a lot of money in the financial world, and the old master could only be a university professor. In order to not disappoint his father and become an outstanding son, he endured a lot of beatings and brainwashing. Under his father's whipping, he studied hard and opened up new ideas. He suffered a lot. Every time he thought about it, there was only one sentence that could describe it: memories make me want to cry. Go, move your smelly feet away. Qin Bao Bao slapped his feet away. Help me massage the soles of my feet. I'm tired. Qin Zhe put his big feet on his sister's round thighs. Go away. Qin Bao Bao sneered and waved her small hands to block his feet. Qin Zhe kept teasing his sister with his feet. He kicked her legs, her arms, and her butt. Qin Bao Bao waved her small hands and slapped his feet away every time, but Qin Zhe just wouldn't let her go. Mom, he's so annoying. Qin Bao Bao complained to her mother. Qin Ma's mouth twitched. If she remembered correctly, his girlfriend seemed to be the one beside her. She looked at Wang Zijin and found that she was also twitching her mouth. Ah, I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while. Mom, did you help me change the sheets? Seeing Sister Ziwei's dark little face, Qin Zhe hurriedly sat up and left. He didn't know why, but when he stepped into his 20-square-meter room, he felt like he was at home. The room he lived in now was too big. The living room was too big, and the bathroom was too big. Although he could take a bath with Sister Ziwei, only here could he smell the familiar scent. This was the room he had slept in for more than 10 years. Although he and his sister hadn't lived at home for many years, Qin Ma still cleaned their children's room every day, changed the sheets and quilts from spring to autumn. He lay on the bed, thinking about the recent mission issued by the system, thinking about Suyu. Suyu's mental state wasn't very good at first. Although she was comforted by Qin Zhe, what happened couldn't be quickly healed by words. Instead, it took time to settle and accept. But when Qin Zhe told Suyu his thoughts, her fighting spirit suddenly rose. Previously, the few companies were independent and each did their own thing. Even if Qin Zhe abandoned any of the companies, it wouldn't be enough to hurt them. Therefore, even if she became a major shareholder of Baozi, Suyu didn't have much sense of security. But if a group was established, all the resources and funds would be integrated, and it would create a huge monster. Tianfang, Baozi, and Amethyst couldn't even squeeze into the top 500 in the country. But after the three merged and shared the resources, its profitability would definitely increase by several times. And Suyu, who controlled Baozi's investment, would occupy a pivotal position in the new group. Even if the group took off in the future, her power and position would be even more important. In this way, she would have enough capital and strength, and wouldn't have to worry about Qin Zhe abandoning Baozi and abandoning her. And in terms of intrigue in the workplace, she was confident that she could beat Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao. Suddenly, her future was bright. The only regret was that her stomach hadn't improved so far. In the past, she deliberately avoided the dangerous period. Later, she tried several times but didn't get pregnant. Suyu specifically consulted the doctor and did a physical examination. There was no problem with her body. The doctor said that there was no rush and that she could take it slowly. After all, giving birth to a child was different from giving birth to a piglet. She could only take it slowly. It wasn't like she could crowdsource a child. Qin Zhe thought about what he could do before the merger, or what he should do before going public. The most important thing was to improve the performance and capital of each company. Then, when they went public, the stock price would take off. Even if Dongfeng Technology had the blueprints, it would lack time to manufacture the equipment and immediately put it on the market. But there should be no problem by the end of the year. As for Tianfeng, Zhenhuan had just become popular, and the company's reputation had increased a lot. If he wanted to make money, he could continue to make movies. But in a year and a half, he had made 5 to 6 movies. His production was as high as a sow. If this continued, the title of fast shooter would be retired and replaced with machine gunner. Relying on the fact that there were people in Shanghai's Guangming bureau, his movies had been cutting the queue. This was the only way to achieve high production. On the other hand, Bauza could use his connections to convert private placement to public placement. This was a bit difficult, and public placement would be subject to more supervision. If it was converted to public placement, it wouldn't be suitable to merge into the Salted Fish Corporation. But if it was just private placement, its potential wouldn't be as good as public placement. Opening the chat software, Tianfang Entertainment's artist group happened to be discussing the Golden Horse Awards at the end of the month. If Zhenhuan was a movie, the Best Supporting Actress award would definitely be mine. Qian Shirshi's fame had skyrocketed recently and she was a bit arrogant. Basically, all the artists in the company had acted in Zhenhuan and they all expressed that it was a pity. There should be a place for us in the Fei Tian Awards, Starlight Awards, and Golden Eagle Awards. Then I'll be the best actress, Yi Lu said. Lu Wei, you're thinking too much. Not to mention the other artists, just President Qin alone is enough to suppress you. A B-list artist, at Lu Wei President Bauza, please distinguish between the two Qins. Otherwise, it will feel weird when you think of Qin Zhe winning the Best Actress award. Chapter 658. Lu Wei, can CEO Qin get Best Actor? There are a lot of good films this year. Most importantly, I remember that there were a few films that were nominated last time but didn't get selected. Coincidentally, there are some good films this year. Yi Lu, according to the tradition of the entertainment industry, CEO Qin should be a backup. But it's hard to say. After all, the judges in Taiwan are more stubborn and the culture is better than in China. In the entertainment industry, seniority was very important. If you produced a good work, you would be nominated. But if you were a newcomer, it was almost impossible for you to win an award. This was because there were many seniors with good works waiting in front of you. Once you had been nominated a few times and had not gone silent, then it would be your turn. Of course, there were exceptions. Qin Zhe was a dark horse last year. His film broke the box office record, so he might have a chance. Qin Bao Bao was the same. But Qin Bao Bao had more advantages than Qin Zhe. Because she was a legitimate artist. Although she didn't have a professional background, she was an artist. So, in the eyes of the people in the entertainment industry, she was an insider. Qin Zhe was a bit different. He could only be considered half an artist. Looking at his past actions, he wrote songs to support his sister, sang to support his sister, and filmed movies to support his sister. He didn't do commercial performances, commercials, or concerts. His work passion and focus weren't in the entertainment industry. They were all outstanding. Of course, he would give it to us insiders first. It was hard to guarantee that the judges wouldn't consider this when they made the selection. Qian Shishi, it doesn't matter. CEO Qin doesn't care. He likes to show off. Last time, he even said in the office that he wasn't interested in the Golden Horse Award at all. Qin Zhe, do you not want to work anymore? Qian Shishi, the group went silent. System notification, Qian Shishi withdrew a message. Driving home at night, Qin Zhe drove his low-key car towards Royal View Park. The Lamborghini that Qin Bao Bao bought for him had arrived long ago. It was parked in the underground parking lot and he had driven it 3 times. Qin Zhe didn't like to drive a sports car. One of the reasons was that it was too eye-catching. As a celebrity, he should keep a low profile when he went out. Most importantly, the sports car could only carry one person. He drove his sister and Wang Zijin out for a spin. When they came back, they complained that their legs were sore and that the front passenger seat was too narrow. Lastly, there was another reason. In a place like Shanghai, sports cars were not allowed to drive faster than 80 kilometers per hour. I plan to merge a few companies, Qin Zhe said. How do we merge? Qin Bao Bao asked. Wang Zijin also looked up from her iPad. Let's merge into one group. If the company is scattered, it's not good for making money. Tianfeng, Amethyst, Baozi, Dongfeng, all of the businesses under these names should be consolidated and listed on the stock market. Afraid that they would disagree, Qin Zhe analyzed, instead of working hard for decades, why don't we get listed on the stock market and earn some money? I'm sure you've heard of this before. Our company has great potential. As long as we can get listed, we can earn money without doing anything. Why are you telling us this? You can do whatever you want. Qin Bao Bao said. I can do whatever I want. Are you serious? You're shareholders. Of course, I have to ask for your opinions. I've also asked Sister Man. She has no objections. Qin Zhe explained. The merger and reorganization of a few companies was a troublesome process. Fortunately, all the shares were in the hands of Qin Zhe and his close friends. There were a lot of bargaining and power struggles, as if. Qin Bao Bao immediately said, I want to be the major shareholder. Her sister's eyes were very sharp. She knew that establishing a group was not the same as doing things on their own. She quickly fought for power. I'm the major shareholder. More than 80% of Amethyst's shares are in my hands. You only have less than 70% of Tianfeng's shares. Wang Zijin immediately said. Amethyst's shares were all in Wang Zijin's hands. Qin Zhe's explanation was that Sister Ziwei's family was very influential. He paid a lot of money to get her to join the group. Otherwise, even if they were biological sisters, Qin Bao Bao would not agree. Her younger brother's belongings were her belongings. If he had an older sister or younger sister, Qin Bao Bao would also kick her out of the team. Salted fish could only be hers. The two sisters' eyes met. After the crackling of electric arcs, they said in unison, what about Suyu? How many shares does she have? Qin Zhe, this, Wang Zijin said, I remember that she doesn't have much of Baozi's shares. Qin Bao Bao, oh right, she doesn't have much. It seems that she has a little more than me. In the early days of Baozi's establishment, Qin Bao Bao and Suyu had a fight over shares. Qin Zhe, let's talk about the shares later. When the time comes, we'll definitely hire a professional team to calculate the shares. Don't make a fuss. Although we're all family, there's still Sister Man, and Suyu. Everything has to be done properly. Oh no, how should he explain the fact that he transferred most of Baozi's shares to Suyu? Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes and seemed angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't there an outsider? Qin Zhe, he saw Wang Zijin's angry expression from the rearview mirror. Well, let's talk about it later. I'll sing for you. Qin Zhe came forward to smooth things over. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was his girlfriend. He was in a dilemma. Wang Zijin snorted, I won't listen to it if it's not a new song. Qin Zhe turned off the CD in the car. After a while, he started singing. One day when I woke up, I didn't see you by my side. On my right was the toy you used to like. But when I stood up and looked for you in the room, all that was left was a letter with your scent. The song ended. That's it? Wang Zijin, who had just entered the state, was confused. That's it. I just made it up. Qin Zhe said. In fact, it was just a casual song. He had heard this song in the point store and had an impression of it. However, he only remembered this part and didn't remember the rest, so he didn't remember it. The melody is not bad. Find some time to write this song down. I think it will be popular. Qin Bao Bao commented with a professional eye. Besides, F*ck, Qin Zhe suddenly cursed and then explained, "It's okay, it's okay. I'm not talking about you." "Then who are you talking about?" Qin Bao Bao widened her beautiful eyes. "I'm talking about a certain lowlife." Qin Zhe thought to himself. In a moment of carelessness, 30 points were deducted. He had just received a notification from the system. Songs in the point store couldn't appear in the modern world in any form. Otherwise, it would be treated as an exchange. Qin Zhe forgot about this rule. He used the songs in the store to show off, so the system forcibly deducted 30 points. The opening ceremony of the Golden Horse Awards was getting closer and closer. Qin Zhe and his sister were both invited. The awards on both sides of the Taiwan Strait basically couldn't avoid him and Qin Bao Bao. Unlike last time, there were more than 30 people in Tianfang's team heading to Taiwan. Qin Zhe was not only nominated for Best Actor, Movie King, but also for Best Original Screenplay. The nominated work was A Journey to the West. Mou was naturally nominated for the Best Director award. Lu Wei was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress. She was nominated for If I Become Memories, the movie where lovers become brother and sister. Qin Zhe sat in the piano room and played the MV for What Else Do You Want Me? It was still very popular. Qin Zhe didn't plan to participate in the Golden Horse Awards before. It was Qin Bao Bao who signed him up on her own initiative. His sister felt that it would be a pity if they didn't participate in the awards since they had made so many good films in the past year. The Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards were very influential in the Chinese film industry. Every famous star was proud of winning Best Actor and Best Actress. This was the biggest glory in the Chinese film industry. When the Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards were first established, they were protected by their territories. They were only willing to play by themselves and didn't want to bring China along. But after that, Taiwan's film industry declined, and many of its staff left. Hong Kong and China's film industry was thriving, and they had no choice but to let the three countries play together. It was a blessing in disguise. Because of this, the influence of the Golden Horse Award grew day by day. On the other hand, Hong Kong's Golden Horse Awards territorial protection rules were still the same. First, the film must premiere in Hong Kong or be screened in many other regions. Second, the director must be from Hong Kong, and the production company must be registered in Hong Kong. Although Qin Zhe's film was screened in Hong Kong, it did not meet the above conditions. That's why the Golden Horse Awards could not be signed up. If not, the Golden Horse Awards, which focuses on commercial films, would be more suitable for the siblings than the Golden Horse Awards. The last time Feng Yu accompanied his sister to the Golden Horse Awards, it was more than a week earlier, and they had toured Taiwan. At that time, Qin Zhe had just set up Baozi Investments, and his sister was still a small star in star art. They had a lot of time to travel. Now, they don't have so much time to travel. Also, there were a few stars in his entourage, and Qin Zhe decided to chase them back to work after the Golden Horse Awards. For celebrities, time was money. Many celebrities would even leave on the same day, and their schedules would be packed. Before they came, they would still be filming at the set. On the same day, they would rush to the airport to fly to Taiwan. After attending the Golden Horse Awards, they would rush back to the mainland overnight to continue filming. The opening ceremony was tomorrow, and they arrived in Taiwan at night. The assistants had already booked the hotel and booked 6 high-end commercial cars to pick them up. They drove to the hotel in a grandiose manner. When they got out of the car, Qin Bao Bao, who was holding her brother's arm, saw 3 women standing at the entrance of the hotel. They were all wearing masks, sunglasses, and caps. One of them waved at Qin Zhe excitedly. "Oh, it's your old flame," Feng Yu's sister said. "Why do you say that, sister? I have always treated her as my brother. It's just that she wants to sleep with me," Qin Zhe said and raised his hand. Chapter 659. Qin Zhe teased his sister and walked towards the three women at the hotel entrance, Guling, Ding Lixin, and Su Yunhan. The first two were Qin Zhe and his sister's new friends when they first came to Treasure Island. The latter was a colleague from Star Art. They met because of Su Yunhan. As a native artist of Treasure Island, how could she miss out on an important award like the Golden Horse Awards even though her career had shifted to the mainland? It was not a coincidence that Su Yunhan appeared at the hotel entrance. She must be in contact with his sister, which was why they stayed in the same hotel. When they met, Qin Bao Bao and Su Yunhan hugged each other warmly and waved at Ding Lixin and Guling. It was obvious that they were close. If she did not see Guling's flirtatious messages to her brother, Qin Bao Bao would not mind being her fake sister in the entertainment industry. However, when she saw Guling's messages to Qin Zhe that were full of hints and flirtatious messages, she realized that one was a dead pigeon, and the other was a stone, but the man could not stay. Qin Bao Bao had never seen such a shameless B***tch. She was furious. You want to be my friend while trying to steal my man? Do you think you're so mischievous? It was obvious that her possessive sister truly loved Wang Zijin. Hence, when Qin Zhe wanted to steal Guling and Ding Lixin to Tianfang, Qin Bao rejected him. When she suggested to steal Su Yunhan, Qin Zhe rejected her as well. After all, he and Huang Yizong were brothers. It was not good to steal someone else's man. Hi, Mr. Qin. Guling extended her hand happily. I haven't seen you in half a year, and you're getting prettier. Which hospital did you get plastic surgery at? Introduce me, I'll take my cheap sister for surgery. Qin Zhe held her hand. In ancient times, when a father introduced his son, he would call him little puppy or dog son. When he introduced his wife, he would call her cheap wife. Hence, there should be nothing wrong with him calling her cheap sister. Cheap sister. *#, Qin Bao was mad with anger, but it was not good to get physical with her brother in public. First, she rolled her eyes at him and cut him with a knife, which could be regarded as a declaration of war, and then she would go back to the room and subdue him by force. You're so annoying. There's no plastic surgery. Guling playfully hit him with her small hand. A smile bloomed on her face, and she appeared to be very happy. Hi, Mr. Qin. Ding Lixin raised her small hand and waved. Qin Zhe nodded and looked at Su Yunhan. Why are you here for the Golden Horse Awards? You're a singer, so why are you here? Su Yunhan wasn't convinced. I'm going to change my career and try to expand my career. If Boss Qin's new drama has a cameo role, remember to take me along. I don't need to be paid. Qin Bao Bao patted her chest and said, no problem. If there's a new film, you can join us. Oh right, where are you going? Su Yunhan said, there's a cocktail party. We're going to have fun and meet new friends. Qin Bao Bao looked at Qin Zhe. Knowing that his sister liked to have fun, Qin Zhe said, do you mind if we go and have fun? Guling said happily, no problem, no problem. My nanny van is over there. For the opening ceremony of authoritative awards like the Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards, all the celebrities who were on the stage would come to participate. Needless to say, the nominees didn't need to be mentioned. Even those who weren't nominated could come to see the world and expand their connections. For example, celebrities who were popular and had a wide range of connections would take the lead to hold a small cocktail party for drinking and chatting. Therefore, authoritative awards were very important to celebrities. Small celebrities were enthusiastic about domestic awards, while big celebrities were more enthusiastic about foreign awards. For example, two famous female carpet stars in the entertainment industry shamelessly wanted to get some screen time. Their eagerness and thirst was the same as Qin Zhe's eagerness to rub himself. Xia Chuchu rode on the coattails of the company's seniors and was able to participate in this private party. It was held in a villa of a famous host in Taiwan. She had just debuted 2 years ago and was 24 years old this year. She was considered a very young newcomer in the entertainment industry and was young in all aspects. She had acted in several dramas, but she was only the second female lead. Moreover, they were all low-budget teen idol dramas. This was also because the company supported her because she was beautiful. She had an oval face, big eyes, delicate skin, and a youthful vibe. Her fans and friends called her Little Bao Bao. It had nothing to do with intimacy, but because her facial features were somewhat similar to Qin Bao Bao's. What Little Bao Bao? When she debuted, Qin Bao Bao hadn't entered the entertainment industry yet. Didn't she have a good younger brother? But this was something that couldn't be envied. Xia Chu Chu felt that if she had a younger brother like Qin Zhe, she would be a queen now. She wouldn't have to pretend to be polite with the company's executives and pretend not to understand their hints. Although female celebrities had to be prepared to grind an iron rod into a needle if they wanted to make a name for themselves in the entertainment industry, there were always exceptions. As long as your own strength was outstanding enough, you wouldn't be afraid of not making a name for yourself. In comparison, male celebrities were much easier. As long as they were handsome, it didn't matter if they didn't have acting skills. The company was willing to hype them up, and they would become popular very quickly. Female celebrities couldn't do it. Without acting skills, they would be given sh*t just based on their faces. A certain Jia, a certain Ying, and a certain Shanshan were good examples. Chu Chu, let me introduce you. This is Brother Zhang. The senior came over with a man's arm. Xia Chu Chu's company could only be ranked in the second tier in the country. The whole company only had one second-tier celebrity, and the senior in front of her was a second-tier celebrity, one of the company's pillars. Sister Yang. Xia Chu Chu greeted first, then picked up the wine glass and stood up. She said in a flattered tone, Brother Zhang. The man was 34 or 35 years old. His name was Zhang Yao. When he was young, he was already popular. He was a rare star in the entertainment industry with a long, shelf life. He used to mainly shoot TV series, but now he was active in the film industry. He had been nominated for the Golden Horse Awards twice in a row. According to the customs, he had a high chance of winning the Best Actor award. A newcomer like Xia Chu Chu shouldn't even have the capital to strike up a conversation if she didn't attend this party. You accompany Brother Zhang for a drink. I'm going to the bathroom. He is the most likely winner of this year's Golden Horse Award. After introducing the two, the senior winked at Xia Chu Chu. Chu Chu, it's your first time participating in the Golden Horse Awards. Zhang Yao sat down beside her and took a sip of red wine. Well, yes, I haven't seen it yet. Xia Chu Chu showed a sweet smile. She had practiced how to smile naturally and sweetly. It's my first time participating in the Golden Horse Awards. I don't feel nervous. Instead, I feel that as long as I work hard and continue to produce good works, the Best Actor award will be mine sooner or later. Zhang Yao spoke with assurance, showing the confidence of a successful man in his words. That's because Brother Zhang, when you first participated in the Golden Horse Awards, you were already a big star, so you were calmer than me. Xia Chu Chu smiled and sighed, I'm just here to watch the fun. I have no idea about the Golden Horse Awards. I'll be thankful if they give me a chance to be the best actress. Good works are hard to find. Therefore, the person Xia Chu Chu admired the most was Qin Zhe. There was no way not to admire him. He was a legendary big shot in the entertainment industry. Your foundation is good, and your acting skills are honed. It's only a matter of time before you become the best actress. Zhang Yao's left arm naturally rested on Xia Chu Chu's shoulder. Maybe, I can provide you with an opportunity. Xia Chu Chu was stunned. She remembered some negative rumors about this big star. This guy was a Dumas. He changed girlfriends on average every 2 years, and they were all female stars in the circle. In addition, There were rumors in the circle that this person often took advantage of female stars in the crew, especially new female stars. This. I haven't confirmed with you yet, and you already have a bad idea? Fortunately, she was very experienced in dealing with this kind of molesting behavior. Male stars like him were not rare in the entertainment industry. Xia Chu quietly moved to the side, pushed away his hand on her shoulder, and smiled. Brother Zhang, are you confident? I heard that Qin Zhe was also nominated. Sister Yang, who had gone to the toilet, came back. Hearing this, she flattered, Qin Zhe is at most a companion. Even if he wins an award, it won't be the Best Actor award. Brother Zhang, this is the 4th time you've been nominated. This year's Summer Sunshine is so popular. The Golden Horse Awards also focus on literary films. Zhang Yao smiled reservedly and placed his hand on Xia Chu's shoulder. Xia Chu pushed him away again. This time, Zhang Yao was a little unhappy. This newcomer didn't know how to appreciate favors. You guys chat. I'll go drink with my friends. Zhang Yao got up and left. Young people are just not sensible. Sister Yang sighed with disappointment. You didn't even add his phone number, not to mention his WeChat. He touched me as soon as he came up, Xia Chu whispered. This is not a common thing. Which female star hasn't been touched before? Photos can be seen everywhere on the internet. If it's like this in public, don't even mention in private. I'm not happy. Xia Chu frowned. Then what are you doing here? Sister Yang rolled her eyes. Sister Yang, look at what you're saying. Not everyone is like this. We've already met a circle of people. We don't need Zhang Yao. Then who cares about you? A nod is enough to deal with you. Sister Yang's gaze swept across the villa hall. You see, even here, there are small circles. Just a nod and a few words, what kind of social interaction is this? They forget about you in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yao is willing to be close to you, so you should be the one taking advantage. Men are all like this. It's not like they'll lose hair if they touch you. Xia Chu said, Qin Zhe is not like this. Also. She named quite a few experienced seniors in one breath. It's even worse. It means that you don't even have the qualifications to get close to him. Sister Yang laughed angrily. Xia Chu glanced at the door. At this moment, the brown-painted wooden door of the living room was pushed open and a group of people walked in. She saw Qin Zhe among the group of women at a glance. Hey, Sister Yang, Qin Zhe is here. Chapter 660. Sister Yang's brain didn't react, but her body instinctively turned her head and looked in the direction of the villa's entrance with Xia Chu. 5 people came in. Although the circle of celebrities was big, the celebrities were also famous. She knew all 5 of them. Su Yunhan was her good friend for many years, and the remaining 2 were from a Taiwanese singer group. Those 2 could be ignored, but the siblings couldn't be ignored. As soon as they appeared, they instantly stole all the light, even if everyone present was an artist. Not only were their looks outstanding, but their fame and charm were also thunderous. The Taiwanese artists at the front had already gone up to greet them, and the others were looking at the 2 pieces of meat with great interest. Sister Yang, why are they here? Xia Chu's eyes were shining, and she looked excited. This is the benefit of the Golden Horse Awards. You don't have to worry about not being able to find a bridge to get to know the big shots in the industry, Sister Yang whispered. Private gatherings were very important. When it came to the award ceremony, although there were many stars and there was no shortage of big shots, it was actually very difficult to make friends with them. If I can squeeze into Qin Zhe's circle of contacts, I might be able to become famous next year, Xia Chu said. Sister Yang's heart skipped a beat. I know Su Yunhan. I can use her to establish a relationship with the Qin siblings. Oh, as long as 1 or 2 important characters appear between my fingers, I can become famous. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. After entering the hall, Qin Zhe glanced around. There weren't many celebrities present, only 7 or 8. They formed a circle of friends in 2s and 3s. It wasn't very clear, and there were people moving around from time to time. There were cakes, snacks, and wine on the table. It was a very ordinary salon. He dared to bet that his sister would be disappointed when she saw the scene in front of her. Ying liked to be lively and liked to play. She thought it would be a lively scene like a bar KTV. A well-maintained middle-aged woman came up with a smile and greeted Guling and Ding Lixin warmly. Then, she shook hands with Qin Zhe and Qin Bao and ridiculed exaggeratedly, "You two big bosses should have informed me earlier if you were coming, so that I could personally go outside and lay out the carpet." Qin Zhe knew her. He had watched her variety shows and dramas since he was a child. He had also met her once when he was in Taiwan. "Sorry for the intrusion, Sister Gua. I hope you don't mind." Sister Gua said angrily, "What are you talking about? Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." She led Qin Zhe to his seat and personally served him. "This is the second time the two of you are here, right? Last time, it was the Golden Melody Awards. This time, it's the Golden Horse Awards. If you really win the Best Actor award, you'll break the record of the entertainment industry again." Sister Gua raised her glass. "I'm just a chaperone. Bitch." He swallowed the word sister and changed his words. "My sister, on the other hand, has a chance." "Hey, both of you have high hopes." Sister Gua said mysteriously, "I have something interesting to tell you. When your company signed up, you signed up for a few movies, right?" Qin Zhe looked at his sister. He didn't pay attention to this matter. Qin Bao nodded slightly. "All the movies this year have been signed up." "That's it," Sister Gua said. The Golden Horse Awards favors literary films, so at first, they were hesitant between If I Become Memories and A Journey to the West. The jury even quarreled a few times. From a literary point of view, the former was more suitable than the latter. If I Become Memories is the #1 drama in the youth romance genre. Although A Journey to the West is also very touching, the commercial atmosphere and the mythological background make it deviate from literary films. Then why did they still choose A Journey to the West? Qin Bao asked. She felt proud that she could make the jury so angry that they quarreled during a meeting. She glanced at her brother with a smile, only to find that he was staring at a beautiful woman in the distance. Qin Bao frowned. She realized that things were very troublesome. Later, someone said that the themes of the two movies are actually love tragedies. There's not much difference in essence, but the touching feelings are different. The most important thing is the box office. A Journey to the West has broken the box office record this year. It's really famous. If such a film can't be nominated, it will make the outside world question the value of the Golden Horse Awards. As she spoke, she found that the eyes of the sister and brother were not on her at all. The brother was looking at the woman, and the sister was looking at the brother. Following his gaze, she saw Xia Chu. Sister Gua said, "Oh, that girl is very beautiful." She only thought that Qin Zhe was attracted by the beauty. "I have a little impression of her, but I can't remember her name." Qin Zhe tried to recall. "Xia Chu, from the mainland. She's a newcomer. Yang Li, who brought her here, and I know her," Sister Gua said. Qin Bao smiled sweetly and said, If you like her, go and hit on her." The more the sister hid a knife in her smile, the more charming and beautiful her smile was, like a fox spirit. "If Boss Qin personally pursues her, it'll be easy. How about I call her over for a drink?" Several women who didn't know the truth added fuel to the fire. Qin Zhe withdrew his gaze. He didn't explain and smiled slightly. Guling said sourly, "No way, Boss Qin really likes her?" I have a good impression of her, so I took a few more glances. Qin Zhe said. The women looked at each other. Sister Gua smiled and said, I'll call her over for a drink. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face changed slightly. No, no, no. Qin Zhe waved his hand and said, she looks a bit like my sister. The others didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhe's words for a while, but Qin Bao Bao got it. She snorted and said, how is she similar? She doesn't look like her at all. Under the table, she fiercely pinched Qin Zhe's thigh and gently rubbed it, trying not to let the corners of her mouth curl up. After chatting for a while, Qin Zhe and his sister drank a glass of wine with many artists in the hall. They greeted each other and chatted casually for a while. Qin Zhe saw one of the biggest contenders for the Best Actor award, Zhang Yao. He had a friendly chat with him. The first thought that came to his mind was, damn, it's you, the previous generation's Jia Baoyu. Xia Chuchu's first impression of Zhang Yao was that he was a playboy and pervert. Qin Zhe immediately thought of the past. Probably when Qin Zhe was in high school, the media exposed that this guy's girlfriend and his good friend went in and out of a hotel. There were pictures to prove the truth. At that time, Zhang Yao was already very famous and was filming outside. The entertainment news was abuzz for a long time. Unfortunately, the internet was not developed at that time. It was not like now, where everyone on the internet was talented and their words were hurtful. Otherwise, there would definitely be a place for Zhang Yao in the Guanyu alliance headed by Jia Baoyu. Zhang Yao had some wariness and hostility towards Qin Zhe in his heart, but he didn't show it. At Xia Chuchu's table, under the introduction of Sister Gua, the two sides talked for a while. Then, there was the dogskin plaster Yang Li. As a result, the pink newcomer Xia Chuchu seemed particularly lonely. It would be appropriate for her to howl, I'm drunk alone. Except for Yang Li, she didn't know anyone else. If she shamelessly mingled with them, it would directly lower her status. If she really wanted to lower her status, it would be best to go to Qin Zhe's table. But when a small character wanted to make friends with a big shot, it was not enough to just meet once. She needed someone to introduce her. However, the senior who often patted his chest and promised to take care of her had already ignored her at this time. It turned out that the senior's so-called care was a small favor when there was no conflict of interest. Why are you drinking alone? Xia Chuchu, who was playing with her phone, heard the man's gentle voice and looked up in surprise. She saw Qin Zhe, so her expression became more and more stunned. Qin Zhe sat down beside her and looked at her face closely. Xia Chuchu? Hello, Boss Qin. Xia Chuchu was flattered and a little nervous at the same time. Why did this big shot come? How could this concubine get the big shot's pity? She looked at Qin Zhe's face. Just now, there were too many people, so she was embarrassed to keep staring at him. He was a very handsome man. Even if he was out of the camera, his appearance did not decrease. There was a rule in the entertainment circle that no matter men or women, no makeup was allowed to take photos. But Qin Zhe's face, although his facial features were not perfect, his wheat-colored skin was delicate and smooth to the extent that it could make women jealous. Of course, compared to his appearance, talent was the key to making women crazy. Which company are you from? Huali Film and Television. How long have you been in the industry? Exactly 2 years. Xia Chuchu felt that there seemed to be eyes around her. The newcomer, who was originally unnoticeable, was suddenly envied by many seniors. At this time, Qin Zhe took out his business card and handed it over. Contact me if you need anything. After handing over the business card, he asked for Xia Chuchu's contact information and then left. Holding the business card with both hands, Xia Chuchu was stunned. She was at a loss and excited as if a pie fell from the sky and hit her head. What did he mean by this? Did he take a fancy to me? Otherwise, how could he explain that the big boss personally handed me his business card? Then, should I half refuse or refuse? No, Qin Zai's reputation in the circle is very good. He definitely doesn't want to sleep with me. Then why is he inexplicably paying attention to me? Because I'm a little Bao Bao? Qin Zai and Qin Bao Bao left in the middle of the party. They declined Su Yunhan's kindness to send them off and called the driver to pick them up. Although they had a good chat with the artists present during the period, the only one who really received Qin Zai's business card was Xia Chu. Yang Li was satisfied and a little unsatisfied. It was enough to get familiar with him for the first time, if there was no comparison with Xia Chu. Chu, what did he say to you? Yang Li returned to the table and asked curiously. It was like when girls got together to discuss the little fresh meat when they were studying, but there was more utilitarian heart in it. He said he needed to contact me. Xia Chu said. Did he make any promises? No. Any requests? Yang Li asked, or an obvious hint? No. Xia Chu shook her head. Tisk, Yang Li attributed this to men liking young and beautiful women. Maybe it's because of my nickname. Xia Chu joked. She seriously put the business card in her pocket. On the way home, Qin Bao Bao crossed her legs and placed her phone on her stomach. She watched a movie and said, "You want to poach people again?" Qin Zai said, Tian Fong only managed to cultivate one female artist, Feng Rui. It's a waste of effort, so it's better to spend money to buy her. Then why that? Chu. Xia Chu. Qin Zai thought for a moment. Because she looks like you. She's pleasing to the eye. Qin Bao Bao stretched out a finger smeared with red cardamom and poked her brother's head. Sister is just pleasing to the eye. Sister looks like a little fairy. Qin Zai coaxed. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied. Do you think I'll get the Best Actress award? If I don't, then I came here for nothing. I'm not sure. I haven't studied the selection rules of the Golden Horse Awards, but last year's Best Actress award seemed to have been won by a dark horse. She's not a newcomer, but at least she wasn't nominated. Qin Zai said, "We'll see tomorrow. I personally don't care. If I don't get it, then I don't. You, on the other hand, won the Best Actress award and your value will rise. It'll depend on your luck." Qin Bao Bao suddenly pounced over and sucked hard on Qin Zai's face. I'll suck your luck dry. Chapter 661. In the evening, Guling and Ding Lixin returned to the hotel after the party. They had several villas in Taiwan, but they were far away, so they stayed near the Zhongshan Hall. The location of the Golden Horse Awards was different every year. This year it was at the Zhongshan Hall, and last year it was at the Zhongzhen Cultural Center in Kaohsiung. In the entertainment industry where plastic sisters were everywhere, the two of them were a real pair of sisters made of iron. They were classmates in university and slept in the same dormitory. At the school spring festival party, the two of them sang a song on stage as freshmen and were discovered by talent scouts. Since then, they had debuted for 6 or 7 years. The two sisters lay on the bed with masks on their faces and patted their faces gently with their hands. Guling clicked her tongue and asked curiously, "Did you notice that Xia Chu? Does Qin Zai have a good impression of her? There are so many female artists, but he only gave her his business card." "Maybe," Ding Lixin said. "Maybe? What does it have to do with me? I'm not the one who wants to sleep with Qin Zai. Guling, I've been single for almost a year. What if I can't hook up with my Prince Charming? There are so many flirtatious women out there. Don't you think Qin Zai is worried? Worry your head. He doesn't have any feelings for you." Ding Lixin rolled her eyes. "Yeah, he doesn't even give me a chance." Guling sighed and smiled bitterly. "In a few years, I'll be old. Hey, don't you think that woman looks a bit like Qin Bao Bao? Did she get plastic surgery based on Qin Bao? So, you're right." Qin Zhe has a sister complex. Guling sat up straight. What a schemer. That woman must have gotten plastic surgery based on Qin Bao Bao. Do you think I should get plastic surgery? If you get plastic surgery to look like Qin Bao Bao, your acting career will be ruined, Ding Lixin said angrily. You don't understand. As long as you can sleep with Qin Zhe, who would want to be a star? Wouldn't a rich wife enjoy it more? When the time comes, I'll protect you and make you a queen. Guling winked. Using your beauty to serve others, how long will it last? Ding Lixin commented. Lu Sun said that? No, Li Bai said it. It's in Zhenhuan, so it could also be Qin Zhe who said it. Ding Lixin said, he's obviously not a man who would be swayed by beauty. Have you ever heard any rumors about him? You have to know that the top of the entertainment industry's pyramid is very small. Those big directors, big stars, beautiful ladies, kind people, and good men, the audience doesn't know what they are like behind the scenes, but we more or less know. But Qin Zhe had never been involved in any scandals. You were wrong from the start. Last year, he wasn't so rich and famous. You thought that you could use your looks to please him, but you ran into a wall. It's even more impossible now. Even if you can really seduce him, I don't think it'll work. He's not a man you can control. Unless you're after his money. Of course, money is a very important part. Which woman would love a man who has nothing? But I really like him. Guling sighed again. Ding Lixin had a gentle and quiet personality. She was the kind of woman who only had 2 boyfriends since university. The current one was her second boyfriend. She had been in love for 6 years and planned to get married before she was 30. In Guling's opinion, life was too boring and there was no hope. She was different from her best friend. Guling was lively and not quiet. She was influenced by the barbaric girlfriend culture in South Korea in high school and was a woman with a strong personality. So, she had changed boyfriends several times, but none of them made her want to get married. When she saw Qin Zhe last year, she was also curious, but her mentality was different now. If she could seduce Qin Zhe, she would choose to be a good wife or something. Up to you. Remember to get married before you're 35. Ding Lixin shrugged. The next day, when Qin Zhe woke up, it was almost noon. He yawned and slowly sat up. Leaning against the bed, his sister in a silk nightgown was sleeping beside him. Her black hair covered her face, and her body was slanted sideways. To be precise, her lower body was lying on her stomach, and her upper body was slanted sideways. It was difficult for her to sleep in such a position. After puberty, his sister probably hadn't slept on her stomach anymore. As Qin Zhe sat up, he pulled the blanket up as well. He glanced inside. His sister's broad bosom was like an ink painting, hazy, and he could only see a deep cleavage. Get up, go back to your room. Qin Zhe pushed his sister. His sister mumbled a few times and was woken up. She turned over in annoyance. Sleep for another hour. This is my room. Go back to your room and sleep. She mumbled a few times and ignored him. So annoying. Qin Zhe slapped his sisters but through the thin blanket and said coquettishly, "Give me the key. I'll go to your room to get your clothes. Just put them on the table. Don't be noisy. Go to sleep." Qin Bao Bao turned over. The air conditioner was a little high, so she felt hot under the blanket. As she turned over, she clamped the blanket between her thighs. Last night, she went to bed at 3:00 in the morning. In the middle of the night, she sneaked in and chatted with Qin Zhe until 1:00 in the morning. She was going to sleep, but his sister suddenly had insomnia. She didn't wear her earphones and laughed like a pig from time to time. When she laughed, her two long legs couldn't help but slap the bed twice. Qin Zhe couldn't sleep. He slapped his sisters but out of revenge and let her be. His sister had been like this since she was young. She didn't know how to take care of others, not in this lifetime. She could act coquettishly, act cute, and cry, but most of the time, she was heartless. Their parents treated her like a princess. Fortunately, the old man didn't spoil her unconditionally. If she made a mistake, he wouldn't punish her, but he would still criticize and educate her. Qin Bao Bao was spanked by her younger brother frequently, but her parents only punished her twice in her life. Qin Zhe remembered playing behind his sisters but when he was young. She and her friends played with flower ropes, jumping rope, and shouted in a clear voice, "Melon blossoms on the 25th." She heartlessly left little Qin Zhe aside to enjoy herself. Qin Zhe sat on the grass in the neighborhood, wearing knee-length shorts and sandals. He stared at his sister in a daze like a silly landlord's son. But there were times when she was considerate. For example, when Qin Zhe was timid in kindergarten, his sister had to squat outside the classroom to guard him. Qin Zhe would call for his sister every few minutes. When he heard a response from the door, he wasn't afraid anymore. His classmates in kindergarten didn't dare to bully him because they knew that there was always a tall sister or mother squatting outside the door. When he was in elementary school, his sister loved him very much. She didn't bully him like later on, but she probably played with him like a toy. She rubbed and kissed him, and flicked his d*ck. Qin Zhe gradually fell asleep in his memories, but he was immediately awakened by his sister who didn't know what considerate was. "A's, play games with me." Qin Zhe was puzzled. Didn't they say that the female protagonist would feel the warmth of home when lying in the male protagonist's arms? It was like a sailboat that had drifted for many years had found its harbor. From then on, the soul would be at rest, and the only wish was that it was spring all year long and peaceful. Could it be that he was too hard and hurt his sister's soul? Qin Zhe moved his butt back. "I'll move back a little. Let's sleep, okay?" "I can't sleep. Let's play games." "I didn't notice you. Why are you losing sleep?" "Maybe it's because I'm not used to the new bed." After holding back for a long time, he resisted the urge. With such a tormenting vixen sleeping beside him, he didn't know his sweet dreams anymore. So the two of them played games on their phones until 3 in the morning. Qin Zhe had a strong physique. 6 hours was enough for him. Qin Bao Bao was sleepy and couldn't get up. He took the room card, went out, and looked around. The corridor of the hotel was quiet. His sister's room was opposite his. The reason why he helped his sister get her clothes was that she had to get up before lunch. Otherwise, her assistant would knock on the door. If people knew that his sister was in his room, yellow mud would fall on his crotch. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it would still be sh*t. "My sister and I are vegetarians." No one would believe it. Beep. The room door opened. Qin Zhe went in and closed the door. His luggage was placed in the hotel's locker. Because he was only staying in Taiwan for 2 days, he didn't bring too many things. There were cosmetics, shampoo, facial masks, and other personal products in the luggage. There were also 2 sets of clothes. There were no formal wear. Formal wear was too delicate and couldn't be stuffed into the luggage. Today, the assistant would bring Qin Bao Bao's measurements out to rent formal wear. Qin Zhe did the same. Qin Zhe picked a pair of slim-fit pencil pants. With his sister's long legs and perfect butt, it would be a waste to wear a skirt. Only this kind of pants that accentuated the shape of her legs but was a pleasure to look at. But in this season, she couldn't wear short skirts. Her upper body was a cute tank top with a knitted sweater. It accentuated her figure and made her look mature and sexy. As for her underwear, what should she choose? Hollow or lace? Thinking back, he didn't seem to have seen his sister wearing underwear, except for swimsuits. But swimsuits and underwear were different concepts, even though they looked similar. Qin Zhe had even seen his sister's naked body covered by the holy light, but he couldn't think of her in her underwear. 3 words, regret. The hollow one was white, and the lace one was black. He held a pair of plump boxers in each hand and imagined how his sister would look in them. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? President Qin. The female assistant's voice came. I heard the door close next door and thought President Qin was back. Oh right, where did President Qin go? Qin Zhe, she's discussing something in my room. Don't disturb her. How's the formal wear? The female assistant, got it, President Qin. I've already gone to get the formal wear. It will be back before noon. After a while, Qin Zhe opened the door and looked down the corridor. There was no one there. He turned around and took his sister's clothes, crumpled them into a ball and tucked it under his arm before returning to his room. He went back to his room and waited until 10:30 before his sister woke up. She stared at the light bags under her eyes and screamed loudly when she was washing up. Little red guy, I have bags under my eyes. I'm going to attend the Golden Horse Awards today. Qin Zhe replied to her, you're asking for it. After lunch, she went back to her room to choose the formal wear sent by her assistant. There were several sets of formal wear sent by the rental company. The formal wear was covered with plastic protective film and had hangers. It would be a huge loss if these expensive dresses were torn even a little. Under Qin Zhe's supervision, Qin Bao followed his advice and chose a blue off-the-shoulder dress. Paired with a platinum necklace and earrings, she instantly transformed from a youthful beauty into a luxurious and sexy beauty. At 2:00 p.m., the Golden Horse Awards opened. The award ceremony was in the evening, but before that, the celebrities had to walk on the red carpet. After lunch, it started to rain heavily. The last time they came to Taiwan to attend the Golden Melody Awards, it was also raining heavily. At that time, Qin Bao won the Best Female Singer Award and Qin Zhe won the Best Composer Award. His sister, who was sitting in the spacious nanny van, felt that this was a good sign. She happily said, I'll definitely win the Best Actress Award. But it's hard to say if you'll win the Best Actor Award. After all, I sucked your luck last night. You can suck my luck as much as you want. If you can suck something else, I'll be very grateful. Qin Zhe looked out of the window and said unhappily. Chapter 662. Heavy rain as thick as a finger hit the windows, and the windshield wipers swayed wildly. Their vision was constantly blurred, clear, blurred, clear. Because of the heavy rain, the car drove very slowly. The annual rainfall in the eastern part of Taiwan was very rich, accompanied by strong winds. It was not a coincidence that the 2 trips to Taiwan had been rainy. It was a seasonal problem. Therefore, the good omen that his sister had mentioned was actually self-consolation. The 15-minute journey took them half an hour. As they approached the Zhongshan Hall, Qin Zhe saw a shelter set up to block the rain in the square. The organizers had obviously anticipated the change in weather and were prepared. Naturally, the celebrities did not need to be drenched in the rain, nor did the reporters. A small number of fans could squeeze into the shelter, but most of the fans who came to support their idols were not so lucky. They could only hold umbrellas or wear disposable raincoats. Because they were uninvited onlookers, the organizers only arranged for security to maintain order. It was impossible to set up a temporary shelter that could accommodate hundreds of people. The rain was strong, and the umbrellas could only protect their heads from getting wet. Most people's pants and shoes were soaked. The nanny van could not drive into the venue, so it stopped at the edge of the shelter. They would take the sponsor's car into the square and walk the red carpet. 3 assistants immediately got out of the car and opened 2 big black umbrellas to welcome Qin Zhe and Qin Bao. The last assistant was responsible for lifting Qin Bao's skirt. The moment they got out of the car, the fans around them screamed. Some screamed for Qin Zhe, some screamed for Qin Bao, but most of them screamed for Qin Zhe. In terms of fanaticism, female fans were higher than male fans. Whenever they liked a little fresh meat, they would unscrupulously scream and chase after their idols without a care in the world. However, it was different for men. No matter how much they liked baby Qin, they were too embarrassed to act too crazy or crazy. It was also impossible for them to spend too much money and energy chasing after celebrities. This was caused by the difference in social pressure between men and women. People who were not stressed often spent money extravagantly. This phenomenon also occurred among students. For example, if they liked a female streamer, they would spend all their parents' savings. Men, on the other hand, would not do this. They would think that the most they could give was 5 yuan, and no more. Moving bricks was tiring. Another classic example, not even giving me 100 yuan. Therefore, even though Qin Baobao's popularity was higher than Qin Zhe's, the girls at the scene were so enthusiastic that it seemed like Qin Zhe was more popular than his sister. Qin Zhe waved at the fans, revealing his usual gentle smile. Qin Zhe is the most handsome. His smile is so warm. The internet says that he's the #1 warm man in the entertainment industry. It's true. My maiden heart is so excited. To Taiwanese fans, meeting Qin Zhe and Qin Bao is a rare thing. Traveling between the 3 places on both sides of the Taiwan Strait was just like traveling abroad. They had to apply for a pass, and it was even more troublesome for Taiwanese to come over. They needed a Taiwan compatriot certificate from the mainland, but the Taiwanese government did not recognize this kind of certificate. They only recognized a Republic of China passport. Therefore, traveling between the mainland and the mainland was fine, but it was time-consuming and troublesome just to listen to a concert or see an idol. Therefore, taking advantage of the Golden Horse Awards, it was a rare opportunity to meet their idols. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe gained an extremely large number of fans in Taiwanese. There was another wave of screams, and the crowd became more and more enthusiastic. The people at the back tried their best to squeeze forward, but the people at the front were pushed back by the security guards. It was like squeezing into a subway, and the people inside were almost squeezed out. They shouted, "This is not the bus to kindergarten, stop squeezing." But the people outside still tried their best to get on the bus. First, the billboard used to block the audience was pushed over. Then, the security guards were pushed through by dozens of times the number of people, and a large number of audience squeezed in. A girl in a bright raincoat in the front row fell to the ground with a plop, soaking wet. "What are you doing? Step back." The security guards gathered and scolded the excited and out-of-control fans. "What are you pushing for? What's so great about security? The girl fell, and you security guards still pushed her. Let's try pushing another one." The audience was not easy to deal with. After being scolded and pushed by the security guards, they immediately fought back. "If you didn't push her, would she fall? Push all of you aside." The security guards were furious. Not far away, many stars in line in the advertising van noticed the movement and turned their heads to look. "What's going on over there? The security guards and the fans are quarreling. TSK, Qin Zhe's fans are really crazy. It's none of our business. Just watch the show." In the special car, Zhang Yao and Yang Li sat side by side in the back row. It was standard for a male and female team to enter. Yang Li was lucky to work with Zhang Yao several times, and they walked the red carpet together. "There seems to be a situation over there." Yang Li turned sideways and looked back. "The reporter has news to write this time." Zhang Yao curled his lips. The result of his handling is nothing more than to scold the security guards and earn some reputation. For example, crazy fans at the Golden Horse Awards clash with security guards because of Qin Zhe. Crazy fans causing trouble was a more uncomfortable experience for stars. It's also possible that he won't handle it. After all, this is the organizer's business. Yang Li said, after all, scolding the security guards will make the organizers feel uncomfortable. The nearby security guards came to help maintain order. The person in charge of security also heard the commotion and rushed over. At this time, the fans and the security guards were still scolding each other. What's going on? The person in charge frowned. A security guard explained the situation and whispered, "This group of people is so annoying. After scolding them a few times, they won't let it go and insist on quarreling with you." The person in charge looked at Qin Zhe, who had already walked under the canopy. He frowned unhappily and sighed. He wanted to apologize to the audience and maintain order. These days, the fans' tempers had become worse, but their quality was also improving. If they spoke nicely, order could be stabilized. In the past, the fans were impulsive and blind, and there were often phenomena of breaking the cordon. Therefore, every star had to arrange a lot of bodyguards when they went out. "Are you okay?" He was about to speak when the sound of footsteps and Qin Zhe's voice came from beside him. He didn't know when he had turned back. He held an umbrella in his left hand and a closed umbrella in his right hand. The person in charge turned his head and was about to reply when he realized that Qin Zhe wasn't talking to him. Qin Zhe's gaze fell on the girl who was dripping wet. She was wearing a disposable raincoat. The transparent plastic was stained with dirty water, and even her clothes were soaked. The weather in November was a little cold, and she was shivering. "Are you okay?" Qin Zhe asked again. The girl's face flushed red. She was excited and agitated, and she shook her head vigorously. Qin Zhe didn't say much. He smiled gently at her and handed the umbrella in his hand to her. "The wind is strong, and the rain will slant it to your face. The umbrella is for you." The girl took the umbrella in a daze. Qin Zhe turned his head again and looked at the security guards. When everyone thought that he would criticize the security guards thought so too. Whenever the security guards had a conflict with fans, the celebrities would always protect their fans. However, the security guards felt wronged in their hearts. If they didn't care, they would be scolded for failing in their duties. If they cared, they would still be scolded. Some of the security guards turned their heads to the side, and some lowered their heads slightly. But Qin Zhe just handed the umbrella to one of the security guards, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You've worked hard." He walked in the heavy rain to the canopy. The security guards looked at each other, and they were a little touched. When they were maintaining order, the audience became well-behaved and didn't continue to be sarcastic. They didn't know if it was the person in charge's apology or Qin Zhe's not really comforting words. "Qin Zhe is so warm. It feels like a spring breeze. Yes, I like him so much." The audience whispered. The security guards looked at each other and whispered, "He didn't scold us. If it were other celebrities, we would have been scolded. As expected of a big boss. His bearing is different." In the special car, Qin Bao took a tissue from the assistant and helped Qin Zhe wipe the rain off his shoulders. It was a pity that the hairstyle he had done for half an hour was disrupted by the rain. The sister teased, "Oh, the central air conditioner is not only warm for women, but also for men. Let's talk about this in private. Don't say it in public." Qin Zhe said angrily, "Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my title as a fast shooter. I'll become a central air conditioner." Qin Bao said sweetly, "Even if you are a central air conditioner, you can't beat me. Sister, you can drive everyone out of the house." Their conversation stopped there. Because the driver was from the organizer and the car was not soundproof, the sister and brother both thought of the sentence, "Walls have ears." While waiting in line, the head of security personally sent a towel. Because of the lack of time, he couldn't do the hair again. Therefore, when the sister and brother, who were the focus of attention in the entertainment industry, walked on the red carpet, the sister was glamorous, while the brother had messy hair. Anyone who had wax on their hair would know that when it came into contact with water, it would become messier, like a chicken coop. Even though Qin Bao Bao carefully combed Qin Zai's hair in the car, it was not enough to wipe off the wax. Qin Zai and his sister walked on the red carpet, which was not very long. The reporters on both sides took photos, and the fans cheered in unison. Everyone thought that Qin Zai's hairstyle was quite unique. The two hosts read their deeds in the past year, box office, movies, and glittering resumes, which formed a legend in the entertainment industry. I think that many years later, these photos taken now will become the material for fans to joke about, the photos Qin Zai wants to delete the most. Qin Zai whispered to his sister. "It's quite low." His sister added. "Damn it." In his mind, the system cursed out of conditioned reflex. Then it should have reacted, so it ignored Qin Zai. Chapter 663. Qin Zai thought to himself, "I'm not trying to make fun of you. I just want to chat with you." But the system never bothered to talk to him. It had been a year and a half, and the only time it communicated with him was when it first crashed into his body. When Qin Zai had more or less understood the mission's mechanics, the system had completely ignored him. Because of this, Qin Zai mocked it for being a low-level system. A salted fish in the system world. But the system didn't think so. It said that it didn't forget its original goal, to observe the universe. And Qin Zai, the host, was just a power bank. Other systems treated the host as the backbone, but his system treated him as a power bank. If it was happy, it would chat with you for a while. If it wasn't, it would ignore you for half a month. But this was also good. It was scary to think about doing missions every day. It didn't match Qin Zai's life goals. The system later told him that when it chose a host, it automatically matched the personality of the host. Thus, it found Qin Zai. After walking the red carpet, the male host smiled and said, "Boss Qin, are you confident about this Golden Horse Awards?" Qin Bao Bao teased, "Are you asking me or him?" There was a burst of laughter. After countless stage experiences, his sister's ability to control the situation had become stronger. The female host immediately said, "Ladies first." "Of course, I'm asking you first." Qin Bao Bao thought about it seriously. As a box office gold and the female lead who broke the box office record, I'm very confident. A few celebrities laughed and clapped. The male host turned to ask Qin Zai. "Before I answer your question, I want to ask you a question." "Please ask." "Do you know who will win the Best Actor and Best Actress award?" "You're asking the wrong person." The male host said regretfully, "Although we're all hosts, only the hosts inside have seen the list of winners." The male and female hosts on the red carpet were small-time Taiwanese celebrities. They weren't on the same level as the hosts of the award ceremony. "I'm a Buddhist actor, so I'll leave the Best Actor award to fate," Qin Zai said modestly. The host was not satisfied with this answer and said, "That's true. The people who came this time are all big shots, and the nominees are all big shots among big shots. The competition is strong, and even our chairman Qin is not confident." The difference in the atmosphere between the two places was obvious. Taiwanese celebrities liked to tease each other and tease each other. This was a habit of theirs, Taiwanese humor. On the mainland, as long as it was a public occasion, they would never say anything bad. They would either flatter or follow the rules. A variety show like the roasting convention was considered a weirdo. When they first came out, the audience was curious and felt that it was inconceivable. How could a program be recorded like this? Wouldn't celebrities fall out with each other? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Qin Zai pondered for a moment and smiled. Who dares to call themselves big shots in front of me? It was true that even directors had to give way to celebrities like them. But no matter how good a director was, he couldn't be compared to Qin Zai. Not only was he a capitalist in the entertainment industry, but he also had connections in the imperial court. The stars on the stage didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. They knew in their hearts that Qin Zhe was different from them. We're different. Different. Even so, such sharp words still left them stunned for a moment. But as they saw Qin Zhe's teasing smile, they relaxed. The audience didn't think that his tone was arrogant. Instead, they found it interesting. Qin Zhe's achievements outside of the entertainment industry and his thick resume were another reason for his fans to worship him. Rational fans' worship of celebrities came from their looks and the roles they had played. This was a typical on-screen worship. Qin Zhe's fans were slightly different. They were more inclined to worship him personally. They worshipped a legendary figure. Even the little fresh meats fanatics, girls, generally agreed that Qin Zhe was different from the other little fresh meats. Amidst the laughter and applause, the host said happily, "Then let's wait and see." When the sky turned dark, the award ceremony began. The Golden Horse Awards was an important award in the film industry. It could increase a celebrity's value and was also an honor. This year's Golden Horse Awards was particularly lively. The lineup of stars was very luxurious. There were many artists from the Hong Kong area who were active in the 80s and 90s. They had traces of time and memories of their youth. Just looking at them made people feel touched. There were long-established artists and outstanding newcomers who had emerged in recent years. The men wore casual suits and were well-dressed. Women wore gorgeous gowns or long dresses that were restrained. In addition to movie stars, there were also singers who were invited to sing on the stage. There were also some staff members who were in charge of the film behind the scenes. At the award ceremony, there were not only stars. Anyone who loved the entertainment industry would scream when they came here. They would definitely see their favorite stars. When he first arrived at the Golden Melody Award ceremony, there were also many stars gathered. Even Qin Zhe, who was not obsessed with the entertainment industry, was very excited. Those familiar faces, those singers who only appeared on TV, could ordinary people imagine the scene of being in the same room with them? But today, his heart was still as water. Not only did his wallet grow, but his state of mind also grew. But his original intention of sleeping with his sister would not change. The Golden Horse Award ceremony officially began. As usual, the highlights of this year's nominated movies were played. Then, the host went on stage. The male host said, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Golden Horse Award ceremony. I am Yao Yilin, the host. In the past year, there has been an endless stream of good Chinese films. This is something that we filmmakers should be happy about." The female host said, "The Golden Horse Awards is a grand event in the Chinese film industry. We are also very happy to be able to award awards to rising stars. I am your host, Tao Wan." Yao Yilin coughed and reminded her, "You said the wrong line." Tao Wan was stunned. "Did I? My name is Tao Wan." Yao Yilin waved the card in his hand. "Rising stars? You can easily offend people like this. Forgive me for being blunt, but everyone here is a big shot." The audience burst into laughter. Tao Wan put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. She said proudly, "Think about it again. Is the 47th Golden Horse Awards Best Actress water?" Clatter. There was applause and laughter from the audience. Tao Wan and Yao Yilin were famous artists in Taiwanese, especially the former. In the early 1990s, when the Taiwanese film and television industry was still weak, she used a romantic drama, Sleep in Spring, to become popular from Taiwanese to Xinjiang, and from Xinjiang to China. She was also the Best Actress Award winner in the 47th Golden Horse Awards. Yao Yilin shook his head helplessly and said, "But the phrase, 'rising stars' makes me feel very emotional. There are more than 100 new directors and actors who have signed up for this year's Golden Horse Awards. It's a good thing that there are talents in every generation." Tao Wan said, "For example, a pair of siblings who are the focus of attention in the entertainment industry. They are rising stars." Laughter rose and fell. The camera deliberately gave Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao a close-up. Tao Wan said, "Look, even their hairstyles are so good." The laughter in the audience obviously became louder. Qin Zhe was speechless. Yao Yilan said, "Now, let's invite our new nominated directors and actors to come on stage." Accompanied by the music, a total of 10 people went on stage. Almost all of these newcomers were from Taiwan. It was inevitable that there would be regional protection. It was normal. For famous universities like Fudan University and Tsinghua University, the admission cutoff for local students was always lower than for foreign students. This was regional protection. The Best New Director Award was the opening award. It was more important than the Best Sound Effects and Best Visual Effects awards. It was lighter than the Best Supporting Actress award, so it was just right. Although many people had not seen the winning works, they were not stingy with their applause and blessings. The Golden Horse Award ceremony went from light to heavy. After an hour of waiting, they finally welcomed an important award, the Best Director Award. The Best Director Award was one of the most valuable awards at the Golden Horse Awards. Together with the Best Film and Best Actor and Actress Awards, they were known as the 4 Golden Horse Awards. Basically, all the A-list directors in the entertainment industry had won this award. There were 5 nominees. 4 of them were very experienced directors. One of them was unknown before this. Tianfeng Entertainment, MOU. Nominated work, A Journey to the West. Ever since he was promoted by Qin Zhe, he jumped from a B-list director to a popular director. He gained both fame and fortune. After the news of Zhenhuan spread, his reputation was pushed to the peak. He was the Qin Zhe of the director world. The screen in the background played the director's self-narration and box office. Compared to A Journey to the West, the other movies paled in comparison. But box office did not mean everything. The Golden Horse Awards were different from the Golden Horse Awards. The former preferred literary films with depth and thought. The Golden Horse Awards did not care about purely commercial films. Therefore, A Certain Wolf 2 was not even qualified to be nominated. It was not that the Golden Horse Awards thought highly of themselves. It was just that the profession did not match. As for A Journey to the West, it was actually between commercial and literary films. You could say that it was a commercial film because it was very commercial. You could also say that it was a literary film because it was different from the brainless commercial films. Tao Wan, I've seen all the movies nominated for the Best Director Award. They're all worth watching. There are many things that a movie wants to express. You have to watch it a few times to understand it. Especially A Journey to the West. I watched it as a comedy at first. Yao Yilan, but what I saw was a tragedy. Tao Wan, this movie has an indescribable charm. I've watched it 3 times. Every time I watch it, the feeling is different. There are many small details in it. When you watch it for the first time, you don't get it at all. But when you watch it a few times, you suddenly burst into tears. At the same time, Qin Bao Bao said in a low voice, "White gloves. Is it the same as the white gloves that the Wangs talk about?" Among the nominated movies, there was one called White Gloves. At the end of last year, Old Master Wang and Qin Zhe had a short conversation. They had mentioned letting Qin Zhe be the Wang family's white gloves. At that time, Old Master Wang still did not treat Qin Zhe as the Wang family's son-in-law. Otherwise, he would not have said that. However, with the old man's understanding of worldly affairs and his experience, he did not want to break up a couple. Qin Zhe had told his sister about this before. When he heard this, he nodded. That's what it means. White gloves is an industry that has been passed down for thousands of years. It's also called elegant bribery. It has been around since ancient times, and our dynasty is no exception. It's one of the traditional virtues of the Chinese people. Don't spread this around. Mythical beast River Crab is watching us from above. On the stage, Yao Yilin said loudly, "Then, the winner of the Best Director award is," he paused and lowered his head to flip through the words in his hand. The Best Director nomination was very important. The previous awards were just appetizers. All the celebrities and film industry employees present knew that. It was only now that everyone's emotions were stirred. Who would win the Best Director award this year? Chapter 664. Under everyone's gaze, Yao Yilin announced, "The winner is MOU, Journey to the West." In the midst of the applause, MOU was stunned. Then, he became excited and his hands trembled slightly. He won the award, he won the award. Can you imagine? A small director struggling in the second or third tier, trying his best to get to know big directors, ask for advice, and learn from them. A small director who was over 40 years old and working hard for his career. Originally, he wanted to go to Guangdong to fight for it. Trees die when people move, people move. Tianfang could not see any hope. It was only when Qin Zhe bought Tianfang last year that MOU chose to wait and see. Because of his reputation as a musical prodigy and a fast shooter, as well as Qin Baobao, who had great potential, MOU chose to wait and see. It turned out that he had made the right bet. Since he was appointed as the director of If I Become Memories, he had started his career. MOU looked in the direction of Qin Zhe and saw the latter's smiling eyes and slight nod. He took a deep breath and shook hands with people he knew and didn't know. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, but their applause and smiles were the biggest affirmation and recognition. The narrator briefly introduced MOU's resume and the results of Journey to the West. Most of the talk was about the box office record. Box office was one of the important criteria for any award. Even if the judges liked literary films, they couldn't let a bad literary film crush a high box office movie. If they did that, they would be a laughing stock. In fact, the Golden Horse Awards used to do that, so it was not as credible as the film awards. However, it had gradually changed in recent years. Walking down the red carpet, he went up the stage and took the trophy from the host. There was a microphone in front of him, and the lights shone on him. Facing the envious and well-wishing gazes from the audience, he inexplicably remembered the scene in Exaggerated. Everywhere is like a four-sided stage, wearing the most dazzling clothes is very emotional. When people come to take photos, remember to put your pocket in your pocket. Therefore, he held the award in one hand and put the other in his pocket. In the eyes of the audience, this person suddenly became arrogant. Tao Wan smiled and said, "Although we knew the winner in advance, I actually guessed that Journey to the West would at least win one of the 4 awards before this." Yao Yilin said, "Yes, as the most amazing and influential film of the year, there's no doubt that it will win the award." As the two of them spoke, they gave their seats to MOU. The awardees had to give their acceptance speech, and there was no limit to the length. This was the rule. MOU paused for a moment before he slowly said, "I'm very happy that I was able to win the award. First of all, I would like to thank the judges for their recognition of me. I was very moved by the Golden Horse Award. Of course, I have to thank my boss the most." The camera immediately zoomed in on Qin Zhe. "My boss's hairstyle changed again," MOU said. Laughter could be heard everywhere. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Baobao grinned happily. Just now, Qin Baobao helped him tidy up his hairstyle. His sister found pleasure in it and straightened his hair bit by bit. At this moment, Qin Zhe looked a bit like the silly son of a landlord. His hair was all stuck to his head. "A year and a half ago," MOU said in a low voice, "I was just a small director who had filmed some commercials, MVs, and 3 web dramas that few people watched." Everyone looked at him in silence. "But a year and a half later, I'm standing here and won an award that all directors are proud of. All of this is due to my boss, a legend in the entertainment industry. He is the most talented person I've ever met. The first time he became famous was after If I Become Memories was released, and I gained both fame and fortune. But you might not know this, but at that time, I completely followed in Boss Qin's footsteps. A person who has never been in this industry has a very sharp intuition, which reminds me of the word talent. It was the same during the filming of A Journey to the West. The script was written by Boss Qin alone, and he personally supervised the filming. Although the director's name is mine, I feel that this award actually belongs to him. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe at the same time. That man with a slightly low hairstyle, but no one could ignore him sitting there. Even the experienced Hong Kong stars had to sigh with emotion that there were talents in every generation, and the younger generation would surpass them in time. It was not suitable to use the term rising star on him. Although there were many popular young men and beautiful actresses, in the eyes of the older Xianxiang artists, they were still rising stars and juniors. In the acting industry, the rising stars still had to look up to them. No matter how popular you were, when you met the older generation, you still had to be respectful and humble. They could even look down on Qin Bao Bao, but only Qin Zhe. This young man had only been in the industry for a year and a half, but he had surpassed their achievements in almost a lifetime. No matter how many times you won the Best Actor award or how many outstanding works you had produced, if you put on the airs of a senior in front of him, you were just taking advantage of your seniority. He can even play with the director. What kind of person is he? Someone couldn't help but mutter. In the face of such a person, you couldn't even think of surpassing him. Look up to him. Just kneel down and shout 666. During the filming of A Journey to the West, to be honest, an old man like me learned a lot from a newcomer. It gave me too many surprises, and it made me who I am now. At the same time, it also gave me a regret that I can't forget for 5 years. It's very unforgettable. Mo sighed. This sentence aroused everyone's curiosity. I remember when A Journey to the West was first released, the box office wasn't ideal. After all, there were many strong people at that time. He didn't say that, someone maliciously slandered it, but everyone knew this and had a look of understanding. So, what did this have to do with regret? Some people in the audience felt their faces burning and were extremely embarrassed as they recalled the unbearable past of the first half of the year. At that time, Boss Qin asked me whether the bonus would be distributed according to the company's internal system or according to the box office. Based on this background, I refused. I said, Boss Qin, let's just follow the old rules. Then, A Journey to the West 2 was released and the box office broke the record. Even now, thinking back, Mou's face couldn't hide the pain. Pfft, ha ha ha. Laughter and applause, the scene was very lively. Yao Yilan couldn't help but laugh. Do you feel so heartbroken that you can't breathe? Mou shook his head. That's not the most heartbreaking. Then what's the most heartbreaking? Mou said in a low voice. He asked me twice, and I refused both times. The sadness on his face almost couldn't be maintained. This time, the laughter was even louder. Even the veteran artists couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. His psychological quality is not bad. I thought he would stutter. Qin Zhe lowered his head and whispered to his sister's ear. Ears were Qin Bao Bao's sensitive spot. Her face was flushed red, and her exposed snow-white arms were covered in goosebumps. He's not a newbie. If he stutters because of nervousness, I'll remove him from the director's position. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, were you nervous when you first sang on the stage of Singer? Of course, but I got used to it very quickly. When I was your guest partner, I was so nervous that my legs were shaking. Useless thing. After that, both of them left the stage at the same time and were invited to the backstage. Next, they were going to sing a song together as entertainment during the intermission. This was held before the award ceremony, and even before they came to Taiwan, so it was convenient for them to invite them. Singing a song together was just to liven things up, and both of them were experienced big stars. So, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao rehearsed in Tianfang Entertainment's dance studio for 2 days to get the feeling of the song. They did not rehearse in Taiwan. Qin Zhe went backstage to touch up his makeup and restyled his landlord's silly son hair. After a new round of awards ceremony, Tao Wan said, "Now, let's welcome Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao to sing Love of a Lifetime." The stage lights turned soft, and the blue light shone on the two men on the left and right of the stage. As one of Qin Zhe's famous works, Love of a Lifetime was no stranger to the stars. Many of them were even his fans, including Hong Kong's filmmakers and artists. Among Qin Zhe's few Cantonese songs, Exaggerated and Love of a Lifetime had caused a lot of excitement in Hong Kong. Hong Kong's artists were very fond of this mainland star who could compose Cantonese songs. There were even rumors on the internet that Qin Zhe grew up in Hong Kong and studied in Hong Kong. However, later on, he followed his father back to Shanghai to develop his career. There were many people who believed it. Accompanied by the music, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao slowly got closer and looked at each other while holding hands. When they sang Blind Dates Are Unapproachable, they separated again and faced the audience. The stage was Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's home ground, especially Qin Bao Bao. She had not been famous for long, but her singing experience was not inferior to the experienced veteran singers. Her ability to control the stage was very strong. In just 4 minutes, she turned the award ceremony into a concert atmosphere. The song ended. The host returned to the stage amidst the applause. Tao Wan said, "It was a very wonderful performance. No matter how many times you listen to this song, it can hit the heart directly. I don't know if you know one thing, but they didn't rehearse at all." Yao Yilan said, "That's right. Don't you know how the title of Music Genius came about? Well, the next award is the Golden Horse Award for Best Supporting Actress. Please take a look at the nominees." Qin Zhe and his sister returned to the audience from behind the scenes. On the way, he said, "Did you pronounce the chorus wrongly?" Qin Bao Bao thought seriously for a moment and pouted. "It seems so. I'm not very familiar with Cantonese. It's easy to forget. We didn't rehearse many times. Anyway, no one can hear such a small mistake, at least the audience can't." Qin Zhe said, "Useless thing. He was taking revenge on her for mocking him just now." Qin Bao Bao glared at him angrily. Qin Zhe happened to see the toilet sign and said, "Sister, you go back first. I'm going to compete." "Huh?" Qin Bao Bao blinked, not understanding. Going to the toilet, Qin Zhe said and turned to walk in the direction of the toilet. Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. What did going to the toilet have to do with competing? Wasn't the purpose of men going to the toilet to compare their strengths? Chapter 665. When men go to the toilet, other than to relieve their bladder, there are two other things: to become sworn brothers and to compare their strengths. 99% of men will secretly look at the weaknesses of the same sex and compare them in their hearts. Qin Zhe had not done this since puberty, because being invincible is so lonely. It was the award ceremony, and there were only a few people going to the toilet. Even if they wanted to go to the toilet, they would hold it in and wait for the award ceremony to end. Qin Zhe came out of the toilet and saw his sister standing at the same spot, waiting for him quietly. "I told you to go back first." He walked over. Qin Bao Bao held his arm. Sister is always so patient while waiting for you, and you only know how to complain." Qin Zhe said, "How can it be the same? There is never a queue in the men's toilet, and the queue in the women's toilet is outside the toilet." Qin Bao Bao said, "Do you want to smoke?" "Oh, is there something wrong with your brain?" Qin Zhe looked at his sister in surprise. "Don't you hate me smoking? What's wrong with you today? You did not get the Best Actress award." "No." Qin Bao Bao said, "I sat for 2 hours, and my butt hurts." He, let me help you rub it." "Get lost, there is a CCTV." "No, there is no CCTV." Qin Zhe smoked a cigarette in the toilet cubicle. Although there was a "no smoking" sign on the wall of the toilet, this small rule was never followed by people, especially when there was no supervision. Even the government officials openly smoked next to the "no smoking" sign, not to mention Qin Zhe, who was not even a party member. The entertainment industry is full of smokers, and both men and women are heavy smokers. He found a lot of cigarette ash beside the toilet bowl, but did not see any cigarette butts. It should have been flushed away. After smoking, he returned to the venue with his sister. The award ceremony was still going on. The winners were Hong Kong's animation team, and they were all very young. They were so excited that they stuttered when they spoke in Mandarin. Under the host's suggestion, they switched to Cantonese, and it became smoother. Qin Zhe noticed that one of the newcomers' legs was shaking, and the other hand kept hitting the base of the trophy, showing their nervousness. Do you see that? This is the normal psychological quality of a newcomer. Everyone is like that. Qin Zhe said in a low voice. I won't do that, Qin Bao Bao said proudly. Her sister's strong mental fortitude stemmed from the fact that she had been the center of attention since she was young. She was the apple of the Qin family's eye, the little cutie of her relatives and friends, and the goddess in the eyes of boys. She was already used to being the center of attention and could easily adapt to the same stage. The Golden Horse Awards lasted for 4 to 5 hours, and there were all kinds of awards. Not only were the awards given to celebrities, but they were also given to all filmmakers, film industry staff. After the Best Director Award ceremony ended, another 40 minutes passed before the Best Supporting Actress Award was taken away by Lu Wei. The Best Original Music Award, Best Special Effects Award, and Best Original Screenplay Award were all won by Qin Zhe. It was common for a movie to win multiple awards at the Golden Horse Awards. However, it was unprecedented for a movie to win most of the awards to be won by the same person. I've been on stage so many times that I don't know what to say, so I'll just say something else. He pointed at his hairstyle. Everyone saw that my hairstyle was a mess just now. Actually, when I entered the venue, a fan fell down and the fans had a conflict with the security guards. I gave my umbrella to them, and I hope the organizers can help me mosaic it. Laughter erupted. I'm not saying this to show off my close fans, but to remind everyone here that no matter how famous or influential you are, don't forget to maintain a normal heart. It's not necessarily a good thing to become famous at a young age. It's easy to become arrogant and forget how conscientious you were, how hard you worked, and how hard you worked. Times have changed, and the career lifespan of an artist is getting shorter. If you don't maintain your original heart and don't work hard, you'll soon be forgotten by the audience and replaced by others. That's all for now, and I'll encourage you. Smart people could tell that he was mocking or warning a very common phenomenon in the entertainment industry, acting like a big shot. At this time, everyone remembered his identity as a capitalist, and those who were observant silently remembered it. The message Qin Zhe revealed was very simple. Everyone present was a big star, and he was sounding the alarm in advance for artists who might cooperate with him in the future. Hei's king doesn't like to act like a big shot. If you want to work with me, be humble. Finally, another important award came, Best Actress. Also known as Best Actress. Yao Yilin. Next, let's look at the shortlist together. I believe everyone has been waiting for it for a long time. The names of the shortlisted actresses and their nominated works began to play on the big screen. Qin Bao Bao was on the list, and there was also a mainland actress, a Taiwanese actress, and a Xiangjiang actress. The latter two had won the Best Actress award before. Although the Golden Horse Award was not like the Golden Rooster Award, the judges definitely had concerns and considerations in this regard. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too amazing, the latter two were basically just side by side. Therefore, at the gathering yesterday, Guling and the others said that Qin Bao Bao was more suitable to be the Best Actress. When the short film was played, Qin Bao Bao quietly held her brother's hand. She was still a little nervous. The honor of being the best actress or best actress was too important to an artist. Its value was not only reflected in the increase in their value, but also in feelings. It was a kind of affirmation and satisfaction. Think about it, how excited would China be with a Nobel Prize in Literature? The Golden Horse Award was currently the most authoritative award in the Chinese entertainment industry. Qin Zhe whispered, "Do you want to kiss me and suck my luck?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, on the stage, Tao Wan said loudly, "The winner of the Best Actress Award is Qin Bao Bao, Journey to the West." Applause and screams rang out instantly, especially those from Tianfang Entertainment. They were overjoyed. Meanwhile, the mainland actresses who did not win looked disappointed. Qin Bao Bao left the stage in her high heels amidst the applause. Along the way, on both sides of the steps, hands reached out to shake her hand. She was stunned for a moment, then symbolically shook hands with a few people she did not know before going up the stage to receive her award. Taking the trophy from Tao Wan, she smiled and said, "Thank you to the judges of the Golden Horse Award. I debuted as a singer and never expected to win this award. Best Actress Award, Best Actress Award, what a surprise. Therefore, I would like to thank my brother. The entire entertainment industry knows that he is the man behind me." Faced with Qin Bao Bao's self-deprecation, many people could not help but laugh softly. "I remember I said in an interview that my family did not want me to enter the entertainment industry, but I secretly signed the contract without telling my parents. Ace was my accomplice." Laughter rang out again. Everyone knew about this. Those who had paid attention to this pair of siblings were very familiar with this explanation. They always felt that it was ridiculous and unruly. Sneaking into the entertainment industry and unknowingly becoming the brightest star. How preposterous. Not to mention the Golden Horse Award, when I came to Taiwan to win the Golden Melody Award last year, I also felt that it was unbelievable. I did not come from a professional background. When I debuted as a singer, I also did not expect to go so far. No amount of hard work or talent is enough to explain my achievements in more than a year. The best explanation is him, the man behind me. I have only been acting for a short time, less than a year, but I have put in a lot of effort. He is a very strict person. Every scene must be perfect. If it can't be done, he will scold me. As his sister, I have been scolded by him many times. Qin Zhe said in his heart, I am ashamed, I am ashamed. At most, I will spank you." Qin Bao Bao's performance in Journey to the West did not go well. No matter how talented she was, it was inevitable that an outsider who had not received formal education would have a lot of shortcomings in acting. The reason why Journey to the West could be filmed quickly and smoothly was actually because of the veteran actor and Qin Zhe. When it came to Qin Bao Bao's scenes, there were often jams. Mo had always felt that the two boss Qins were both talented and had superb acting skills. In fact, his sister was able to quickly get into character in If I Become Memories and My 2008. Her acting skills were off the charts. It was easy for her to get into character. My father strongly opposed me entering the entertainment industry. Because of this, he even hit me with a plank. As for him, he was beaten by my father since he was young. But when I said that I wanted to enter the entertainment industry, he agreed without hesitation. He helped me write songs and compose songs. He helped me hide it from my parents. In the end, when the truth came out, my father could not bear to hit me. He was the one who took the blame. Qin Bao Bao paused and gazed at Qin Zhe softly. "Sister loves you." After saying this, she bowed amidst the warm applause. The relationship between the siblings is very good. They have always been very good. They are the movie siblings. I also want to have such a brother. Don't, this brother of mine is spanked every day. Are you scared? Qin Zhe, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard the whispers behind him amidst the applause. I love you too. Qin Zhe said silently in his heart. Qin Bao Bao returned to her seat. On the stage, the entertainment program began. The singer sang. She proudly raised the trophy in her hand at her brother. Isn't this awesome? 666, also, I have the Best Actor award, Qin Zhe said. You are so confident? Of course, if you can win the Best Actress award, then I will definitely win the Best Actor award. Sister, it's a sure thing. Qin Bao Bao pinched him and smiled happily. That's good. After the 5-minute song, the Golden Horse Awards came to an end. The Best Actress award was followed by the Best Actor award. There was a common understanding in the entertainment industry that the Best Actor was more important than the Best Actress. This was the case for the Golden Horse Awards, Golden Film Awards, and Golden Rooster Awards. The nominees were very nervous and expectant, including Qin Zhe. Among them, the most competitive was Zhang Yao, who had been nominated 3 times. But Qin Zhe did not panic at all. He had used the Advanced Acting Proficiency Skill book. In terms of acting, even his poor sister could win an award. He would definitely have no problem. Although it was easy to get the Acting Proficiency Skill book and snatch the award of other nominees, he used his own ability to use the skill book. Why couldn't he win an award? Qin Bao Bao held Qin Zhe's hand. Best Actor, congratulations. Monkey Blocks Thunder. Qin Zhe, same to you, Best Actress. You are also very Monkey Blocks Thunder. The siblings looked at each other and smiled. On the stage, Yao Yilan shouted, Zhang Yao, Summer Sunshine. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, in the burst of applause, the siblings' smiles gradually disappeared. Chapter 666. Sigma, degree winky face. I'm not the best actor. Hey, did you take the wrong card? There must be something going on behind the scenes. I've taken the Advanced Acting Proficiency skill. Did I take a fake skill book? If my sister can win the Best Actress award, why can't I win the Best Actor award? I'm going to report the Golden Horse Awards and Zhang Yao for their dirty dealings. At this moment, Qin Zhe's inner thoughts were exploding. However, Qin Zhe finally ruled out the possibility that the host had taken the wrong card when Zhang Yao left the stage in excitement, shook hands with familiar artists, and went on stage. Well, maybe we've won too many awards. Qin Bao Bao said awkwardly, Journey to the West has won too many awards. The judges must have the mentality of balancing the awards. They can't let us win all the good awards. Even if it's fair and authoritative, it's only relative. Qin Zhe understood this. After all, Qin Bao Bao had won the Best Actress award and so many other awards. The Best Director and Best Actress award were given to them. The Golden Horse Awards were the most important awards, with the 4 major awards taking up half of them. It would be unreasonable to give Qin Zhe the Best Actor award, and others would also complain. Moreover, Qin Zhe was only half an insider. He should have understood this earlier. However, it was the Best Actor award, the biggest honor in the domestic entertainment industry. No matter how stable Qin Zhe's mentality was, it was inevitable that he would yearn for it. I understand, but my face is a little hot. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Just pretend that I didn't act cool just now. Even if we're siblings, I'll still be embarrassed. Me too. Qin Bao Bao didn't laugh at her brother. She patted him on the shoulder. I'm also embarrassed. It's just the Golden Horse Awards. It's no big deal. Today, it doesn't care about you. Tomorrow, it won't be able to reach you. Qin Zhe. Thank you, sister. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel like I'm a loser. Zhang Yao, who was on stage to receive the award, was very excited. He held the trophy and thanked the judges as usual. Then, he talked about his experience and the hardships he went through while making the movie. He changed the topic and looked in the direction of Qin Zhe. Now that I'm holding the trophy and standing on this stage, I feel like I'm in a dream. Everyone knows that I've been nominated many times, but when the final results were announced, I always felt that the winner of the Golden Horse Award would be Qin Zhe, President Qin. Everyone could not help but glance at Qin Zhe. Indeed, many people thought so when they found out that Qin Zhe had been nominated for Best Actor. This included many Taiwanese celebrities. And before the name list was unveiled, the experienced old people already knew that Qin Zhe was not fated to be the Best Actor. Because half of the 4 awards had already gone to Tianfang, for the sake of balance, the judges were unlikely to give the Best Actor award to Qin Zhe. Since A Journey to the West had won so many awards, who could say that the Golden Horse Awards were not authoritative and fair? But when Zhang Yao said this, Qin Zhe and some of the celebrities who were certain that he would win the award in front of him felt awkward. I've watched A Journey to the West. It was very exciting. I believe that President Qin's acting skills should be recognized. I'll take the award this time first. I hope that I can see President Qin again when I have the chance to be the presenter next year. Zhang Yao said this in the tone of a senior. He was very pleased with himself and was proud of his success. Qin Bao frowned and muttered, "Look, he's so proud." Qin Zhe smiled. There's nothing wrong with what he said. You can't find anything wrong with it. Of course, he was unhappy. If you want to win the award, so be it. Why do you have to drag me into it? You're stabbing me with a soft nail. Who are you trying to show this victorious attitude to? The next award was the Best Film Award. It was the last major award. A Journey to the West was one of the nominees, but it did not win the award. This was expected. The nomination was also a form of recognition. In the end, the award was won by a Taiwanese movie. The director's acceptance speech on stage was very interesting. There's a type of script called a desk script. It means that once it's written, it can never be used as a book or a movie. It can only be placed on the desk. Bodhi Blood is such a script. It's not a positive movie. In this era where positive energy is advocated, it couldn't be released in the mainland. But I feel that only by exposing some of the darkness in society can we wake up the world and make progress. The theme of Bodhi Blood was to expose the collusion between politics and business. Its box office sales were not high, but its content was definitely high. It was loved by the Golden Horse judges, who were fanatical fans of literary films. Almost all the mainland celebrities present had never seen this movie that won the Best Film Award. Qin Zhe silently memorized the name of the movie. He would get someone to look for the source of the movie later. Qin Zhe felt that the director's acceptance speech was interesting because he agreed with the director's thoughts. This society needed positive energy to improve the atmosphere. But there was a saying that went, the intentions of the top are always good, but the people below are always adding feet to a snake. Nowadays, many people below actually had a biased understanding of promoting positive energy. Their way of promoting positive energy was to ban it. Anyone or anything with a little bit of negative energy would be banned, banned, banned. It was like the foolish son of a landlord telling the people, "Smile, give me all of you, give me all of you King smile." They weren't allowed to cry. But they forgot that light and darkness always coexisted in this world. Going too far was as bad as falling short. The phenomenon could be described with a serious idiom, deceiving oneself and deceiving others. For example, if Bodhi Blood was not allowed to be released, would the collusion between politics and business no longer exist? If this wasn't deceiving oneself, then what was? Of course, things with too much negative energy should be banned. But things that could make people think, even if they were mixed with negative energy, were also a warning and disclosure. They shouldn't be banned. When the director was giving his acceptance speech, Qin Bao threw the trophy to her brother and lifted her skirt to go to the toilet. During the entire award ceremony, there were constantly people leaving and returning, but the audience would never see this scene. The scene on the screen was always a group of people sitting quietly in their seats, waiting for the award ceremony. Qin Baobao wasn't actually in a hurry, but she knew that if she waited until the award ceremony was over, just as Qin Zhe had said, the women's restroom would be very crowded. If she took advantage of the time when everyone was focused on the award ceremony to go to the restroom, she could avoid the rush hour later. In China, which was overcrowded, and to her, who grew up in Shanghai, rush hour was a very scary word. Wearing a dress to the toilet was a very troublesome thing for women. If the skirt was too gorgeous or the skirt was too long, it would be difficult to lift it up. Also, no one would help you lift your skirt. Dresses, cheongsams, and onesies were known as the three biggest killers of the toilet. Onesies were the scariest. Going to the toilet was like taking a shower. You had to take off your clothes, not your pants. There was a thin layer of ash on the side of the toilet bowl. There were many female celebrities who were smokers. Qin Baobao was very tired. She tried to lift her skirt to prevent the ash from getting on it. A short skirt was better. It was very convenient. Her brother liked it. She left the toilet in her high heels. Just as she was about to wash her hands, she heard a conversation from the men's toilet opposite. "Brother Zhang, congratulations. You deserve the award. It was a little dangerous this time. I thought Qin Zhe would win the award. Sigh, he is too inexperienced. No matter how good he is still a newcomer. Isn't he afraid of getting the award?" Yes, it was a false alarm. Many people said that he might win the award. Zhang Yao's fear and hostility towards Qin Zhe, as well as his nervousness, finally relaxed. The two of them didn't talk loudly. After a few words, they changed the topic. Qin Baobao just happened to come out and heard it. When Zhang Yao and his partner came out, they saw her playing with the pink oil on her finger between the men's and women's toilets. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly. They didn't know if she heard what they said just now. Unexpectedly, Qin Baobao smiled sweetly and nodded at Zhang Yao. She said in a very friendly tone, "Congratulations, movie king." Zhang Yao also smiled, "Congratulations to you too. We can be considered as the movie king and movie queen of the same year. It's fate." He felt relieved. It seemed that she didn't hear what he said just now. Or maybe she heard it but pretended not to hear it. This was also good. Zhang Yao could also pretend that he didn't say it and they were still friends. But he underestimated the stinginess of women. Qin Baobao could ignore those who said that she was a vixen and shameless, but she couldn't tolerate people who said bad things about her brother. The three of them walked side by side through the long corridor. They pushed open the two doors and arrived at the venue. Next would be the closing ceremony. Qin Baobao suddenly said, "Brother Zhang can also sing, right? But you didn't make a name for yourself in the music industry." Zhang Yao had sung the theme songs for many of the TV series he starred in. He had also held city-level concerts. But he was still a singer and not a movie star. Zhang Yao said, "I'm not very professional. Also, good songs are hard to come by. But I'll definitely give it a try in the future." Qin Baobao said casually, "My brother recently wrote a few songs that aren't suitable for me to sing. But I think there's one that's very suitable for you. Do you want me to get it for you?" Zhang Yao was overjoyed. He felt that this was Qin Baobao's way of expressing goodwill and trying to rope him in. After all, he was now the movie king. Qin Zhe's songs meant guaranteed sales in the entertainment industry and a shiny golden ladder. Zhang Yao said expectantly, "Can I?" "Yes, I think it'll be fine." Qin Baobao said, "I'll sing a few lines for you." Zhang Yao immediately pricked up his ears. "One day, I woke up and saw that you weren't by my side. The rhythm was very good. It should be the chorus. On my right was your once best brother." Just listening to these two lines of the chorus, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. When they reached the entrance, Qin Bao Bao pushed open the door and walked out gracefully. Zhang Yao chewed on the lyrics as he followed her. One day, I woke up and saw that you weren't by my side. On my right was your once best brother, Something seemed to be wrong. He was too focused on the melody just now. A very distant past surfaced in his mind. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and realized what was going on. Zhang Yao stared blankly at Qin Bao Bao's back as she returned to the table. She was tall and had a slim waist. Such a beautiful woman, but the lyrics she sang were heartbreaking. Zhang Yao, who was heartbroken by the beautiful woman, flushed red. He really wanted to chase after Qin Bao Bao and beat her up. Come back, I'll definitely beat you to death. I'm so angry. At this moment, his companions also realized what was going on. Looking at Zhang Yao's ugly face, they felt pity for him. They remained silent and pretended that they didn't understand. So, Qin Bao Bao must have heard the conversation just now. This woman was good. She looked like a beautiful vase, but she was actually a scheming B***tch. She pretended to be true all the way. Zhang Yao's mentality must be exploding right now. Would she go back and talk to Qin Zhe? Thinking of this, he felt a little panicked. He was just a second-tier celebrity at the bottom. Qin Bao Bao swayed her slim waist and hurried back to her seat. With her brother by her side, she was relieved. She patted her big chest with her small hands, looking lucky. What's wrong? Qin Zhe asked. Nothing, Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said with lingering fear, fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I might have been beaten up. Who dares to beat you? It's okay, it's okay. Qin Bao Bao didn't say anything. She wanted to maintain her image in her brother's heart. It was better for him not to know about such a mean side. Chapter 667. Many years ago, one of Zhang Yao's ex-girlfriends cheated on his brother, who was also an artist in the entertainment industry. The news spread like wildfire, so when Qin Bao Bao exposed that unbearable scar, especially by such a beautiful woman, his heart collapsed. Therefore, until the end of the closing ceremony, when leaving the venue, he still glared at Qin Bao Bao from time to time. Qin Bao Bao had her brother beside her, so she didn't panic at all. She said sweetly, Brother Zhang, I just asked Days, and he said it's no problem. He also thinks that the song is very suitable for you. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded, but he felt his sister gently pinching his arm, so he smiled and nodded. When the surrounding stars heard this, they suddenly became alert, slowed down their pace, and looked at both sides. What the hell, when did Zhang Yao and Qin Zhe have a relationship? Listening to this, the stingy Qin Zhe wants to sell songs? Suitable for your sister. I don't want it. If you mention that song again, I'll get angry with you. Zhang Yao's little soul was beating his chest and stamping his feet, roaring and wanting to tear the little bitch's mouth. He felt a deep sense of malice and ridicule from Qin Bao Bao's eyes, tone, and smile. However, he could only swallow the coptis and show a happy and surprised expression. I can't do it. So Zhang Yao forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, I don't want the song. I'm not thinking about developing in the music industry in the near future. After saying that, he strode away proudly. Wow, this guy is too arrogant after winning the Best Actor award. He rejected Qin Zhe's song so easily. Is there really nothing wrong with his brain? He's probably too arrogant. God is his boss. If it were me, I would shamelessly take it. If I don't need it, I can give it to my friends in exchange for 10 times the profit. Zhang Yao is so stubborn. He said he doesn't want it and he doesn't want it. He has such a backbone. Indistinct belittlement and praise penetrated into Zhang Yao's ears. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, there would be familiar artists coming to ask questions. The rain had stopped by the time they reached the parking lot from the VIP passageway. The nanny van was shiny, saving them a lot of money to wash the car. Yi Lu and Lu Wei shamelessly squeezed into Qin Zai's car. The two of them had a lot to talk about with the two siblings. If their boss was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so casual. However, their boss was a central air conditioner that kept them warm. Sure enough, the central air conditioner said helplessly, "I don't have a car," and acquiesced. Lu Wei said happily, "Congratulations, Chairman Qin." She was talking to Qin Bao. Qin Bao smiled and said, "Same to you." The Best Supporting Actress award was also very important. It was the greatest recognition of acting skills. To a certain extent, the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress awards both symbolized outstanding acting skills. What made her the happiest was not this award. In the past year that she had been with Qin Zai, she had been acting as a supporting actress. From The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach to A Journey to the West, a total of 4 high box office movies, Lu Wei's Best Supporting Actress award was more appropriate than Baby Qin's Best Actress award. When she jumped ship to Tianfang, she could barely be considered a B-lister. In the past year, the high box office movies deepened her resume, improved her acting skills, and increased her reputation. Today, she won the Best Supporting Actress award. Entering the A-lister industry was already set in stone. In the short span of a year, she crossed a big realm. It was unbelievable. In a novel, she would be the main character template of "This person must not be left alive," and "He will definitely become a big problem in the future." All of this was thanks to Qin Zai. She had to admit that this legendary man was very attractive to women. Yi Lu came to Taiwan this time to accompany him. Her movie last year was also nominated, but the quality of the movie was still lacking. She also didn't have any good movies after that. The recently popular Empresses in the Palace was a TV series. CEO Qin, do you think I can win the Best Actress award next year? Yi Lu threw him a flirtatious glance. Qin Zai knew that she was asking him for a role, so he said seriously, "How would I know?" "It depends on your luck." "Humph, Best Actress?" She wasn't old, but she had a big mouth. "Wait until you get nominated a few more times." Even though Yi Lu was already an A-lister, it was still very difficult for her to compete with Qin Bao Bao in such a simple and crude way. "Oh right, what did you say to Zhang Yao? Look at his ugly expression when he left." Qin Zai thought of this. "Nothing much. I just wanted to sell him a song." "Heh, he didn't want it." Qin Bao Bao pretended to be angry. "Tell me softly." Qin Zai put his ear next to his sister's lips. Maybe it was because there were outsiders around and it wasn't convenient for his sister to say it. Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth and wanted to bite his earlobe. However, she suddenly realized that Yi Lu and Lu Wei were beside them. She spat and said impatiently, "I already said it's fine. Aren't you annoying? Do you believe that I'll spank your butt?" Yi Lu blinked. "Sister Bao Bao, you're still going to spank his butt? As an older sister, you can do whatever you want." Qin Bao Bao said in annoyance, "You're thinking too much. He's the one who keeps spanking my butt." "Huh?" Yi Lu and Lu Wei were confused. They thought they heard wrong. Qin Zai's hand shook. He thought, "Sister, don't say that I'm spanking you in public. It's very dangerous." Qin Bao Bao's mind worked quickly. She pouted. "My status is the lowest in the family. How would I dare to offend a big boss like him? I don't even have dignity as an older sister." Now, her words sounded like she was mocking and complaining. Lu Wei and Yi Lu snickered. After a moment of silence, Lu Wei said, "Oh right, CEO Qin, can the artists in the company date?" Qin Zai froze. "If it says in the contract that I can't date, then I can. If it doesn't, then I can." Little fresh meats and young actresses couldn't date because it would cause them to lose fans. Sister Su Zhilu had a girlfriend and her Weibo was paralyzed. Then, her popularity plummeted and many fans turned from fans to haters. Therefore, before the little fresh meats and young actresses had a stable foundation, they could only have rumors and couldn't date. Lu Wei nodded. Then I'm relieved. Qin Bao Bao smiled happily. You want to find a boyfriend? That meant that there was one less potential threat. Yi Lu said, she already has a boyfriend. She just hasn't announced it. Many female artists in the company liked Qin Zhe and were even infatuated with him, including Lu Wei. However, it was like chasing a celebrity. No matter how much they liked a celebrity, they couldn't be infatuated to the point of not dating and keeping their chastity. Qin Bao Bao turned to Yi Lu. Then do you have a boyfriend? Yi Lu said, I'm not even 30 yet. I'm not in a hurry. You can do it yourself. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm not in a hurry either. Lu Wei said, Sister Bao Bao, do you have an ex? This question was very urgent. She definitely couldn't answer no. How could a 26-year-old woman not have an ex? Thus, Qin Bao Bao snorted. Guess. She paused and casually changed the topic. She sighed and said, it's not easy to find a boyfriend. I don't like any of them. Yi Lu said, of course. With such an outstanding younger brother like CEO Qin, Sister Bao Bao's standards must be very high. It's just hard to find one. Actually, it wasn't hard at all. The hardest thing about dating was not having a target. Once there was a standard for choosing a partner, it was easier to choose a partner. For example, you could sleep with that standard. After returning to Shanghai, his sister's second concert was held a week later. The guest group was very luxurious. Other than Qin Zhe, Huang Yuteng, Su Jiao, and other singers who had been famous for a long time, there were also several big names in the music industry who came to support her. Because of Qin Zhe's halo, Tian Fang easily invited them. The concert was very successful. The fans got to hear the new song as they wished. Concerts were bound to have new songs. This was the specialty of Qin Bao Bao's concerts. No other singer could do it. One of the songs was Pathological Changes. Later, Zhang Yao, who watched the HD version of the concert online, was so angry that he smashed his computer. The lyrics were different. He was played by Qin Bao Bao again. Qin Bao Bao never thought of giving him a song. The lyrics were also changed. It was purely to mock him. He just stabbed Qin Zhe with a soft nail to vent his feelings as a victor. Also, the news of him winning Best Actor at the Golden Horse Awards quickly appeared on the entertainment news. The Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Director awards were all given to the mainland. The media boasted about it fiercely. But the response online was not just praise and cheers. If Qin Bao Bao deserved the Best Actress award, it became a PY deal for him. The mainland's netizens were originally dismissive of Taiwan's Golden Horse Awards. They were even biased. Qin Zhe had so many fans, so they took the opportunity to criticize him. What? My husband didn't win Best Actor? It must be fake. What bullsh** T Golden Horse Awards? There's a shady deal. Let's report it to Guangying. Guangying can't do anything about it. But they're both stars in the movie Journey to the West. If Qin Bao Bao can win Best Actress, why can't Qin Zhe? There must be a shady deal. Zhang Yao only won Best Actor because of the Golden Horse Awards. Tui, such a dirty heart. Zhang Yao's good mood from winning Best Actor was greatly reduced. After the concert in Shanghai, his sister could find an excuse to slack off and prepare to hold another concert in Beijing next month. At night, she sneaked into Qin Zhe's room and pretended to be tired. She whined and begged her brother to give her a massage. She was a little dissatisfied when the plan for the national concert tour was cancelled. But after returning from Guangdong, her sister did not mention the national concert tour. It was tiring enough to travel to one place. The national concert tour made her so tired that she lost 5 kilograms. However, after idling at home for less than 3 days, Tian Fong received an announcement. Hollywood invited his sister to play a supporting role. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe were in the office discussing whether to accept or not. Chapter 668. Although the invitation from Hollywood was unexpected, it was not too surprising or unbelievable. Nowadays, it was no longer a dream to play a supporting role in a Hollywood blockbuster. With the development of China's economy and the prosperity of the people, China's market share in the world was getting bigger and bigger. For example, the sales of Apple's mobile phones in China even exceeded those in the US. This was not only reflected in the commerce industry, but also in the film industry. A Hollywood blockbuster could easily sell a few billion yuan or even billions of yuan at the box office in China. There was a classic saying in the Hollywood film industry, "Box office sales are not good? It's okay, we still have China." Due to such an environment, Hollywood commercial films were paying more attention to the China market. In order to cater to the market and open up the China market, they frequently invited Chinese stars to join them. This was especially true for disaster films. The cities were flooded, burned, and destroyed by earthquakes. Hong Kong, China, could not escape. In addition, the script for the role was sent from the other side. Qin Bao Bao read it first before showing it to her brother. The role is not bad, the third female lead. It's not considered a walk-on role. Qin Zhe said, "Do you want to go? What do you think?" Qin Bao Bao asked for her brother's opinion out of habit. "I'm asking you. If you want to go, then go." "I want to go, but I feel that the salary is too little. Although it's a supporting role, it's not even half of the salary in China." His sister was obviously arrogant. She did not care about an income of more than 10 million yuan. After winning the Best Actress award, her salary was as high as 40 million yuan, for a movie. Only TV dramas paid more than 100 million yuan. Currently, no one dared to pay 100 million yuan for a movie. A salary of 40 million yuan could be ranked in the top 5 in the Chinese entertainment industry. Among the female stars, she deserved to be number 1. It was a very scary achievement. In the past and present, in the history of the entertainment industry, female stars' salaries were always lower than male stars. The difference between the two was almost 50%. Sometimes, female stars could not even enter the top 10 in terms of salary. However, no matter how high Qin Bao Bao's salary was, it was useless. She refused to act in passionate scenes. Holding hands is the limit, which stopped most commercial films. If it was a literary film, they could not afford to hire her. If it was a comedy, she did not know how to act. Qin Bao Bao's funny sells? This was a joke in itself. Not at all. The benefits of her rising social status were not in terms of her pay, but the soaring endorsement and commercial fees. It's not a small amount. I've done my research. A Hollywood superstar's salary for a cameo is between 3 million to 20 million US. Your role is only for 15 minutes, and the pay is $2.5 million US. The other party is giving you a lot of face. Qin Zhe said, "If there is no problem with the audition, the role will be secured." The other party invited her to an audition. People in the country had always criticized celebrities for being paid too much. They even said that Hollywood stars were so cheap. They could just say it anonymously online. If they used their real names, they would be laughed at by people who knew the industry. Everyone's pay was in the tens of millions, but other people's pay was in USD, while yours was in RMB. The pay of the big shots in the country could not be compared to that of Hollywood. The difference was too great. Then why was the production cost in China so low? This was a very strange phenomenon. Due to the large population base, there were all kinds of people. Therefore, celebrities became famous very quickly and could rise rapidly. Therefore, there was a phenomenon. People who shouted on microphones could change careers to film. People who sang songs on live broadcasts could also change careers to film. They could do a few exaggerated actions, shout a few jingles, and *ck their sisters-in-law in their free time. In short, anyone could become a celebrity. Through the operation of capital, they could increase the number of views, increase their popularity, create a bubble in their social status, and then drive up their pay. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to ask for a few million USD. They found a godfather to do plastic surgery, spent some money to package them, and then became popular. This was a very rare thing in foreign countries. In the entertainment industry, celebrities who did not have any acting skills could easily become popular with packaging and asking for sky-high pay were everywhere. For the same 10 celebrities, only the lead actor's pay was especially high. In the country, the 10 celebrities' pay was especially high, and the proportion of the celebrities' pay was imaginable. In terms of integrity in the industry, the integrity in the country was like the top celebrities' pay. It was far from Hollywood. But think about it, why could any weirdo become a celebrity? In the end, everyone had to bear the blame. Then let's go. Can you increase the price? Qin Bao Bao asked. She was conflicted. As a celebrity's professional integrity, although the opportunity to act in Hollywood was not as precious as in the 80s and 90s, it was still very helpful to one's reputation. Hollywood needed domestic celebrities to increase the audience's favorability, and celebrities also wanted to ride on the popularity of big movies to increase their fame. However, as a maggot who was not so career-minded, Bao Bao felt that she could stay at home to accompany her brother and fight the wolf in the house. Her life was quite comfortable, and she did not want to fly thousands of miles to America. Help me decide. If you increase the price too much, we might break up. If it's too little, it's meaningless. Actually, you just want to slack off, but you also yearn for the legendary Hollywood, so you're conflicted and let me decide. Qin Zhe hit the nail on the head. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She blinked her eyes in shock. The thing that was conflicted in her heart was said by her brother in an instant. No one knew her better than her brother. Qin Zhe said proudly, "I've long known your depth. Go on, it's good to see it." She would treat it as a resume to enrich her career as an actor. 3 days later, the flight to America soared into the sky. The wings swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Qin Zhe accompanied his sister to America, just like parents sending their children to school for the first time. His parents were right. In fact, the one who doted on his sister the most was Qin Zhe, since they were young. Otherwise, why would his sister rely on him so much? In addition, there was a small team of 20 people accompanying them, including 2 legal officers. International flights were much more spacious and luxurious than domestic flights. This was especially obvious in the first-class cabin. There were many foreigners on the plane. Even Qin Zhe, who grew up in Shanghai, rarely saw so many foreigners at once. He was looking forward to the trip to America and was full of fighting spirit. When he went to the toilet, he would no longer feel lonely. Let's compete, foreigners. Not only could he compete to his heart's content, but his sister would also not feel lonely with big breasts. There were Class D experts everywhere, and Class E experts were as common as dogs. Western women were all big breasts and had nice names. He really wanted to see them. Qin Bao Bao did not go abroad many times. He was full of expectations. It would be great if this woman was not in the first-class cabin. Suyu said gently, send me to the train later." Qin Zhe said, "Oh, no problem." This gentle tone like that of a girlfriend made Qin Bao Bao particularly uncomfortable. He rolled his eyes. "Is this your first time on the train? Is this your first time going to Los Angeles? You're asking someone to send you." "Suyu, I didn't ask you to send me. Please don't send me." "Thank you." Qin Bao Bao laughed. Be careful, don't let people rob you. Suyu retorted. I'll give you the same words. The entertainment circle here is not clean. I've been in America for so many years. Do you need to worry? When Suyu heard that Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were coming to the United States, she followed them. The reason was that she wanted to see her old friends who she had not seen for a long time. Anyway, she had been in the United States for many years, so she still had some close friends. By the way, Suyu, let me ask you something. Qin Zhe quickly changed the topic. Is the security in America really so bad? You can't go out in the middle of the night? My sister and I are new here. Tell me. Suyu, it's not that dangerous. Otherwise, I'm more beautiful than a flower. I'm as beautiful as a fairy. Wouldn't I be finished? It also depends on the place. It's really dangerous to go out in the middle of the night in some places, but it's fine to wander around in the middle of the night in some places. She organized her words for a moment. The poor are different. Don't go to bars and nightclubs at night, especially a flirtatious woman like your sister. You're the flirtatious one. Suyu took the opportunity to belittle, and Qin Baobao took the opportunity to fight back. Suyu ignored her and continued, the overall environment of Los Angeles is very general. I don't recommend you go out to experience the city's nightlife at night unless there is a local guide. If you don't go to a particularly messy and remote place, there is basically no danger. America is not so dangerous. The reason why you have this idea is probably because guns are not banned there. After all, if a car suddenly stops on the road, and then points a gun at your head, it's scary to think about it. There are still a lot of robberies with guns, and there are also a lot of forced sex. The media over there is relatively free and high exposure. There are also a lot of robberies and forced sex in our country, but most of them are not exposed. Suyu threw out a, reason. Foreign countries are full of danger and foreign countries have a full moon. His mother was born to escape. Qin Zhe was so scared that his little hand trembled. Suyu, don't die. Quickly recite the core values of socialism 10 times. Suyu, who had been in America for many years, curled her lips in disdain. This topic made Qin Zhe frightened and changed the topic again. Sister, reading a novel, I recommend it. Qin Baobao didn't look up and looked at the mobile phone. My sister is a big star, very good. Qin Zhe, online novels are the same as slang songs, and the tone is the same. Qin Baobao, this book is not the same. The author is a cultured person. He can make up idioms. Oh, I'll go to the bathroom. Qin Zhe got up and went to the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, when he was reading with relish, he received a message from Suyu, husband, I haven't had sex for many days. Let's do it. Is this going to be 1,000 miles a day? Qin Zhe, don't make trouble, on the plane. Suyu, it's exciting on the plane, right? I'll come quietly and make sure your sister doesn't find out. Qin Zhe, you can tease me. When I have time in Hollywood, I'll make you doubt your life. Suyu sent a playful emoji. P.S. I'll take a day off tomorrow. I'll spend some time on the outline of the trip to America, as well as the ending outline. This book will probably end at the end of June. If the update wasn't so bad, at the end of May, at this time, it should be finished. However, the update is bad, and the results plummeted. Although it's sad and disappointed, it's also a good thing for me. I won't be remembered so much. After all, no one will care about a book that can't be found in the rankings. It was because my results were too good that I fell to this point today. Would you believe it? I was forced to do the outline of this book 3 times. The whole paragraph collapsed. Today, the book just happened to be 1 year old, so I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Along the way, my mentality collapsed several times, so that I can't find the original feeling. Every time I think about it, I want to cry, sob. This book is not long, there are too many external factors. In the final analysis, it's a man's romance with red eyes. Damn it. Chapter 669. When the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, it was 1600 hours p.m. in the 8th West District of the United States. A group of people yawned sleepily. They flew in early in the morning and experienced a long journey of 20 hours. At this time, it was early in the morning in China, and it was the time to sleep. The team was responsible for the transportation. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao sent Suyu to the high-speed rail. She bought the ticket in advance. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe wore masks and sunglasses out of habit. Suyu didn't. She wore very conservative pants and a knitted sweater. Her face was attractive enough, and her figure was highlighted. She was alone in a foreign country, and her courage was too big. Why don't you take a plane? MIT is far away from here. Qin Zhe asked. It's not just far, it's thousands of miles away. Los Angeles is in the western part of the United States, and MIT is in the northeastern city of Boston. You just know? You didn't ask me about the itinerary all the way. Suyu looked back and gave him a bitter look. Who said I was going to MIT? Aren't you going to visit friends? Are all your university classmates locals? Suyu gave him another look. I'm going to MIT to revisit the college at most, and see my mother who doesn't like to talk to me. I don't want to go. Your mother doesn't talk to you? Qin Bao asked curiously. It's none of your business. Suyu scolded with a black face. She just asked a question and was suddenly scolded. Qin Bao glared angrily. Qin Zhe didn't speak. What he said was wrong. A smart man should keep silent at this time. It's wrong to help anyone. He said in his heart, Sister, Suyu's mother doesn't talk to her, just like the system doesn't talk to me. It's a very bad behavior. Family affairs were her worries. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin only briefly talked about it, and Wang Zijin took the initiative to ask. Even if Suyu loved him again, she would still be angry if he exposed her scars. By the way, are you going to shoot here? How long will it take? Suyu asked. If it's not long, let's go back together. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. It will take some time, but it won't be too long. If it exceeds your expectations, you can go back first. Be careful. Call me if you have any trouble. Remember to contact me, or my sister every night before you go to bed. Suyu nodded. I'm going to a small town. A small town is safer than a city. Although Qin Zhe's experience in the United States was far less than hers, Suyu liked the feeling of being cared for when she traveled. The ticketing time was getting closer and closer. After a long silence, Suyu stood quietly at the ticketing gate for a moment, hesitating, biting his lip, suddenly pointing to the glass window of the dome, and said to Qin Bao, Look, gray plane. Qin Bao, what's so good about a plane? Suyu, hey, you dropped money. Qin Bao, no, I'm not short of money. Suyu, someone behind you seems to be calling you. Qin Bao was unmoved. I'm not familiar with this place. I don't care who is calling me. Suyu, so stubborn. When the ticketing time came, Suyu bit her lip again, looked at Qin Zhe with grievance, and dragged her suitcase into the station. She wanted to do a goodbye kiss in the movie. She wanted to peck him, but the movies were all lies, and the moves didn't work. Watching Suyu enter the station and disappear on the escalator, Qin Bao rolled her eyes and took Qin Zhe's arm. Let's go to Hollywood. Qin Zhe walked and turned his head to look at the crowded ticket gate again. Su Teddy should have wanted to kiss him in the end. From her eyes, Qin Zhe saw that impulse. With her ability to make trouble, it was indeed possible. Perhaps she was afraid of being bullied by Qin Bao in public, so she was scared. Qin Bao's serious brother complex was known by Wang Zijin and Suyu later. Both of them held the mentality that since they were siblings, there was no threat to Qin Bao Bao. Hollywood was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. It was both a place name and the film industry of the United States. Originally a pleasant village, it later developed into the world-famous Hollywood. Countless major film companies gathered here. It was the center of the global music and film industry. At the same time, there were also many stars working here. It was a bit like an upgraded version of Dongyang Hengdian. Huanhai Film and Television. Director Daoist discussed the script with the scriptwriter in the office. In fact, the movie scripts of American superheroes were the same. Adventures, growth, killing bosses. If you don't believe it, all superheroes had the same routine. Therefore, the selling point of Hollywood superhero movies was the character design and special effects. The plot was actually unwatchable. If you watch too much, you will lose the novelty. The focus was on the character design and dialogue. These details were enough to attract the audience. Even if the routine was the same, characters with distinct personalities, humorous and witty dialogue, and visual impact of special effects often made the audience ignore the routine. At present, the script had been set. The plot did not need to be modified, but some scenes and dialogues had disagreements between the director and the scriptwriter. In a crew, the scriptwriter was one of the few people who could argue with the director, especially in such a large company system. Sometimes the scriptwriter had a higher status than the director, such as Mama Yu, who had been silent for many years because of plagiarism, and Aunt Xiong, who everyone was familiar with. Daoist held a Cuban cigar that the big shots loved and frowned. Don't you think that many dialogues are meaningless or not exciting enough? The scenes are not perfect either. The box office of superhero movies is declining day by day. If we don't work on the details, we can forget about making a breakthrough in the box office. Brandon, the scriptwriter, said helplessly, "We are too obsessed with connotation and humor. We are at a disadvantage. The company did not ask us to make a breakthrough." Daoist took a hard puff of the cigar. Superhero movies had reached a bottleneck after being popular for more than 10 years. No one was willing to do something as arduous and unrewarding as a breakthrough when a certain routine could bring in a stable income. It was just like the declining quality of Japanese comics and China's online novels that followed the same routine. It was difficult for them to escape the rut. It was almost time to get off work. Daoist and Brandon ended their conversation and prepared to go home or enjoy a leisurely and sumptuous dinner at the restaurant. Dinner was their main meal overseas. The pressure of a fast-paced life doomed them to not be able to enjoy breakfast and lunch. The phone on the desk rang. It was his assistant. He said that the celebrities from China had arrived in Hollywood and arranged to meet tomorrow. Daoist thought for a moment and said, "Help me ask them out for dinner." "Brandon, let's go together." Brandon was puzzled. "It's just a China celebrity. Do we need to go?" Daoist despised him in his heart and explained, "Qin Bao Bao is very famous in China. She is very popular. I asked someone to check. She is now the most popular female celebrity. The China market is very important. If we want to enter the China market, it is necessary to have a good relationship with their celebrities. When we go to China to promote, we will have to ask them for help." After a pause, he smiled. "Also, Qin Bao Bao is a very beautiful lady." The foreigners were especially excited when it came to women. Daoist opened Qin Bao Bao's photo on the computer and showed it to Brandon. Brandon said, "Beautiful." The woman in the photo had the delicacy and grace of an Asian. Her facial features were not inferior to those of a Westerner. The combination of her facial features and the shape of her face gave her a unique temperament. It was the kind of temperament that was especially seductive. The foreigners did not know how to describe this temperament. They simply felt that she was charming because they did not know the Chinese word foxy. The dinner was arranged at a high-end restaurant near the Avenue of Stars. It was pure Western food. Although they valued Qin Bao Bao, they did not go to the extent of looking for a Chinese restaurant for her. It was not easy to find one here. The siblings, whose biological clocks had not been adjusted, did not want to come. However, it was their first time here and the director asked them out for dinner to improve their relationship. They did not want to be too arrogant. They arrived at the restaurant and saw Brandon and Davis. Director Davis, whose full name was Gabriel Davis, was a middle-aged man with short brown hair. He had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. Brandon, on the other hand, had short blonde hair and sea-blue eyes. He looked more serious. "Hi, Qin." Davis recognized Qin Bao Bao first. Foreigners were used to calling each other by their surnames. They would only call each other by their first names when they were close to each other. Because of this habit, when they called Chinese people, they would usually call them by their surnames instead of their full names. When they met for the first time, the two were even more surprised by Qin Bao Bao's appearance. She was a woman who did not have many flaws in her appearance. She was beautiful, delicate, and had a good figure. She came with light makeup. Her skin was delicate and white, and her complexion was very healthy. This was very rare in the entertainment industry. Many female stars had a good foundation and were beautiful, but their complexions were often not good, especially female model workers. Qin Bao Bao's image was more consistent with the character in the script. Qin Bao Bao shook hands with them and introduced Qin Zhe. It could be seen that Davis and Brandon were relatively unfamiliar with Qin Zhe. In fact, they were also unfamiliar with Qin Bao Bao before. They only had a general impression of Qin Bao after asking someone to find out more about her. No matter how famous they were in the country, their influence could not reach abroad because few of their works were leaked abroad. In fact, Qin Zhe's opera 2 was very popular abroad. It was just that the song was popular, not the person. In 2018, mid-November, the two foreigners still did not know the name of the fast shooter. Chapter 670. My name is Qin Zhe. I'm her agent. You can contact me if you need anything during the shooting. Qin Zhe introduced himself in fluent English. Before he came to the United States, he deliberately took an advanced English proficiency book, and his spoken English was better than his sister, a top student from Fudan University. Although there was nothing wrong with his sister's English, she spoke slowly and stuttered from time to time. This was a common problem for most non-English major students in China. They could read an English article without hindrance, but they couldn't read it in fluent spoken English, which was especially obvious during communication. This is our first cooperation. Is there anything to avoid? Davis appeared to be very gentlemanly. The requirements have been stated in the email. Except for that, there are no other taboos. Qin Zhe answered for his sister. After all, he spoke better English now. No kissing scenes, no passion scenes. If there were any, they would use a stunt double. This was what the two sides had communicated before. Of course, there was no problem. Although there were kissing scenes and sex scenes in the United States, his sister's role was only a supporting actress, one of the important supporting actresses. Filming a passion scene for a supporting actress was completely a lame plot and would be scolded by the audience. Davis was very talkative and spoke with classic American humor. After he finished speaking, he would look at you seriously. Qin Zhe, who should cooperate with him, couldn't pretend to ignore it, so he laughed. When it came to Bullsh**ting, Qin Zhe, who spent most of his time on forums, Tieba, and UC, wasn't inferior to him in the slightest. As a keyboard warrior, his brain was filled with dozens of words and jokes, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Qin Bao Bao and Brandon were reduced to supporting roles, occasionally echoing a few words. Most of the time, they just listened to them bragging. In the midst of boredom, Qin Bao Bao noticed a detail that Suyu once told her brother. Suyu said that if foreigners were particularly noisy and dancing when eating, then they were Americans. It was said that foreigners spoke softly when eating, probably referring to Japan and some European countries. She found that even in such a high-end restaurant, there was no shortage of chattering guests. Qin Bao Bao didn't have much experience abroad, so she observed silently. After a few glasses of red wine, Qin Zhe forcefully pulled Davis to tell him a Chinese joke. His sister kicked him with the tip of her shoe, and he finally gave up. Therefore, they talked about his old profession as a director. Qin Zhe said that he was also half a director. He was both the scriptwriter and the director of a Chinese odyssey. Davis was shocked. You filmed Journey to the West? It broke the box office record in China, and it's selling well here too. He hadn't watched the Chinese Odyssey to the West. Otherwise, he would have recognized Qin Zhe. However, he had heard of this movie before. Back then, when it was promoted in the United States, it was said that it had broken the box office record in China. After that, he followed Qin Bao Bao and found out that she had won the Best Actress award with this movie. As the scriptwriter, Brandon had a whole new level of respect for him. He was even more confused. Aren't you an agent? Qin Zhe was stunned. He thought to himself, damn, I'm one of the most popular young actors in China. Have you really not heard of me? It's so awkward. Qin Zhe smiled. Yes, I'm an agent. However, I'm also a singer, an actor, a composer, an entrepreneur, and of course, a scriptwriter. The two foreigners widened their eyes. Brandon asked, are you kidding? No. Qin Bao Bao explained, my brother is recognized as an all-rounder in the entertainment industry. Haven't you seen a Chinese Odyssey? He was the male lead. He was the male lead in all my songs and movies. In China, many singers want one of his songs but can't get it. She used her not very fluent English to talk for a long time to boast about her brother. If it wasn't for the language barrier, she would have suggested them to look it up on Baidu. Davis and Brandon made a, I'm so scared that my dried fish, expression. It was considered a perfunctory answer. However, they didn't believe it. Instead, they felt that these two Chinese liked to boast. The foreigners ate their dinner very slowly. They chatted as they ate. Most of the time, they drank. Qin Bao Bao had a good tolerance for alcohol. However, it was easy for her to get drunk. At this moment, her face was red and she was very charming. After chatting more, she asked the director for the script. Tomorrow is the audition, right? I want to read the script today. No, there's no audition tomorrow. You can come and get the script tomorrow, Davis said. If you want, I have it here. Brandon took out the script from his bag. At the same time, he tried to test Qin Zhe. Do you want to read it and give me some suggestions? Qin Bao Bao took the script. Brandon gave her the general script, not the character script. It was written in English. This wasn't a problem for Qin Bao Bao. However, there was too much content. It was a little troublesome for her to find her own character. She glanced at the script casually and threw it to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe read it with great interest. He was very interested in how the scripts in Hollywood were written. After taking advanced English proficiency, translating was not a problem for him, let alone reading the script. He did not watch many American superhero movies. He did not know as much as those loyal fans. However, he did watch a lot of movies. The one that left the deepest impression on him was King Kong Dog. It was a genetically modified hero who had a keen sense of smell like a dog. He did justice in the big city. Art came from life, and so did the script. Therefore, from these movies, it could be seen that there were quite a lot of armed robberies in the United States. In addition, he had also watched American blockbusters in the Point store in the parallel world. They were both superhero movies. However, there were some differences between the superheroes in the two worlds. For example, the power system in that world was extremely chaotic. There was no way to explain it logically. In this aspect, the Hollywood superheroes in his world were much more rigorous. However, every hero in this world was independent. The script was about a young archaeology professor who found an ancient ruin by chance. It was the ruin of God. He found a blue gem in the ruin. It was the heart of God. At the same time, it was the core that sealed the evil God. The archaeology professor accidentally fused with the heart of God and obtained the power passed down from God. He became a superhero from then on. However, at the same time, he released the sealed evil God. The archaeology professor who obtained the power of God made a fortune with his superpowers. He had endless money to spend and endless women to sleep with. Until one day, a goddess from the east came to him and said, "You bastard. Do you know that you have released the evil God? The world is about to be destroyed, and you are still here having fun sleeping with women." The evil God was originally a god. However, because he wanted to destroy the world, he was sealed. His rebirth alarmed the king of God. Therefore, he sent his son to help the protagonist reseal the evil God. At the same time, the goddess from the east also helped the protagonist. Both sides engaged in an intense battle in the city. After much effort, they finally sealed the evil God. Look, it was still the same old story. Adventure, growth, boss fight. It was obviously a Greek mythological system. Suddenly, an Eastern goddess was inserted. It felt like a husky had sneaked into a pack of wolves. It was very out of place. It was probably a forced addition of characters to cater to the China market. Qin Zhe finished reading at an extremely fast speed. He took a sip of red wine and said, "Don't you think that the role of the Eastern goddess is too abrupt? What does the evil god in the Greek mythological system have to do with her?" Brandon nodded. "I know. It will be slightly modified in the future. As long as we add a few sentences in the narration, the goddess from the east sealed the evil god together with God, it will be reasonable for her to help seal the evil god." It was just a small problem. Therefore, Brandon did not care about it and left it for the future. "Is there anything else?" "No." Qin Zhe shook his head. Hearing this, Brandon was very disappointed. He thought, if Qin Zhe is really the scriptwriter of A Journey to the West, then his professional suggestions should not be so shallow and crude. He was indeed bragging. It was funny that I was still looking forward to it. Davis shook his head and laughed. "However, have you guys ever thought of changing the way you film superheroes?" Qin Zhe said, "I do have some suggestions in this regard." "Change the way?" Brandon and Davis looked at each other. They were puzzled. "How? What do you mean?" Chapter 671. There are too many superheroes in the United States. I can't even count them with two hands. They have a lot of imagination and all kinds of superpowers. The rich rely on technology while the poor rely on mutation. Every hero has their own story. In terms of theme alone, superheroes are undoubtedly successful. In my country, superheroes have a lot of fans. They even discuss who is more powerful on the internet and argue about it, Qin Zhe said. Davis and Brandon listened carefully and smiled knowingly. Superheroes had a place even in Hollywood where quality products were everywhere. In the past, their status was even higher. However, in recent years, the industry had hit a bottleneck and it was difficult to recreate its former glory. Then why don't you gather all the superheroes together and film an epic masterpiece? Or you can think of it this way. Let the superheroes form an alliance and fight monsters together to level up. Who knows, there might even be sparks of love between them. For example, the Panther Girl under your company. I'm looking forward to Vajra conquering her. Qin Zhe raised his eyebrows. Gather all the heroes together? Brandon felt something called inspiration explode in his mind, but he still had many doubts. In that case, who is the main character? Everyone is the main character. There is no need to divide them into primary and secondary characters, Qin Zhe said. But this will increase the difficulty of filming. Davis frowned. For a superhero alone, the main character was obvious. The camera just had to focus on him. Once multiple heroes appeared, everyone would be the main character. Then, how would it be more reasonable to divide the shots? There would be a lot of unnecessary scenes during this period. This will depend on the scriptwriter's ability. Qin Zhe analyzed. For example, in the movie you are filming this time, if multiple superheroes gather to fight a boss, you just have to change the god assisting the main character to a superhero. Then, you can share some scenes with them. Wouldn't that be no problem? His words made the two of them fall into deep thought. While fixed routines brought benefits, they would also solidify people's thinking. Qin Zhe had seen the routines of the other world. He could easily use their strengths to make up for his weaknesses. In the world he was in, the superhero's power system was more rigorous. This was an advantage, but it also made it difficult to integrate. A weak hero would still be a weakling if he mixed in with a powerful hero. To solve this problem, a wave of brain cells had to be killed. However, Qin Zhe didn't have to burn his brain. It's a bold idea. Maybe we can give it a try. Davis smiled. But it's inevitable that we'll have to take some risks. There's no need to take risks. Qin Zhe said, superheroes have their own fans. When two or more superheroes meet in a movie and achieve a certain goal as teammates, what do you think the audience will do when they hear this gimmick? It was not rejection, but excitement, agitation, and anticipation. Famous superheroes have fixed fan groups, so the so-called risk is minimal. It's even safer and more convenient than creating a new hero. So far, you have more than 10 superheroes under your banner, and as many as 5 or 6 popular heroes. Why don't you try making a series like League of Superheroes? Scattered heroes not interfering with each other was a great waste. Although there was an obvious difference in strength between heroes, every hero had their own characteristics. A reasonable arrangement of the hero's abilities could make the plot rich and interesting. Some fans like this hero and hate that hero. When they watch a movie, they would choose to watch the hero they like. If all the heroes were gathered, wouldn't this be a movie that would explode at the box office? Have you thought about this problem? The air suddenly froze. Brandon and Davis looked at each other. In the past few years, superhero movies have started to go downhill. No matter how effective a formula is, the human brain will have aesthetic fatigue. Under the same formula, you need to keep changing skins, but your skins are just creating heroes. In our country, there's a game that makes money by selling skins. The same character keeps creating new skins, and the daily turnover can reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Only by constantly changing skins can the audience's desire to consume. The image of a superhero is the source of consumption, and you have been profiting by selling the same skin. Brandon muttered words like hero and league in a low voice. Davis, on the other hand, was imagining the possibility of a few heroes gathering in one place. With his rich experience as a director, although he had never tried it, it was not impossible. His understanding of the market and the audience's psychology told him that Qin Zhe's words were not without reason. The appeal of a hero and the appeal of a few heroes could not be mentioned in the same breath. I like superhero movies very much. After I became a screenwriter, I fantasized that if all the heroes were gathered together, it would be very exciting and exciting. So, I tried to write a screenplay. Qin Zhe bragged without restraint. Brandon was energized. The American man could not help but raise his voice. You've written a script before, can you show it to me? Oh, if you're willing, I'll buy your script in my own name. Qin Zhe shook his head. It's just a spontaneous creation. It's not a complete script. But since you're interested, we can talk more during the filming. Dinner lasted until 8:30 p.m. After eating and drinking to their fill, their sleepiness subsided. After bidding farewell to Brandon and Davis, both of them seemed to have a lot on their minds. They spent most of their time thinking. Qin Bao Bao held her brother's hand as they strolled along the Walk of Fame. From the American guide, he learned that the security in downtown Los Angeles was not good. It was best not to go out at night. However, Hollywood was quite safe. It was just that the streets were filled with people in strange costumes. If it was the peak season, it would be even livelier here. After all, it was the center of the world's film industry. There were many cosplayers. Is your idea reliable? His sister's face was still red from the alcohol. She looked charming under the light. Qin Zhe lowered his head. He saw the light reflected in her eyes like stars. Her black and thick eyelashes were like dark clouds under the moonlight. He said, "Of course it's reliable. It's worth tens of millions. You're bluffing. It's true. So you're giving it to them for free?" Qin Bao Bao puffed her cheeks. "Even if I don't say it, they will definitely think of it in the future. Unless I want to make a movie in Hollywood and be a boss. But it's not realistic whether it's time or manpower." Qin Zhe said, "Also, just take it as a favor. Otherwise, you won't pass the audition and be eliminated." Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. She raised her face. "Are you questioning my acting skills?" Qin Zhe said, "Come on. You can play the role of a sister and a younger brother well. Are you sure you can handle the other roles?" As soon as he said this, the sister and brother both turned their heads away awkwardly and temporarily stopped talking. Qin Zhe slapped himself twice in his heart. Why was the role of a sister and a younger brother so good? He should know in his heart why it was so good. Please don't say it out loud. Qin Bao Bao was not like him who could use skill books. She was not a professional and had not been in the film and television industry for a long time. It was not wrong to say that she was the worst movie queen. My sister's water is my water. I have to help her cover it well. Even if there was no dinner tonight, Qin Zhe would still find a chance to talk to the director and give his sister a heads up for the audition. There were many attractions in Hollywood that were worth visiting, but after Qin Bao Bao landed, she only rested for a short while in the car. She was not in a good state of mind, so she contacted the driver and planned to go back to the hotel to rest. At this time, there were a few greetings from the side of the road. Qin Zhe and his sister turned to look. It was a group of young people dressed in hip-hop style. They gathered on the side of the road and were smoking. They might have even been drinking. Because it was dinner time, they looked at Qin Bao Bao with lust and impulse. "Foreign girl, do you want to play with us?" A black man whistled at Qin Bao Bao. He probably thought that Qin Zhe and the others were foreign tourists. "Is that your boyfriend? You can play with us. We have fans," he added. "This girl has a good figure and a beautiful face. It will be fun to play with her." The young people roared with laughter. Qin Bao Bao had never heard such bold and wanton humiliation in real life. She frowned and pulled Qin Zhe away. Qin Zhe did not move. He looked at them carefully, focusing on their waists. He did not see any hidden guns. The black man in sneakers, slacks and a white unlined shirt felt that there was a chance. He walked over and said, "We have fans. Bring your girlfriend to play with us." Qin Zhe stared at him. "Do you have guns?" The black man, "No." Qin Zhe nodded. "Oh." Then he raised his voice and greeted all the women in the family in fluent English. F***K your mother. It felt so good to curse foreigners in Chinglish. And, your mother and grandma's bitch, was also very good. He wanted to show them the horror of Chinglish. Your son has no D***K, he did not know how to translate it for the time being. There was no D***K in English. There was one in Steel Gate, but they probably did not think it was a curse. The young people could understand the words, but the grammatical combination made them a little confused. Everyone was speaking English. Why were they different? But at least they could understand that it was a curse. Especially Qin Bao Bao, who kept repeating the words bitch and F***k every time Qin Zhe cursed. She would repeat bitch or F***k after cursing. Qin Zhe pulled his sister and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, he felt that he had to do something since they were out. So he turned his head and cursed, Baka. Then he signaled his sister with his eyes. Qin Bao Bao understood tacitly and scolded as well. If we were in China, I would definitely beat them up until their mothers couldn't recognize them, Qin Zhe said. They won't shoot us from behind, right? Qin Bao Bao was a little scared and kept looking back. It's okay. I saw that they didn't bring guns, Qin Zhe said. If they chased after them, Qin Zhe would teach them a lesson. But those guys just stood there and cursed. It was obvious that not every American would pull out a gun and shoot at them. Qin Zhe had seen a video online before. 2 American girls were fighting on the side of the road. As they fought, they pulled out their guns and continued to fight. Were they not afraid that they would accidentally fire? How bold! Because of some intentional propaganda online, Qin Zhe, like most netizens, was very wary of America, which did not ban guns. After all, no matter how good one's martial arts were, one would still be afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone bullets. If someone pulled out a small pistol from their pants and aimed it at you, even 10 Qin Zhe would be dead if they were not close to him. Moreover, there was a Bao Bao following him. It was inevitable that the siblings would be a little nervous. Qin Bao Bao felt that it would be safer to bring a group of people with them when they went out to play in the future. Actually, bringing a group of people with them could avoid such situations. But this pair of pretentious siblings liked to pretend to be a couple in other places. It was inconvenient to bring people with them. Chapter 672. At 9:00 the next day, Qin Zhe and her sister arrived at Huanhai Film and Television as promised. They brought 2 assistants, 3 security guards, and 2 legal staff. Davis arranged for an assistant to greet them at the entrance of the company. It was a blonde woman with blue eyes. It was hard to tell her age. Foreign girls were already charming when they just entered puberty, but Chinese girls looked like country bumpkins when they were 12 or 13. Because of this, they aged very quickly. She might be in her 30s, but it wouldn't be strange to say that she was in her 40s. The female assistant led them to a lounge and smiled politely. The director is having an audition. Please rest here. Everyone had a cup of coffee. Qin Bao Bao took a sip. The bitter taste made her frown. It was pure coffee with a little sugar and no milk. She preferred soft drinks like Starbucks. Do you mind if we go take a look? The assistant walked to the door, and her sister stopped her. Sure. The female assistant nodded and made an inviting gesture at the door. The location of the audition was in China. Most of the auditions were done in a quiet room. Other than the actors and directors, there weren't many other people. But sometimes, in order to test the actors' mentality, they would deliberately let the audience watch. The 2 followed the assistant to a large lounge. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, they saw an actress auditioning. Davis sat beside her and carefully studied the expression on her face. There were a lot of people outside. They didn't know if they were the crew members or artists who were also auditioning. The female assistant said that there was an audition inside. Please wait a moment before entering. I'm auditioning here too, right? Qin Bao Bao asked. Yes. About 20 minutes later, the audition inside was over. The female assistant opened the door and whispered something to Davis. Davis stood up happily and went out to greet them. The 2 Chinese people didn't look like ordinary people to make the director act so warmly. The people around them looked curiously. Brittany, who are they? Someone asked the female assistant who stepped out. Chinese stars, the female assistant said. They're very famous in China. Are they the Chinese stars invited by the crew? They're very beautiful. There was a lot of discussion. The aesthetics of foreigners were slightly different from that of Chinese, but they were mostly the same, with only slight differences. It was impossible for an ugly woman to be worshipped as a goddess in a foreign country. A woman with a delicate face and a voluptuous figure would be a beauty wherever she went. Even in China, aesthetic standards were different. For example, how can one conquer the world if one's chest is not big, and, how can one gather people's hearts if one's breasts are not big enough? Davis handed the script to Qin Baobao. This is a new script. Some details have been changed. How many days will it take? He gave Qin Baobao the greatest respect and preferential treatment and took the initiative to ask her how many days she needed to read the script. I think we can try it now, Qin Baobao said. When they contacted Tian Fong in the US, there was already a first draft of the script. It was not much different from the current script. Qin Baobao had read it before, so it was not a problem for her to choose an unmodified part of the script for the audition. Thus, Davis chose a part where the goddess appeared. She came to New York to find the protagonist and told him that the evil gods were about to destroy the world. As an American citizen of the world police who had inherited the power of God, he had to work with her to reseal the evil gods. However, Davis stopped the 2-minute scene 3 times. Her expression lacks dignity. Can you be more relaxed? You're obviously not a suitable mating partner. She was too serious when she said that. Don't keep a straight face. Relax, but show the seriousness of a goddess. This was a little awkward. Qin Baobao looked at her brother. It was normal for foreign movies to have dirty jokes from time to time. However, if you said that in China, the scene would definitely be cut. Qin Baobao was not used to such lines. Then, Davis probably had OCD. He could not be too serious or too relaxed. It had to be just right. Are your acting skills good? Yeah. You're stuck in a small scene so many times. Isn't it normal for Chinese stars to have no acting skills? Why do you say that? The Chinese audience always criticizes their entertainment artists for having no acting skills. But it's true. Outside the door, the guys who wanted to join in the fun chattered and talked. No matter how good the best actor or actress, it was normal for them to be stuck in the imagination during the filming process. However, in terms of the audition, if it was a special invitation in Qin Zhe's face, her audition would undoubtedly fail. Qin Baobao frowned. One more time. Qin Zhe waved his hand. Let's take a 5-minute break. Director, give me a lounge. It doesn't have to be too big. I'll talk to her. If possible, give me the script. Davis asked the female assistant to take the two to a small conference room. After the female assistant left, Qin Zhe noticed that his sister did not pretend to be pitiful. Instead, she was frowning and deep in thought. This meant that she was in a serious state. Every time an elder sister whimpered, it was all just an act. There were only the two of them in the small conference room. The shooting style here is different from that in China, right? Qin Zhe started the topic. Qin Baobao ignored him. She rubbed her face and said to herself, the emotions are not enough. The facial expressions are not handled well enough. Then, the lines are a bit embarrassing. It means that your self-cultivation as an actor is not good enough, Qin Zhe said. An excellent actor should be able to control any role. There was also psychological knowledge in this, psychological suggestion. She could be as reserved and arrogant as a goddess, but also as coquettish as a slut. She could be as dignified as a successful man, but also like a loser. She could kneel down and suck up to all kinds of rich men. Qin Zhe could do it. Obviously, his sister could not do it. Why don't we act together? I'll be the male lead and act together with you. I'll give you pointers while I'm at it, Qin Zhe said. The words, give you pointers, made Qin Bao Bao feel that her sister's dignity was gone. She wrinkled her nose unhappily and said in a sweet voice, okay. During the rehearsal process, Qin Zhe corrected a few of his sister's mistakes. When a goddess appeared, she must be dignified and solemn. This kind of combination with special effects was the real goddess style. During the communication process, the facial expression did not need to be too serious. Qin Bao Bao's acting skills were good, but the analysis of the role was still a bit lacking. You came from the east. Back then, you joined forces with the gods to seal the evil god? A curious face. Yes. A serious face. I almost thought that you were a little girl who liked to play cosplay. The kind that doesn't even have a boyfriend. A teasing face. You look like a suitable mating partner. A serious face. That's very good. Let's go back. Qin Zhe, who had been observing his sister's facial expressions, gave her a high five. He had neglected the lines, so when he went out, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. When they returned to the audition location, Qin Zhe suggested that he act together with his sister. Of course, Daoist did not have any objections. However, time was a little tight. His task today was to complete the audition for the few remaining roles. Qin Bao Bao had delayed him for too long. This time, his sister performed very well. Her facial expressions were handled very well. Daoist was extremely satisfied. Until the last part of the lines, Brandon, who was beside him, felt that something was wrong. He looked at the script and quickly stopped it. The lines are wrong. What's wrong? Daoist asked in surprise. The correct line is you're obviously not a suitable partner. She read it wrong, Brandon said. Daoist held his chin and thought, but even if it's wrong, it feels good. Brandon said. That seems to be the case. If he had not written the script, he almost could not tell that she had read the wrong lines. What was with this feeling that there was no sense of wrongness? Why don't we change it? I think it's not bad, Daoist said. No, no, no. The goddess I portray is majestic. Although the lines are not wrong, it doesn't match the character, Brandon said unhappily. Qin Zhe looked at his sister speechlessly. The latter stuck out her tongue. I accidentally read it wrong. The filming of the movie started a week later. Before that, the crew had made sufficient preparations. After settling the supporting roles, they immediately started filming. During the filming process, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao followed the crew almost the entire time. This was supposed to be the patent of the protagonist. The trouble with Qin Bao Bao's character was that although she did not have as many scenes as the protagonist, she was scattered throughout the entire plot. Moreover, she was not in a fixed setting. One moment, she was in Los Angeles. Another moment, she was by the river. Another moment, she was in the ruins. Another moment, she was fighting with the big boss in the city center. This meant that she had to follow the crew to one scene after another. She could not be alone and finish filming in one go. In a piano club in Los Angeles, the muscular male protagonist was flirting with the female protagonist in the piano room. They sat side by side at the piano. The sun shone on the bright pianist, and a melodious tune floated in the air. This tune suddenly became popular on the internet last year. The original video of the tune seemed to be played by an amazing person overseas using a mobile app. The original version could not be found on any music app. After the tune became popular, someone tried to record it. It was quickly released on various major music websites. It was free. Charging for it would definitely not work. They would be sued. In fact, even if it was free, there was the risk of being sued. However, in more than a year, the composer seemed to have disappeared. There was no news from China. It was even more so overseas. The exchange of information between countries was already blocked. The piano tune suddenly became an item without an owner. There were all kinds of English versions. The most commonly accepted name was to baby. It was said that the Chinese version was like this. Okay. Davis signaled for this part to pass. The camera that was holding the camera around the male protagonist and his girlfriend to take a close-up shot straightened his back and thumped his waist. The silent and focused working environment suddenly relaxed. The crew members relaxed and communicated with each other. The next part of the plot was still in the piano room. The building was about to collapse. The followers of the evil god were wreaking havoc in the city. The Eastern goddess would appear to kill the followers and fight side by side with the protagonist. Therefore, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe also followed. Director, I have something to say. Qin Zhe raised his hand to Davis, indicating that he had something to say. Chapter 673. What's the matter? Davis asked, putting aside what he was doing. In the past week or so, Davis and Brandon often got together with Qin Zhe to talk about the feasibility of a superhero party, and formed a good friendship. Qin Zhe could call Davis by his first name instead of his last name, and Brandon even humbly asked for advice in front of him. Did you buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Qin Zhe asked. Copyright? Davis was confused for a moment and said, if we need to pay copyright fees, of course we did. As the director in charge of the crew, he could not do everything himself. He had never liked piano music and had not even heard the piece just now. That was the job of the music director. In the past, if there was a scene of a piano piece, the crew would basically choose some classic piano pieces. What was a classic? It was the kind that had been passed down for hundreds of years. There was no copyright for this kind of piano piece. Why was the country so keen on remaking the 4 great classical novels over and over again? It was because there was no need to pay sky-high copyright fees. Moreover, the theme was well known, suitable for all ages, and had its own IP. It was not until the 4 great classical novels were changed again and again, the screenwriters ran out of ideas, and the audience got tired of it that the craze for remaking the 4 great classical novels gradually subsided. No, you didn't buy it. This piece came from China, right? The composer is not in the circle, has never won an award, and is not active in the piano world. The Chinese are not interested in piano music and just play it when they want to show off. This piece is almost impossible to hear in China now. So even if you want to buy it, you probably won't be able to find anyone, Qin Zhe said. Davis was stunned and immediately got someone to find the music director, a man with black hair and brown eyes, and instant noodle hair. Ada, did we buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Davis asked. No. Ada shook her head. You can't use it without copyright. Don't you know the rules? Davis raised his eyebrows. This doesn't need copyright. The original video is just a phone recording. It's for entertainment, and the original author is unknown. Ada shrugged. It's even possible that the copyright hasn't been registered. Someone in the same industry has used it a long time ago, and nothing happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used it. Adeline played this song in her concert before. It's absolutely safe. Davis was relieved when he heard that. He smiled and said, Qin, don't worry. It'll be fine. I didn't know that my songs were so popular overseas. Qin Zhe smiled. Actually, this song is copyrighted. If you use it without permission, you will definitely be sued. Ada frowned. How did you know? Qin Zhe said, because the original creator is me. Seizing the opportunity, he fiercely acted tough. It was a pity that the system did not give him a mission. You? Davis and Ada looked at each other. Davis tried hard to recall the information about Qin Zhe that he had asked someone to check after returning home that night. There did not seem to be a pianist in it. This song was actually composed by him. It was created by him, and it's called "To Qin Bao Bao" in Chinese. My name is Qin Bao. The elder sister watched the drama from the side for a long time and cooperated with her younger brother to make a speech. "To Baby" was composed by you? The actress who played the protagonist's girlfriend exclaimed. She looked very excited. "It's To Qin Bao, not To Baby," Qin Bao corrected. It was normal for there to be a deviation in the translation. After all, Chinese was broad and profound, and one word had many meanings. Daoist deliberately asked someone to find the original version online. He checked the Chinese name and compared it with Qin Bao Bao's name. Although he did not speak Chinese, he could still recognize the exact same Chinese characters. He found that Qin Zhe was right. After repeated confirmation, Daoist accepted the fact that Qin Zhe was the original creator. This attracted the attention and discussion of many crew members. There was no lack of surprise, such as the female star. "Hello, I like this piano piece very much." The female star sat on the side and chatted with Qin Zhe with a smile. "I can see that." Qin Zhe smiled. During the filming, she really played this piano piece. It was obvious that she had practiced hard. "You can call me Elizabeth," she said. Qin Zhe was stunned and looked at her carefully. Her facial features were very delicate. She had wheat-colored skin, foreigners liked this kind of skin. There were no freckles on her face. Her dark blue eyes were bright. When she smiled, there was a unique charm of a Western woman. "I've heard a lot about you." Qin Zhe could not help but sigh in Chinese. Elizabeth. In a Western-style web novel, you and Victoria are known as the two women that the male protagonist must fuck. What? Elizabeth was confused. Nesbit Loach, Qin Zhe said, using the English vocabulary of the second year of middle school. Rice rabbit. Elizabeth smiled sweetly. In order to pay tribute to the heroine of the Western fantasy, Qin Zhe was invited by her to play the piano piece on the spot. The surrounding crew members applauded. Director Daoist was also completely convinced that he was the original creator. In the end, the copyright was sold for $3,000. This kind of copyright was originally not expensive. The reason why Ada chose it was to please the audience because it was very popular. But in fact, it did not matter if it was another piano piece. Qin Zhe thought of it as making some extra money to buy lace underwear for his sister. He also called the legal department and prepared to pursue the copyright infringement of the movie. It was Daoist who suggested it. The reason was very simple. He paid for the copyright, so why didn't others pay for it? At dusk, today's filming was completed. When they were returning to the hotel by car, Qin Bao Bao suddenly twisted Qin Zhe's ear. "That Elizabeth seems to have a lot of feelings for you. Foreign women are quite open." "Qin Zhe, don't worry. Even if she thinks it through, I won't. After all, she's a woman with a zero." Qin Bao Bao let go of her brother's ear and blinked. "Zero? Liar. I actually think she's very beautiful and charming." Qin Zhe looked sincere. "It's really a zero. How many points did you get?" 9 points. Qin Bao Bao unconsciously smiled and said, "Humph, what about Wang Zijin?" "Bar spirit." Qin Zhe said angrily, 10 points. Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. 10 points? Why does she get 10 points and I get 9 points? I'm obviously more beautiful than her. Is Wang Zijin so perfect in your eyes? Different from teasing Elizabeth just now, his sister's expression was much more serious and jealous. No, so you also got 10 points. Fight. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and pinched her brother's face. Qin Zhe blocked and dodged. The bar spirit sister stubbornly wanted to pinch his face. She was very angry. That pair of slender and fair hands had quite a bit of strength. It hurts. Can't you tell I'm kidding? There's no such thing as a woman with 10 points. Sister is a little fairy with 9 points. Their 10 points are fake, but sister's 9 points are real. Qin Zhe coaxed. His sister was really insensible and asked why. Because she gave you 10 points, not 0. Giving you 9 points is already true love. It was boring to talk to people who didn't understand jokes. But fortunately, she didn't understand jokes. Qin Bao Bao snorted. No, I also want 10 points. Qin Zhe, in the evening, they found a specialty restaurant in Hollywood to eat and wear. Avoiding the tourist season, they didn't have to worry about encountering fans traveling abroad. The siblings behaved much more intimately. But they still had to be wary of the iron-headed paparazzi secretly observing them. After all, there was a precedent. One of Jia Baoyu's 3 wives relaxed after going abroad. She was intimate with her adulterer in public and was photographed by the paparazzi. We can't ignore the power of the paparazzi. The invisible eyes are the sharpest. This was what Lu Sun said. At 10:00 in the evening, Qin Zhe was ready to go to bed. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. He didn't even have to think. The only one who came to knock on the door was his sister. The only person in the world who climbed into his brother's bed in the middle of the night was his cheap sister. Qin Zhe wore a pair of big pants and went to open the door. At the door stood a tall beauty, elegant and refined, with a smile on her mouth and eyes, mixed with longing and joy. Sir, do you need service? Suyu said. Refuse the big sword, start with me. Qin Zhe said with a straight face. Oh, you played with me. If you don't give me money, it's not a big sword. Suyu said. That's good. Qin Zhe pulled Suyu into his arms, kicked the door with his foot, and kissed her for a long time. They kissed from the door to the bed. When he took off his pants, Qin Zhe asked, Do you want to take a bath? I've taken a bath. I got a room next door. This was good, he could drive straight in. You didn't even inform me when you came. I came to check the room to see if you have a mistress in a golden house. Suyu endured the moisture of the rain and dew on the flower buds back and forth, and her eyes were like silk. I miss you. Qin Zhe went 9 shallow and 1 deep, and waited for 10 times before he finished. He was both passionate and slow, and also looked down and looked in. Suyu's face changed and her voice trembled. Every time she breathed, her black hair spread like flowers. After finishing at 11:00, Suyu was exhausted and drowsy. She was about to fall asleep. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door came again. It was very light and very sneaky. The voice outside the door was also sneaky. Little red man, are you asleep? Suyu's whole body trembled, and her sleepiness disappeared. Qin Zhe, degree, I'm so scared that the eel is soft. Chapter 674. When Qin Zhe heard his sister's low voice outside the door, an indescribable panic welled up in his heart. This was not the embarrassment of being caught by his sister having sex with a woman, but the panic of being caught red-handed by his wife. Although it was absurd, this was the kind of feeling he had. This scene seemed to have a strong sense of déjà vu. It seemed that he had experienced it many times. This kind of clandestine love was definitely not the first time that he was almost caught. If he was not careful, he felt that he had gone further and further on the path of a scumbag. First, he calmed down. He was the Hei's king who was used to big scenes and would not be disturbed by the small problems in front of him. Qin Bao Bao is here. Suyu sat up suddenly and did not forget to hug the quilt to cover the spring scenery on her chest. Well, my sister is outside, keep your voice down. Qin Zhe whispered. The bedside lamp shone on Suyu's back, which was as gentle as jade, beautiful back curve, tight and narrow waist arc, and half of a perfectly shaped buttocks. Yes, your sister is here. Suyu suddenly realized and lay back on the bed. Sleep, sleep. Why am I panicking? It's just Qin Bao Bao, not Wang Zijin. She is my sister, not my girlfriend. In this case, there will be no quarrel. Even if she comes in, at most, it will be awkward. There is nothing to be afraid of. If she dares to make a move, I will hold my belly and say, "Come on, I have your baby in my belly." If you dare to make a move, see if A's and Uncle Qin will tear you apart. Qin Zhe, at the door, his sister was still knocking on the door. She knocked twice and shouted, "Little red brother," and then waited for a long time. When she saw that there was no sound inside, she knocked twice and shouted again. Qin Zhe was as calm as an old dog on the surface, and his heart was as calm as an old dog. He just pretended to be asleep. A few minutes later, there was no movement at the door, and then his mobile phone rang. Qin Zhe pretended to be awakened from a dream and took a long time to answer, groaning. "Qin Bao Bao, what's the matter? Disturbing my sleep at night. It's a dream." Suyu, who was half asleep and half awake, corrected. Qin Zhe covered the bottom of the phone and said angrily, "Shut up, then you're the dream maker of ***** crabs." Suyu reluctantly twisted her body in his arms and continued to sleep. Letting go of the microphone, Qin Zhe said, "Ah. What did you just say?" Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "Open the door. Sister wants to come in." Qin Zhe played dumb. "Then you sing, 'Little Bunny Be Good.'" Helpless, Qin Bao Bao could only clear her throat and gently sing a nursery rhyme. She did not reply for a long time. Hey, are you listening?" She heard a soft snore. Outside the door, Qin Bao Bao, who was wearing silk pajamas, was so angry that he stamped his feet and muttered, "Damn pig head, serves you right that you can't find a girlfriend." She angrily swiped the card to open the door and went back to her room to sleep. It's rare to go to a foreign country. Qin Bao Bao can't wait to roll on the same bed with her brother every day. Today, she read the script late. When she came to knock on the door, she found that her brother had already fallen asleep. After confirming that his sister had returned to her room, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. She finally left. "Why did she look for you in the middle of the night?" Suyu asked in a vague tone. "Not asleep yet? Waiting for you." She wrapped her arms around Qin Zhe's neck. "Sister asked me to talk about the script." Qin Zhe said. "Talking about the script in the middle of the night, your brain is damaged. You don't understand. It's popular in the entertainment circle now." Qin Zhe turned off the light and hugged Suyu in the bed. The room fell into darkness. Suyu listened to his calm breathing. "Do you think I will be pregnant? Let's leave it to fate. It must be your reason. Have you gone to the hospital for a physical examination? Don't say that your goods are not good. We are all sharpshooters. Every bullet to kill a teammate. If I don't go for a physical examination, my chrysanthemum can't be handed over to the doctor's fingers." Qin Zhe said, "Besides, I've checked. Pregnancy really can't be rushed. A project of more than 1 billion yuan is not something that can be easily negotiated. Many newlyweds are pregnant the next year. It can be seen that it is not realistic to have a child in one go. If the hit rate is so high, the infertility hospital should go out of business. Moreover, how could there be a problem with his body? Unless my system is a fake product. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you to see your classmates." Qin Zhe apologized. "It's okay. Anyway, my sister is not important. I'm just a shady mistress. Do you have to say such words to stab my heart?" Sister Man said that the emperor can't block the mouths of the concubines, so he has to give them a place to vent their anger. "Although you can block my mouth, you can't block my heart. It's so difficult." Even if I'm 18 centimeters tall, I can't stab your heart. Suyu told him a lot of things that happened in the past few days. She went to see her schoolmate when she studied in the United States, not her roommate. Suyu is a young lady. She can't stand such a low thing as living on campus. Listening to her, the classmate is a very good and gentle American girl. She gave Suyu a lot of warmth and comfort in a lonely foreign country. If she is a man, Qinze may not have anything to do with her. Suyu has no more than 10 good friends in the United States, and there is only one who can talk to her. Under the shell of being good at business communication, there is a lonely and self-abased girl. This is Suyu. At 6:00 the next day, Suyu squinted and went back to her room. She slept until 9 o'clock and got up for breakfast. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, Qin Bao Bao looked at Suyu drinking milk and eating bacon. He was dissatisfied and asked, "Have you booked a ticket?" "No." "Why don't you book it?" Qin Bao Bao warmly said, "I'll ask someone to book it for you. You can transfer the ticket money to me through WeChat." "No, I plan to go back with you." Suyu was calm and complained, "People with tens of billions of assets are so stingy. You're already richer than me, okay? Working yourself to death in the financial industry isn't as good as going on stage to sing and show off." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Bao Bao said with a black face, "Go back when you finish your work. Don't work anymore. Suyu, the company has been on the regular. The boss can go on a business trip for 10 days or half a month. I haven't seen how Hollywood makes movies. I have to see it, right, Qinze?" Qinze was good. Facing the eyes of his sister and Suyu, he didn't know how to answer. After lunch, they came to the shooting site, one of the studios of Huanhai Entertainment, and they will spend the next few days here. Generally, when the studio is used, it is the special effects part of the movie. The actors shoot against a blue background, and the special effects are added later to create an earth-shattering scene. The theme of this movie is biased towards mythology, so it can't be like those mutant heroes, who attack by shouting and fight by brute force. There has to be a bit of martial arts, so the crew invited a martial arts director. The most popular martial arts director these days is China, because purely in terms of visual effects, China's martial arts movements are the most gorgeous and pleasing to the eye. The martial arts director of the crew is an American Chinese, called Yu Yongsheng, English name, Kong Nai. Claiming to be a fan of Qinze, he said that when he browsed the domestic website, he knew that Qinze was very good at fighting and wanted to fight with him. Qinze declined. "I wanted to give myself a special name, such as Washington or George, but my girlfriend didn't agree. She thought that my starting point was to ridicule the great man in history." Yu Yongsheng said when he was chatting with Qinze. "She is an American." "Yes, because she likes China's martial arts, so we met." "Are you free tonight, Miss Qin Bao? If you don't mind, I'll invite you to dinner." A burly and muscular man invited her while wiping his sweat. Qin Bao Bao sat on a soft chair, looked up, and smiled politely. "No, I have something to do tonight." What a disappointing answer. He shrugged. "You Chinese people don't like to socialize. We Chinese people don't like to socialize with people we don't like." Suyu was beside him, fanning the flames in fluent English. The muscular man glanced at her, then turned and left. His name is Martinez, the second male lead who plays the number 1 villain. It is said that he is a very famous actor in Hollywood. Qin Bao Bao is even familiar with him because she has seen his movies, but it is the first time she knows his name. The first time he saw Qin Bao Bao on the set, Martinez noticed that this woman's appearance and figure were first class. The temptation of exotic customs also applies to foreigners. He has several experiences of friendly exchanges with female stars from other countries. Martinez has asked Qin Bao Bao out several times, but unfortunately, he has been rejected every time. This female artist is very different from the Chinese actresses he has worked with before. Her smile is always polite, but it is definitely not flattering or enthusiastic. Just this point alone, the other female stars can't compare with her. As for the women around him, Martinez doesn't like them. Their breasts are average, and their butts are not big enough. For the Americans who like plump bodies, the rating is 50% off. That guy wants to ask you out, Suyu said. It's none of your business. Qin Bao Bao didn't give her a good face. He has a good figure and is quite handsome. Why don't you agree? A hairy, half-evolved gorilla. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. But he is very manly. Men with good figures are the best. Little fresh meat is effeminate. His skin is whiter than a woman's, and his arms are thinner than a woman's. Marrying that kind of man is like marrying a sister. Suyu commented. Then why don't you marry a foreigner? Then you don't have to go back to China. I'll be happy if you don't go back to China. TSK, Suyu thought for a while. I don't like the environment of the United States very much. I came to the United States to see what kind of country it is. My mother has lived here for more than 10 years without going back. And I don't like American men because he took my mother away. Then you still say that men with good figures are the best. Suyu smiled but didn't say anything. She thought, isn't your brother? Little Motor is great. Qin Bao Bao looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, I don't know if foreign men are good or not, but some people seem to think foreign women are good. Suyu heard this and looked over. She said in a deep voice, I think so too. Not far away, Qin Zhe and Elizabeth were chatting with each other. Half of Elizabeth's body was pressed against his body. Chapter 675. Really? Did you really earn 100 million in a month? Elizabeth's eyes were almost sparkling. 100 million in a month was a big challenge even for a celebrity who had been famous for a long time. Not to mention starting from nothing. Of course. I'm a famous stock god in China. 100 million is just a small target. It's the start of my grand career. It's easy. Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth. The big-breasted foreign girl immediately lit it for him and urged, what happened after that? Then, I founded my own financial company. A year later, I became one of the top financial tycoons in Shanghai. Then, I invested in the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe's bragging got louder and louder. Maybe it wasn't bragging, but when you put all those incredible achievements together, it made people feel that he was exaggerating and ridiculous. However, Elizabeth knew a little about it. After meeting the composer of her favorite piano piece in the piano room, she went back and checked Qin Zhe's resume. She especially looked for China news and reported it to her. Elizabeth was shocked after hearing it. She thought that there was actually such a perfect man in the world. Therefore, she liked to chat with Qin Zhe on the set and listen to his legendary experience. If it was in China, Qin Zhe would be humble. After all, everyone knew about his achievements. If he repeated it, it would be easy for people to think that he was bragging. However, the Americans across the Pacific Ocean did not know about his legend. He was also happy to let the Americans know about his legend. Moreover, Elizabeth was close to him. When they talked, she would hug his arm. After all, she was a famous female celebrity. She did not care about the rumors at all. Although as a scumbag, he had given up on testing the limits of the beautiful girls in America. However, it was not too much to use his arm to experience the size of their breasts. After a few days of observation, the breasts of the beautiful girls in America were indeed higher than in China. Due to their high-calorie diet and fitness habits, they were generally 19. Qin Zhe was most famous in China. The topic that could not be avoided was the fast shooter. There were many fast shooters, but there was only one fast shooter in the music industry. Then, do you know how to write English songs? Elizabeth blinked her eyes curiously. She had a pair of dark blue pupils and wore false eyelashes. They were especially charming as they fluttered. Whether a woman was beautiful or not, one would first look at her eyes, then her skin, and then her facial features. Qin Zhe had seen countless beauties, but in terms of whose eyes were the most outstanding, he had only seen his sisters. They were like autumn waves, moist and bright. Especially when there was a trace of shyness in them, they were extremely alluring. Su Yu, Wang Zijin, Nan Man Pei, and the female artists under the company were all unparalleled. Putting aside these well-deserved beauties, European and American women had deep eyes and were generally better looking. Of course. Qin Zhe thought to himself, isn't it just a matter of my 30 points? Then can you write one for me? Of course, but the songs I write are very expensive. Don't look for me if you don't have a few $1,000,000. Then I want to listen before I buy. Qin Zhe agreed just like that. After a while, he suddenly realized that the system did not seem to have given him a mission. So, Hai Zhe King suddenly understood. Although he often fantasized about letting the flower girls of the United States experience the stick technique of Chinese men, in fact, deep down in his heart, he did not really want to do anything with them. When you don't even have the desire to show off in front of a woman, it means that you don't have any feelings for her. In fact, men who show off in front of women rarely succeed. The reason is only 4 words: show one slight skill in front of an expert. Unless it's particularly realistic. Realistic. On the other side, Qin Bao Bao, who didn't have any scenes for the time being but was wearing a China-style uniform, had a script in her hand and had a rare common topic with Su Yu. In the women's chat, cosmetics, luxury goods, and men were inevitably not absent, just as men always liked to talk about games, women, and housing and car loans. There were many handsome men in the crew, including artistic men with mustaches and ponytails, muscular men with strong bodies, and young fresh meat with a high nose bridge. Although they didn't like foreign men, it didn't prevent them from commenting. There are so many handsome foreign men, don't you want to date? Qin Bao Bao crazily encouraged. Out of a woman's intuition, she was almost sure that Su Yu was a potential threat, so she desperately instilled the idea that foreign men were good. Maybe Su Yu suddenly felt that it was quite reasonable and moved away her covetous eyes from her brother. She didn't know that Su Yu and Qin Zhe had known each other for a long time. You're annoying. I said that we have different ideas. Su Yu frowned slightly. Because foreigners are open? Qin Bao Bao asked. No, for example, foreigners are generally not very filial. After they grow up and form a new family, they usually don't think that their parents are family members. They will buy insurance, pensions, and social security for their partners and children, but not for their parents. I can't accept this alone. In terms of private morality, we Chinese are better. After that, she found that Qin Bao Bao was absent-minded. Su Yu followed her gaze and secretly gritted her teeth. They're really chatting. Qin Bao Bao, yes, that woman can't wait to throw herself at him. Su Yu's heart moved. If your brother marries a foreign woman, will your family agree? Qin Bao Bao immediately said, I don't agree. Su Yu, of course you won't agree. You won't agree to marry anyone. The air was suddenly quiet. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes looked at each other. Qin Bao Bao, damn, what does she know? Su Yu, damn, this shameful brother complex is embarrassed. Was he so good at flirting with women before? Su Yu both changed the topic and asked the doubts in her heart. Qin Zhe told her that he was very unlucky with women before, and he had never even held a woman's small hand, except for his sister and mother, so Su Yu was his first woman. Women in love have no IQ, so Su Yu believed it and was happy. Now she doubted it. He seemed to be popular with women everywhere, not only in China, but also abroad. He's not good at flirting. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Central air conditioning, which woman doesn't like it? He's not a central air conditioner, he's just very gentle. Su Yu said. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart, damn, I'm 100% sure, you really covet my brother. Pull out the knife, Sue Teddy. No, he's just a dead kid. In the past, no woman would be intimate with him except for my sister. He's not handsome, has no money, no talent, and likes to hit women. Qin Baobao sighed. But who knew that he would suddenly be enlightened? It was still better in the past. He was such a coward. The reason why I accompanied him out was to give him face, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Suyu looked at her blankly. This woman didn't look in the mirror, so she couldn't see her gentle eyes, the raised corners of her mouth, and the gentle and sweet eyebrows. This is not the feeling that a sister should have. Wang Zijin was right, the brother complex was not normal. This woman was abnormal. Although they were very good sisters, the nature of women made Wang Zijin occasionally speak ill of Qin Baobao in front of Suyu, the enemy, just as Qin Baobao often slandered Wang Zijin in front of Qin Zhe. Qin, get ready, it's your turn. The director sat in his position and called from a distance. Okay. Qin Baobao responded. The next scene was a small episode of the contest between the evil god and the oriental goddess. The goddess played by Qin Baobao was not a match for the evil god and would be seriously injured. Then the protagonist came to save her. The two escaped from the hands of the evil god with difficulty. Then they met the helpers sent by Odin. The three of them developed wretchedly and accumulated strength to fight with the evil god. During the shooting process, Suyu watched with great interest. It was quite interesting to see Qin Baobao flipping around in the air with a wire and making all kinds of cool moves. Since it was a contest between gods, in order to ensure the quality of the movie, hard work was done in all aspects, including the moves. Qin Baobao was a dancer with a delicate body. It was a little difficult, but she could barely complete the task. However, Martinez, who was playing the villain, did not seem to be in the right state. Davis asked him to stop no less than 10 times, but the villain still could not meet the requirements. This exhausted Qin Baobao. Martial arts scenes were the most physically exhausting, and women were born weak. She was so tired that she was panting. Martinez, you're not in the right state today? Davis walked over with a frown. Director, why don't we get him a stunt double? Qin Baobao suggested as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. Martinez shook his head. Hollywood is different from China. We don't use stunt doubles even for martial arts scenes. Qin Baobao was speechless. She could not bring herself to say that she wanted to get a stunt double. Take a 10-minute break, Davis said. Qin Baobao went back to her seat with a straight face. That guy did it on purpose. Suyu was confused. What? He screwed up on purpose. A few days ago, he was showing off to me that he was a fan of martial arts. Moreover, he specializes in these kinds of fighting scenes. I'm sure that what you said just now made him unhappy, so he made things difficult for me, Qin Baobao said. What do you mean on purpose? Qin Zhe leaned over. Martinez, did you have a conflict with Qin? Martinez was stretching his limbs beside the green screen. He turned his head and saw that it was the male lead of the movie, John, who had spoken. She's just a China star. She's as arrogant as a British duchess. How annoying, Martinez said. If it was just a simple rejection, Martinez would not be so stingy as to make things difficult for Qin Baobao. However, his performance was too cold and self-righteous, especially when he said, "We China people don't like to socialize with people we don't like." It made Martinez feel like he was a weakling who had begged for a meal from a goddess but was ignored. It was very embarrassing. Suyu had said that sentence on purpose. Unsurprisingly, Qin Baobao was the scapegoat. You failed to hit on her? John was surprised. They had worked together more than once and had a good relationship. He knew that Martinez was a playboy who liked to have sex and liked to hook up with beautiful female stars. He also had the capital to do so. He was handsome and had a good figure. He had a place in Hollywood where many stars gathered. He was excellent in all aspects. China people are more conservative, John said. But women are easy to hit on. Martinez spoke from experience. Not everyone is like that. Focus on the movie. The director is about to get angry, John advised. I'm just looking for a director to change the fight scene to a fighting scene. Thailand can do it too. China's martial arts are useless except for looking good. The movements are difficult and tiring to film. Martinez took a deep breath, did 2 sets of chest exercises, and walked toward Davis. Chapter 676. Americans' curiosity and yearning for China's kung fu were inextricably linked to a Chinese kung fu superstar. Many adults in the United States grew up watching his movies. When Davis was young, he especially liked to watch flashy and cool kung fu movies. Therefore, he rejected Martinez's suggestion without even thinking about it. You know, I'm an amateur martial arts expert. I can perform better if I switch to fighting moves. Martinez insisted. You don't mean others can. This is a film set, not a fighting ring. I only want flashy moves, not your martial arts. Davis ignored him. As a star with a high status in Hollywood, Martinez had the right and confidence to argue with the director. Both sides had their own opinions, which attracted the attention of the crew. However, they ignored the onlookers for fear of getting involved and being scolded badly. If you're not in the right state, you can use a stunt double, Davis suggested. It's not that I'm not in the right state. If I switch to fighting, I'll be in a better state, Martinez said. China's kung fu is famous for being flashy but not practical. Those flashy moves look ridiculous. It's also hard to learn. That was the main point. China's moves required a high degree of flexibility. Few foreigners with strong muscles could do it. China's kung fu is not flashy. The martial arts director was silently watching from the sidelines. Hearing Martinez's disdain for China's kung fu, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Yu Yongsheng started practicing kung fu at the age of 10. He was now 35 years old. The word kung fu was branded in his life. Kung fu was not only his hobby, but also his profession. Just like how people who moved bricks hated being ridiculed on the internet every day. Isn't it? That's how people in your country describe it. Martinez turned his head and said to Yu Yongsheng. That's the advantage of China's kung fu, to strengthen the body, but that's not all, Yu Yongsheng said. Are you trying to say you're good at fighting? Martinez glared at Yu Yongsheng. This guy had nothing to do with him arguing with the director. He was already a little angry, and now he naturally transferred it to Yu Yongsheng. Just as so. I'm ranked 3rd in the world. Yu Yongsheng shrugged his shoulders and prepared to leave. He couldn't afford to offend a superstar. But Martinez pushed Yu Yongsheng angrily. Taking advantage of his height, he looked down at Yu Yongsheng. Are you interested in a contest? Yu Yongsheng did not nod and was pushed again. He took 2 steps back and shrugged. Okay. The crew moved the lights and equipment far away, and the 2 of them sparred under the green curtain. Martinez was an amateur fighting enthusiast, and Yu Yongsheng was a martial arts director. Since he was a martial arts director, it was natural that he had practiced before. Some of them might not be able to fight anymore, but Yu Yongsheng, who was in his prime, could. The director then asked someone to find a pair of boxing gloves. It really looked like a sparring match. The onlookers gathered around to watch. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu moved a small stool and pulled Qin Zhe to eat melons together. Why are they fighting? Suyu asked Qin Zhe. She saw that Qin Zhe had come over a long time ago. The foreigner said that Chinese Kung Fu was a showy martial arts director. The martial arts director was not convinced, so they started sparring. Qin Zhe did not comment on Martinez's arrogance. Oh, he dodged. Qin Bao Bao exclaimed in a low voice. On the other side, Yu Yongsheng slid backward to avoid Martinez's uppercut and circled around him. Martinez attacked repeatedly. Occasionally, he would hit, but it was blocked. Most of the time, his attacks missed. Yu Yongsheng was naturally weak in height and strength. The foreigner's muscles were very developed and explosive, but his endurance was not good. This was the same reason why people said on the internet that the muscles in the gym could not beat the muscles of the people who moved bricks. Why is he always dodging? Hit him, hit him. Qin Bao Bao whispered. While they were talking, Yu Yongsheng seized the opportunity and sprinted. He bent close to Martinez and hugged his waist. At the same time, he tripped him and threw him to the ground. He raised his fist and punched him. Martinez wanted to fight back, but the experienced Yu Yongsheng wrapped one arm around Martinez's neck and pulled back his head. The latter's fist could only hit his hard skull and back. His fist hit his opponent's face. Enough is enough. Daoist shouted amidst the jeering of the onlookers. Yu Yongsheng's blood suddenly froze. He felt a chill in his heart. He blocked his fist and looked up to see Daoist's dissatisfied look. The displeasure in his opponent's eyes made Yu Yongsheng's competitive spirit disappear. He was just a martial arts director. His opponent was a celebrity who was hired with money. They were born unequal. In the past, when celebrities acted like big shots in the crew, the director had to give in. Who did this martial arts director think he was? He thought too highly of himself. You said it was a friendly match, but you couldn't treat it as a fair one. You couldn't say, "Card League, let's have a fight." Although the director didn't agree to change it to martial arts, it didn't mean he was biased towards you and China's Kung Fu. Yu Yongsheng knew that America was a country with a strong sense of race. The anger of being pushed twice and the competitive spirit that was aroused by the sparring quickly faded away. The man who was about to enter middle age with a family and a wife couldn't be stubborn even if he wanted to. Thus, he loosened his grip and said, "Just this." Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face by Martinez. Martinez, who was below him, seized the opportunity and pushed him away. He didn't give Yu Yongsheng a chance to react. He sat on top of him and raised his fist to punch his face. "You want to stop after you hit me?" "No way." Martinez thought that his opponent was exhausted, so he wanted to stop after he took advantage of him. "It's just beginning. Don't you Chinese always say that a fight lasts 300 rounds? Oh, you especially like to fight women. You're so useless," Martinez complained as he punched. Yu Yongsheng didn't have time to explain that he had misunderstood the meaning of "a fight lasts 300 rounds." He covered his face with his fists in a professional posture. Ouch, the foreigner's fists hurt. The gloves hit his face, making muffled sounds. The onlookers were still cheering like spectators in a bull ring. They had no intention of stopping the fight. Maybe someone would stop Yu Yongsheng if he begged for mercy and admitted defeat, but it was too difficult for a Chinese man who cared about his face and practiced Kung Fu. The onlookers were excited and happy about this turn of events because the winner was an American. Martinez is so strong. Even the martial arts director can't beat him. Because Chinese Kung Fu is the most beautiful gymnastics. It's weak in actual combat. I see. Look at him, he's not even fighting back. What a coward. He's too weak. He's short and skinny. Of course he can't beat him. Do you dare to fight back? I'll fire you later. Martinez was in the middle of the fight when he suddenly felt his fist being held. He looked up angrily. It was the Chinese celebrity's manager. "Hey, you've already won," Qin Zhe said. "He lost. Stop it. Go away." Martinez's anger did not subside. He forcefully shook off Qin Zhe's hand, and as he did so, he hit Qin Zhe's lower abdomen. He raised his fist and was about to hit again. His arm was held again. This time, before he could get angry, a huge force threw him out. Martinez rolled far away. The onlookers were in an uproar. "If you want to continue the fight, I'll accompany you." Qin Zhe glanced at him and turned to help Yu Yongsheng up. With his insight, he could easily see through the trick. He couldn't comment on this man's helplessness and tolerance. But he had a deeper understanding of the saying, martial artists are like boorish men. If he knew he couldn't fight, he should have just admitted defeat. Why did he have to make himself so miserable? These days, the rich were the big shots. "I lost." Yu Yongsheng got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His gums were bleeding, and his nose was bleeding. He looked miserable, but he wasn't injured. Martinez got up, spread his hands, and made a provocative gesture to Qin Zhe. "Okay. This guy is strong, but his endurance is generally poor. It's a common problem of muscle men in the gym. Don't fight with him." Yu Yongsheng whispered, "Let him know that Chinese Kung Fu isn't just for show." "I don't know Chinese Kung Fu." Qin Zhe thought. "Go away." Qin Zhe patted Yu Yongsheng on the shoulder. "Fortunately, I'm rich." Chapter 677. Luckily, I'm rich. Yu Yongsheng looked at him and suddenly understood. So he nodded. Be careful. He was under someone else's roof, so he endured it. But Qin Zhe didn't need to. He didn't need to care about the American's feelings. Yu Yongsheng took off his gloves and handed them to Qin Zhe, but he shook his head and refused. "Director, I want to spar with Martinez." Qin Zhe turned to spar with Davis. It wasn't just the Chinese who were enjoying the show. The Americans were surprised to see the fighting match again, and one of them was a celebrity, and the other was still a Chinese. Davis had a headache. It was nothing for a martial arts director to be beaten up. He was on Martinez's side. Qin Zhe was a celebrity with status and was specially invited. It would be bad for his reputation if he was beaten up. It would also be difficult for the crew, and it might even have a negative impact on the filming. No. Davis refused. That's it. Qin Zhe shrugged. Even if you refuse, the spar will continue. I think it's the same for him. Martinez grinned and stared at Qin Zhe. Fighting Qin Zhe was obviously more interesting than fighting a martial arts director because he was Qin Bao's agent. Martinez was happy to let that woman see his strength. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Qin Bao. He wasn't very satisfied with her reaction. That woman didn't seem worried, dissatisfied, or nervous at all. Instead, she was talking and laughing with another beautiful woman next to her. If his hearing was better, he would be able to hear the conversation between Qin Bao and Su Yu. How long can he last? 10 seconds. Wow, you underestimate my brother. Then 5 seconds it is. Qin Bao and Su Yu had seen Qin Zhe fight before. He could beat an adult man with just 2 slaps. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by slapping. If there was, slapping would be slapping. Aren't you going to stop your brother? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. Qin Bao turned around. Elizabeth had appeared behind her without her knowing. Will you be sent back if you hit someone? Sparring should be fine. Qin Bao frowned. This American female celebrity seems to be very interested in my brother. They have only known each other for less than half a month, and she is already acting intimately with him. Humph, American women are so open and shameless. Qin Bao was confident in her looks, but she had always been proud of her breasts and buttocks. Now, she had lost her pride. Her opponent also had big breasts, and her buttocks were especially sexy. That's not what I meant. Elizabeth blinked and glanced at Qin Zhe. Martinez is very strong. Your brother is going to get beaten up later, even though he is quite muscular. After saying this, she found that Su Yu and Qin Bao's eyes suddenly sharpened. There was murderous intent in his eyes. F*ck, she even knows that my brother has muscles? Damn it, did that little b*tch secretly touch my husband? Elizabeth was vigilant and embarrassed. She walked away silently. Chinese women were eccentric and difficult to get along with. That's not fair. Martinez didn't rest. He doesn't need to rest. He doesn't look like he can fight. He didn't even wear boxing gloves. He's too amateur. Maybe he will be KO with one punch. That's so boring. The onlookers discussed animatedly, and laughter filled the air. Martinez stretched his neck, clenched his fists, and got into a fighting stance. He slowly approached Qin Zhe. Do you know Chinese Kung Fu? Qin Zhe shook his head. No. You don't even know how to fight. Don't cry later. Martinez sneered. Have you never been beaten up by Chinese people before? Qin Zhe said. But I know you will be beaten up by Americans. Martinez stood up and fiercely punched Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe didn't retreat. Instead, he moved faster and kicked Martinez's lower abdomen. As for the punch, he just tilted his head slightly and dodged it. In an instant, Martinez's 1.9-meter-tall body flew back 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. An ordinary person would stagger and fall after being kicked, but Martinez flew back 4 or 5 meters. It was painful to watch. This time, Martinez completely lost his ability to move. He curled up on the ground and covered his lower abdomen. His face was pale. Did he need martial arts for a simple kick? Qin Zhe imitated a kung fu superstar in his mind and shouted, "I'll hit you." In fact, he had held back half of his strength. Otherwise, Martinez would have been sent to the emergency room with internal bleeding. But it was enough for him. At this time, the onlookers exclaimed. It was noisy. Martinez's assistant rushed over to check the situation. The others were shouting that they were selling cakes. Yu Yongsheng found it hard to believe. Martinez's weight was at least 85 kilograms, which was the minimum. How much strength did that kick have? There were countless martial arts schools in Chinese. Putting aside the messy moves, the core was the same, strength and speed. Qin Zhe's kick was simple and unadorned, but it contained strength that many people couldn't achieve in their lifetime. In ancient times, this was innate strength. A martial arts master. Elizabeth was stunned. Her eyes widened. In the words of an online novel, her beautiful eyes bloomed with unprecedented splendor. The American girls who liked strong men couldn't help but admire Qin Zhe. The calmest ones were Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu. At most, they sighed. Wow, this foreigner is so weak. The filming was suspended. Martinez was sent to the hospital. Celebrities were precious. No matter what happened, it was best to send him to the hospital. You know Chinese Kung Fu? Davis asked Qin Zhe curiously. I've been practicing since I was young. Real Chinese Kung Fu can kill one person in 18 times. I can probably beat 10 weaklings like him. Qin Zhe bragged about Chinese Kung Fu. Davis nodded quickly. I used to believe that Chinese Kung Fu is very powerful. Qin Zhe said, I can see that. The director is a fan of Chinese Kung Fu. He insisted on not agreeing with Martinez's suggestion. Davis shook his head. Not really. Did you watch the God of Lace series from a certain company last year? The one that did well at the box office. Qin Zhe thought for a while and pretended to be enlightened. Yes, it's the one starring a star from Chinese. I'm also a fan of the male lead, Su Jinjiang. I grew up watching his 3G films. He always felt that 3G films were the best. They had rich plots and were full of temptation. They were much more meaningful than the Japanese educational films that only knew how to fight. If 3G films were legal, there wouldn't be a market for Japanese educational films. The goddesses of the 80s and 90s were generally 3G actresses. There was no such thing as Akira Ishijima and Maria Ozawa. Davis? He was stunned for a while and said, "No, no, no. The male lead is an American, not a Chinese." Qin Zhe. Is that so? I was wondering why Su Jinjiang dyed his hair. That was awkward. He didn't watch many superhero movies, but just like when he was a child, his friends would discuss Heizawa King and Naruto. If he hadn't seen them, but his friends asked, he had to pretend that he had seen them and then, enthusiastically, discuss the plot with them. In fact, his mind was full of, "What are you talking about?" The reason why he didn't like superhero movies was that the logic was too confusing. The setting was full of loopholes. The heroes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. They were completely in service of the plot, just like the retarded supporting characters in the retarded pretentious web novels. The logic of the superhero movies in the point store was even more confusing. For a logical science student, this kind of movie was just a special effect. The internet always said that their IQ was insulted, but when their IQ was insulted, they didn't feel it at all. Instead, they watched it with great interest. Fortunately, Davis didn't continue this awkward topic and continued, "Ryujin's movie has too many flaws in the action." I paid attention to the comments of the netizens in China and China. Most of them were complaining that Ryujin was a god, but he fought like a brute. There was no beauty. At that time, I had the idea of using Chinese kung fu. I see. Qin Zhe nodded and thought of something. He said, "By the way, will he sue me?" After showing off, Heizawa King switched to salted fish swamp mode. If he faced the risk of being sued, he had to quickly call the legal department over to prepare countermeasures. Fighting in the ring is not fighting. Davis shrugged and said, "Unless he's injured." From the standpoint of a director, this farce could be treated as a sparring or a seasoning episode, but he definitely didn't want to make it too big for too long. This was different from the Chinese's style of keeping the peace. It was purely the concept of capital that made him not want to see any accidents in the filming. Qin Zhe was immediately relieved. For the next half of the day, the crew was still discussing the topic of Chinese kung fu from time to time. The Americans believed that Qin Zhe knew kung fu. Just now, he showed a little of his skills and sent Martinez to the hospital. But in fact, Martinez was discharged from the hospital that afternoon. After lying in the hospital for half an hour, the pain disappeared and his body was fine. After the examination, the doctor also said so. He seriously considered suing Qin Zhe and specially called the director. But Davis didn't stand on his side. Everyone agreed to learn from each other. How could a sparring be considered a fight? Even if he sued and called the police, the other party had a witness. It couldn't be construed as intentional injury. Therefore, when filming the next day, Martinez had to brace himself and praise Qin Zhe for his good kung fu. In this way, he just lost because his skills were not as good as his opponents. It was just like losing in the ring, not being beaten up. Your kung fu is very good. You're a master. In front of everyone, Martinez praised Qin Zhe and made a friendly gesture. Can you teach me? Of course. Qin Zhe's answer made Martinez very satisfied. Actually, Chinese kung fu can be learned quickly. You'll be very good in about 3 to 5 days, Qin Zhe said. As he spoke, he even invited Martinez to sit down and chat in front of the crew and impart his experience. Martinez thought to himself, at least you're sensible. He planned to leave after chatting for a while and officially forget about yesterday's awkwardness. In his opinion, Qin Zhe was more sensible. After all, he was a local. He had 100 ways to make it impossible for him to stay here, and there was nothing he could do. Qin Zhe said, actually, Chinese kung fu is very good. Fighting is just the outer part. The real core is cultivation and ascension and becoming a celestial. Huh? Martinez was confused. The curious onlookers around looked at each other. Oh, this is the core idea. It's like building a socialist society. It's a lofty goal, but I don't know if it can be achieved. But it can make people have abilities far beyond ordinary people and make your strength easily surpass that of Hercules. In China, this is called qi training. Qin Zhe said seriously. Everyone, including Martinez, was skeptical. I'll cover it up for you. He was like a street performer, calling in all kinds of onlookers. But the talent he showed was not breaking stones with his chest or bending steel bars with his iron throat. Qin Zhe pulled out the folding chair under his butt. The chair's frame and 4 legs were hollow steel. In front of everyone's eyes, he pinched a chair leg with his thumb and index finger, and his knuckles exerted force silently. When he released his fingers, the crowd around him clearly saw that the chair leg was pinched flat. There were exclamations everywhere. For a moment, the sound of cakes being sold echoed. Martinez found it hard to believe. He tried it himself. His fingers squeezed the hollow steel hard. Because of the force, his arms trembled, but he couldn't move it at all. People could bend hollow steel with brute force, but it was impossible with 2 fingers. Several onlookers also tried it out of curiosity, and they were even more surprised. This is qi training. It can make people have strange power that ordinary people can't control. Everyone, this is the core technique of China's kung fu. As Qin Zhe spoke, he left one dent after another on the chair leg. I've seen it. I've seen China people use this kind of kung fu, someone suddenly shouted. Qin Zhe was stunned. He couldn't help but look at him, wondering if it was true. He was just talking nonsense. So it's true in the movies. But then the man added. Art comes from life. Qin Zhe nodded immediately. Can you teach us? Teach us China's kung fu, Qin, please. Master above. The foreign devil was very excited. Kung fu was a characteristic of China. At the same time, it was very mysterious and powerful. This impression was deeply imprinted in the hearts of Americans in the last century. Decades ago, there were foreign devils who traveled across the ocean to China to learn martial arts. Even now, there were foreigners who longed for kung fu in Shaolin Temple. Qin Zhe's 2-finger Diana was so incredible that it aroused their strong interest and yearning for China's kung fu. They were even excited because America was a country with a strong idea of individual heroism. Everyone yearned to have the ability to surpass ordinary people. How do you practice qi training? Martinez asked excitedly. Qin Zhe pressed his hand, and suddenly everyone quieted down. There's a saying in China, practice qi training starts with the heart, and practice the body with the character. Let me tell you, if you want to learn the upper level of martial arts, you have to learn to stabilize your qi. He looked around and said, how do you stabilize your qi? How? Everyone asked. Don't be arrogant or rash. Buddha smiles. Oh, it might be difficult for you to understand. Let me find someone to demonstrate. You Americans hide your core skills and are stingy. But we China people are very generous. I won't be stingy to show you the core of China's kung fu. Qin Zhe pretended to search carefully and picked Martinez out of everyone's willingness to raise their hands. Me? You want to teach me qi training? Martinez was a little excited. Although he still hated Qin Zhe, he put aside his grudges for the time being. Learn from me. Qin Zhe sat on the ground with his feet and palms facing the sky. Martinez followed his example. After he finished, he waited expectantly for the next step. Suddenly, he saw Qin Zhe raise his palm. Slap. It was loud and clear. Fuck. Martinez's anger burned subconsciously, and his eyes widened. Stabilize your qi. Qin Zhe said lightly. Martinez said, stabilize, slap. Before he could finish, another slap came. It was loud and clear. He didn't look in the mirror, but from the burning pain on his face, he knew that his face must be red. Stabilize your qi. Qin Zhe said immediately. It was this sentence again. Every time Martinez was about to lose his temper, this light sentence made him unable to vent his anger. This sentence was poisonous. Qin Zhe raised his palm again. This time, Martinez reacted quickly and blocked it. He said, "I don't." Before he could say the word learn, Qin Zhe's other hand had already slapped his face. Qin Zhe said seriously and sincerely, "Did you learn anything from this?" Martinez was speechless. Qin Zhe said, "Nothing. Your talent is too bad. How do you feel?" Martinez was speechless. When did a celebrity get slapped 3 times in a row? He felt so wronged. So angry. Chapter 678. Qin, you're a kung fu master. Do you dare to let me slap you? Martinez said sullenly. Are you doubting me? Qin Zhe looked him in the eye. He didn't answer, but Martinez stared at him. How dare you? Qin Zhe was furious and said righteously, I'm teaching you the core techniques of Chinese kung fu for free. You don't want to learn and you're doubting me? Fine, I won't teach you. After that, Qin Zhe clamped the hollow pipe with 2 fingers and bent it expressionlessly. Don't, please continue. Qin, let me do it. Let me do it. The onlookers were even more excited. Secretly, Qin Zhe's fingers were trembling and burning with pain. He bent the hollow pipe with 2 fingers because of his abnormal brute force under the system's training. Martinez was so sullen that he suffered internal injuries. He had mixed feelings and felt that Qin Zhe was taking revenge on him. But would people believe him? On the contrary, people would think that he was narrow-minded. Moreover, he seemed to be the one who happily went up to him. Moreover, he knew real Chinese kung fu. He couldn't beat him. He didn't know that Chinese kung fu had a word for open conspiracy. Since Martinez was attracted to Chinese kung fu, he was destined to be taught a lesson. He was digging a hole in front of him and he had no choice but to jump in. Qin Zhe coughed and said, training qi starts with training the heart. When everyone can stabilize their auras, I'll teach you how to train qi. But you can't delay the filming. Practice with each other. They slapped each other. The corner of Martinez's mouth twitched. He only slapped himself and not others. Sure enough, he was bluffing. Therefore, on this day, the sound of slapping each other could be heard from time to time during the break time on set. The person slapping and the person being slapped smiled and tried to stabilize their auras. Then they talked in private, have you stabilized your aura? Give me another slap. Looks like it's done. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu laughed like crazy. The sister's lower abdomen and chest trembled violently. She covered her small mouth and her face was red. Suddenly, he felt that America's intelligence was beyond redemption. In fact, there was a similar phenomenon in China in the 90s, everyone learned Qigong. Moreover, the Americans had always yearned for China's kung fu, but they did not have a 100% understanding of it. Then, Qin Zhe stirred things up like a **T stick. With a living example right in front of them, it was hard not to believe. On the 12th day of filming in the US, in late November, Qin Zhe's birthday arrived. The birthday banquet of a tycoon with tens of billions of assets would definitely be grand and extravagant. There would be countless guests and luxurious cars driving in. It would probably be such a grand occasion when he reached middle age. Qin Zhe thought to himself as he accompanied his sister around Los Angeles. Before Qin Zhe was 19 years old, the family of 4 went to a restaurant for his birthday. His sister had contracted his birthday cake for many years, so Qin Zhe would also buy a cake for his sister to celebrate her birthday. Qin Zhe spent half of his pocket money to buy a cake for his sister the day before the system found him. It was all played by Wuxia Xianxia, and the other unlucky girls. When he was 19 years old and went to college, he would either go home or spend his birthday with his sister. His sister took him around, driving a little red horse all over Shanghai. When they saw a cafe with a good environment, they would sit down for a drink, shop, and eat snacks. Then, time passed and it was night time. His sister would find a high-end restaurant, order takeout, and buy a cake. They celebrated her birthday in their little nest of about 80 square meters. It had only been a little more than a year since he went from a salted fish to a Hei's king. He had not completely changed his outlook on life to that of a billionaire tycoon. It was the same for his sister. Early in the morning, she took Xianxia around Los Angeles. Today, she was wearing a bohemia dress, Roman shoes, and a woman's large-brimmed hat. She held her brother's hand with one hand and pointed at the scenery with the other. She was lively and beautiful. When they came to the bottom of a retro building, Qin Bao trotted a few steps forward, turned around, and said in a sweet voice, "Ace, help me take some beautiful pictures." Street photography. Xianxia was wearing the DSLR camera that Qin Bao bought a few days ago around his neck. It was the perfect time to put it to good use. In the warm sunlight, she stood with her hands behind her back. She raised her face slightly and bathed in the sunlight. Coincidentally, a breeze came and lifted the hem of her long skirt. Under the skirt was the outline of two slender calves. At that moment, Xianxia looked as if he was struck by lightning. He forgot to take pictures and stared at his sister in a daze. November 20, 2018, Los Angeles, America. Xianxia was 24 years old. "I'll lick my sister's leg until it breaks." The 24-year-old Xianxia swore silently in his heart. "Ace, are you done?" Qin Bao asked loudly. Xianxia snapped out of his daze and quickly pressed the shutter. Then, he nodded. "Done." Qin Bao ran over. Let me see. Huh. It's so ugly. Don't you know how to take pictures?" My sister blocked a passerby. Her rosy lips immediately pouted. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. She frowned and hit him. "Then, let's take another one," Xianxia said apologetically. "Take better pictures," Qin Bao warned. Then, she twisted her waist and ran back to her original spot. The new pictures were perfect. There were no passers-by and no cars passing by. Xianxia thought so. However, his sister was not satisfied. She said that the pictures he took were no different from a cell phone camera. The only difference was that the quality was higher. Xianxia admitted his mistake. "Is it my fault that I didn't master my photography skills?" Xianxia had always tolerated his sister's complaints. If his sister hit him, Xianxia would smack her on the streets of Los Angeles. However, today, he only wanted to hug his sister. After strolling around the city center and eating a lot of delicious food, Qin Bao took him to the mall. Originally, they had agreed to buy clothes for Xianxia. However, as they strolled around, a woman's shopping nature erupted. After that, Xianxia had nothing to do with it. When they left the mall, there was a mess of things hanging on his body. Among them, only a woolen coat was his. The rest were all his sister's. Oh, and a bag of socks was also his. At 4:00 in the afternoon, his sister had to rush to the set. It was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. However, his sister had ordered a cake from a famous cake shop in the city center. Someone had to wait for her. Today was Xianxia's birthday. She didn't want to leave these things to her assistant. It would be very boring. Moreover, Xianxia had to stay. Thus, he sent his sister to the nanny van. He stood on the street and waved goodbye. After the nanny van drove away, he looked at his watch and sent a message to Suyu. "I'm here. What about you?" "Suyu, wait for me for 10 minutes. A scumbag who didn't know how to do two things was not a good scumbag. If he didn't do the basics, he might have to do 3 things in the future. Or 4 things. I recommend a book, I Am My Second Uncle After Rebirth. The name was very naughty. Chapter 679. It was the first time for Suyu to accompany Qin Zhe on his birthday. Last year, they were not very familiar with each other on Qin Zhe's birthday. They were far from knowing each other's background and depth. Unlike Qin Bao Bao, who had too much energy, Suyu's way of celebrating her birthday was to find a comfortable restaurant to sit down, drink coffee, eat, and then talk about the past. Oh, they didn't have the past to talk about, it should be said to talk about last year. But the desire for shopping was the same. Suyu first took Qin Zhe to a nearby shopping mall to buy clothes for Qin Zhe. The clothes were indeed bought, but compared with her own things, Qin Zhe's clothes seemed to be bought incidentally. A suit, a blue high-end shirt, and a pair of leather shoes. Oh, women. Fortunately, it was not a woolen coat, otherwise, Qin Zhe would be angry. He felt that these 2 women were using his birthday as an excuse to meet their shopping needs. Then she took a taxi with Qin Zhe to a famous local Western restaurant and chose a seat by the French window. Qin Zhe took a sip of coffee, lay on the chair, looked out of the French window, glanced over the small square, and fell on the sparkling river. My birthday this year was not as happy as last year. Suyu held her chin in one hand and stirred the coffee with a spoon in the other. You gave me a necklace, which is not as good as yours last year. Did you eat the candlelight dinner? Oh, you did eat it. Qin Zhe said, I'm actually very annoyed with those women who dream of princesses and have different surprises every birthday. It's particularly brain-burning and expensive. The key is that the routine has been used up long ago. You spend a lot of effort to surprise people, and they are not surprised at all, which is particularly embarrassing. That means you don't like that girl at all. If you really like someone, you won't bother about this. Suyu retorted. Today is my birthday. Don't bring up the past. Not all men have romantic cells. Oh, by the way, my sister is going to shoot tonight. We can have dinner together. I just don't want to have a third wheel. Suyu looked at the afterglow of the sky and beckoned to the waiter, serve. Okay, madam, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed and left. You ordered a meal? Qin Zhe asked in surprise. It's your birthday, of course I have to prepare a little. Suyu said sweetly. She really should let Maggot Bao Bao hear it. Forget it, she still had to film and was quite busy. About 15 minutes later, all the dishes were served. There were only 2 steaks, a plate of spaghetti, a bottle of red wine, and a plate of fruit salad. But the flashy plates took up 80% of the table. After coming to America, I only found out where the Chinese learned the habit of using oversized plates to store dishes. Qin Zhe picked up the red wine that the waiter had poured for him. You don't learn the good, but you learn the bad. Oh, I have to sober up first. He put the red wine down again. The steak in this restaurant is very famous. Try it. Suyu cut a piece of steak and chewed it carefully, it's really good. Qin Zhe cut a large piece of meat and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. It feels almost the same as in China. He couldn't tell whether the steak was good or bad, just like he couldn't tell whether the red wine was good or bad. Before his physical fitness improved by leaps and bounds, Qin Zhe rarely touched wine. Like Wang Zijin, his stomach was not good since childhood. Drinking would only make him feel uncomfortable. Suyu asked the waiter to symbolically light a candle and smiled. Okay, we will pour the wine ourselves. The waiter retreated. Qin Zhe noticed that Suyu wore earrings that were shiny, making her more graceful and elegant. Sure enough, jewelry could make a woman look high-end and classy, just like a man's suit and tie. This should be worn for him. Very beautiful. Qin Zhe, who was slow to realize, praised. Suyu pouted. When the two first met, Suyu turned her face from time to time to show him her earrings. Unfortunately, Qin Zai's EQ was so low today that he didn't even notice that she was wearing earrings. In fact, Qin Zai found it, but his sister also wore earrings today. After visual fatigue, he couldn't react for the first time when he looked at Suyu. If your girlfriend suddenly wears beautiful earrings, a smart man can find it for the first time. But when your girlfriend number 2 also wears earrings, the man is not surprised. If girlfriend number 3 also wears earrings, the man should say, "Your earrings today are nothing new." If girlfriend number 4 wears earrings, the man will be bored and say, "Your earrings are vulgar, throw them away quickly." Boring, you are not lost. Suyu forked a piece of lettuce and chewed it in her mouth, muttering. "What do you mean?" Qin Zai didn't understand. "Did you forget my birthday last year?" Qin Zai recalled carefully and understood. He wanted to give Suyu a surprise that day. Half of it was the boss's concern for the employees, and the other half was the man's instinctive desire to show off in front of a beautiful woman. As a result, Suyu didn't go home. He waited at the door. Oh, his legs were numb. "Unlucky woman, didn't you say that you have a bad relationship with your family and no one loves you? My dad asked me to go home that day to celebrate my birthday, but in fact, he wanted to use my birthday to ask me for power and let Su Hao take my place. I was angry and fell out with them. I felt wronged and wanted to go home and cry. Suyu stared at Qin Zai. Then I saw you. Then you cried, wiping my chest with your snot and tears." Suyu blushed and said shyly, "I didn't cry." "You cried." "I didn't cry. That may be because I squatted for too long and was tired to cry." Suyu held her chin and poked the steak with a fork. "You bought me a cake and lit a candle. Hey, did you want to sleep with me at that time?" She didn't say, "like me," and regarded Qin Zai as a boss who wanted to play with his secretary. "Yes," Qin Zai ate the steak, "I wanted to, but you didn't keep me." Suyu chuckled. "To tell you the truth, in fact, I really wanted to keep you, but I couldn't say it. I was moved, so I wanted to find a chance to retaliate and make you confused, but you didn't give me a chance. I started to like you from that night. I'll let you have a good time tonight." "Do you mean it? Let's see how it goes tonight. Who knows if my sister will take me to the bar to celebrate." "Reject her, your wife is more important than your sister, right?" "Maybe." Suyu took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the table. Suddenly, she stopped her fingers and said, "Can I take a picture?" Her move stung Qin Zai. In the past, Suyu could take pictures whenever she wanted. She was opinionated and cold, on the surface, but when she cared more and more about him, she even asked for permission to take pictures. Her love was the same as her inside, not cold at all. "Take it," Qin Zai said. Halfway through dinner, Suyu looked down at the lady's watch on her right hand, suddenly turned to face the small square outside the glass, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, she snapped her fingers again. This was repeated several times. Qin Zai said, "What are you doing?" Suyu blushed. "You wait, I'll go out and make a phone call." A few minutes later, Qin Zai saw a group of men and women in suits and long skirts coming to the small square in pairs. There were also people responsible for clearing the place, driving a few scattered passers-by aside, and then lighting white candles as thick as an arm in the small square. In the slowly opening night, in the swaying candlelight, the gentlemen and ladies danced the tango. The small square instantly became a party. It was not over yet. The elegant piano music in the restaurant stopped. After a few breaths, the music sounded. It was a song, fairy tale, that most China people were familiar with. The male voice was Qin Zai's version. Suyu came with the music and said sweetly, "Happy birthday." Qin Zai, "Damn, it's so romantic, my girl's heart." For the first time in his life, Qin Zai was flirted with by a woman. So you said that she had something to do during the day, was it to prepare this? How did you do it? In America, there's nothing that can't be done with money. Su said proudly, I don't even have to think, just throw out a stack of US dollars, and there will be professionals to help you plan and arrange it for you. You don't have to worry about the city management. Su said and looked at Qin Zhe as if she had discovered a new continent. She pointed at him and murmured happily, hey, 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 you're touched, you're touched. Qin Zhe remembered something. Then why did you snap your fingers just now? Su was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, I said that snapping my fingers is the signal, but when I snapped my fingers, they came in and said that they were a professional organization. Candlelight, music, dancing, and an exquisite dinner. Qin Zhe had the illusion that he was being pursued by a Prince Charming, and after this meal, he would be F***ked. I want to take you to romantic Turkey, and then feed you a chicken with my own hands. Aren't all men like this? After a dance, dinner was just over. The group of guys in the small square came quickly and left quickly, holding each other's hands as they hurriedly left. Qin Zhe guessed that they were like extras, taking money to do things, maybe to earn some extra money, or maybe to rush to the next set. Qin Bao Bao had a scene to shoot at night, and it was in the suburbs. She didn't return to the hotel until 10:00 with the driver and assistant. After asking the assistant to buy candles, she went back to the room to change into a nightgown, and couldn't wait to knock on Qin Zhe's door. Dinner was at the set, and Qin Bao Bao felt that it was a pity that she couldn't have dinner with her brother on his birthday. She opened a bottle of red wine, opened the window, and lit candles in the 5-star suite. Qin Bao Bao raised her glass happily, happy birthday. Qin Zhe clinked glasses with her. Where's Suyu? His sister asked. Asleep. Qin Zhe, who was in pajamas, answered. He was F***ked after all. I haven't given you a present yet. As Qin Bao Bao spoke, she took out a Goddess of Thunder figurine from her bag. I asked the director if there were any specialties from Hollywood that I wanted to give to you as a birthday present. He said you like Goddess of Thunder from Hollywood. Qin Zhe took the Su Jinjiang figurine and forced a smile. Thank you, sister. The boss of Jinjiang taught us theoretical knowledge when we were young, and when we grew up, he established Star of Jinjiang to provide us with an experimental place. I will cherish this figurine. It's just a gift. His sister also felt that her $50 gift was not worth it, and explained, I'm very busy, shooting from the afternoon to the evening. Sister is the best present. Qin Zhe said sweetly. Qin Bao Bao held a stack of cakes, and the corners of her mouth were stained with cream. Her smile was sweeter and cuter than the cakes. The 12-inch cake, chocolate, and fruit were definitely not enough for the two of them, but they would not call the assistant in to eat together. It would spoil the atmosphere, and the heart-shaped candles on the floor were not seen by outsiders. Qin Zhe secretly smeared some cream on his fingertips and pretended to wipe his sister's mouth. Look at you, the cake is on your mouth. Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard, and a white cat whisker was drawn on her face. His sister wiped her face, looked at the cream in her palm, and said angrily, Oh, you want to fight, right? She grabbed a handful of cream and threw it at Qin Zhe's face. The floor was full of candles, and it was not convenient to run. It would be troublesome if they accidentally knocked over the candles and burned the hotel carpet. The brother and sister sat like this, holding a handful of cream in their hands and playing cat boxing with each other. Qin Bao Bao screamed, raised her head to dodge, and waved her hands, accompanied by a bell-like laughter. Most of the time, she was waving her fists randomly, and Qin Zhe waited for the opportunity to move. From time to time, he would wipe the cream on her face. Every time he wiped it, his sister would scream. Sometimes, their hands would hit each other, and the cream would splatter on the carpet, on her pajamas, and on her hair. Qin Zhe got up, went around the table, and pounced on his sister who was screaming and waving her hands. With two palms, he slapped his sister's face. Suddenly, her face, which was already covered with cream, was completely unrecognizable. Ah! Qin Bao Bao screamed and pushed his chest with both hands, trying to push him away. The cream was all over Qin Zai's chest. "Don't move, I'll help you clean it," Qin Zai whispered. "Stop playing, I can't beat you." Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and said sadly. "I'll help you clean it," he said again, but this time, his tone was gentle. Suddenly, the image of his sister standing on the street in a bohemia dress suddenly appeared in his mind. The wind lifted her dress and hair, and at the same time, it lifted her indescribable charm. Without using a tissue, without using his hands, he lowered his head, stuck out his tongue, and licked his sister's face. Qin Bao Bao froze, like a wooden statue, and didn't dare to move. A tongue mark appeared on her creamy face, then 2, 3. Qin Zai licked gently, like a tiger licking its prey, focused and serious. During the process, Qin Bao Bao's stiff body gradually relaxed. She closed her eyes, and her trembling eyelashes showed that her heart was in turmoil. Slowly, his sister's delicate face became clear. First, it was her cheeks, then her forehead, then her handsome nose. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Zai's lips were on hers. His sister's lips were very sweet, and he couldn't tell if it was cream or something else. The candlelight burned quietly, and there was the fragrance of cream in the air. The kiss between the siblings became more and more intense. Qin Bao Bao felt like she was in a huge whirlpool, and she lost all ability to resist. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she awkwardly responded to his tongue. They rarely kissed on such a large scale. Even when they were filming kissing scenes, Qin Zai only sucked on her lips, which was why her lips were always red and swollen. But this time, they weren't filming a kissing scene, and there was no emperor's new clothes to cover them up, nor was there a kiss reward. This was a dangerous game that every couple would do, but siblings would never do. Qin Bao Bao's body and heart were trembling. She couldn't tell if it was excitement, joy, or fear. Time passed slowly, and she felt the hand around her waist slowly slide down to her butt, and then her whole body was lifted up. She subconsciously clamped her brother's waist and put her arms around his neck. The kiss continued. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes, but she could feel him walking towards the bedroom. The bedroom lights were on, the curtains were drawn, and the quilt was neatly spread out on the bed without a single wrinkle. Qin Bao Bao was thrown on the bed, and she could finally breathe. But the greedy tiger didn't give her a chance. He pounced on her, and his hot lips pressed against hers. He lingered on her red lips for a long time, and his hot lips began to slide down, first to her chin, then to her neck, then to her collarbone, and finally to the white cleavage on her chest. Qin Bao Bao was finally able to breathe, and her chest rose and fell violently with rapid breathing. She opened her eyes, and the light from the chandelier stimulated her pupils. She could only squint her eyes. There was no mirror, but she could imagine her hot face and dazed eyes. It was like a dream. It wasn't the first time she had dreamed of such a scene, and it wasn't the first time she had longed for such a scene. He must have felt the same way. But Qin Bao Bao couldn't tell. At this moment, what was surging in her heart? Love? Kinship? Sweetness? Or fear? Until her nightgown was lifted up, and something was slowly fading away. Qin Bao Bao shuddered violently, and her eyes that reflected the light suddenly sobered up. No, no, no. You can't do this, Aze. She pressed her hands and sat up, feeling dizzy. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and pressed on her temples. After a while, the dizziness disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Zai sitting by the bed, scratching his head. He was looking at her. She was looking at him too. After looking at each other silently for a while, Qin Bao Bao rolled under the quilt, put on her loose underwear, and frantically tried to organize her words. The two of them fell into an awkward silence, thinking about how to break